Chapter 374. Not only was Oldman's small town openly recruiting partners, they were also recruiting warriors in the small towns within several hundred kilometers. If recruiting partners was said to be roping in a power alliance, then recruiting warriors with high treatment was roping in a wandering person. The experts living in seclusion in the forest of chaos could not be underestimated. There was no lack of hermits who had to live in the forest of chaos to escape disasters or for revenge. There were also some experts who had their tribes destroyed and their homes destroyed. They relied on their strength to survive and finally wandered around. This group of people did not have a fixed residence and mainly appeared in small towns. They dared to live in places that others did not dare, since they were alone. Since they could live in small towns in the forest, why wouldn't they dare live in Oldman's small town? Not to mention that after joining Oldman's small town, they would have a high status and treatment. During this period of time, there were many people coming to join. The matter of Oldman's small town opening their alliance made quite a few surrounding powers interested. This kind of innovative management method made these people think about it, and finally some tribes decided to give it a try. There was an orc tribe, an ogre tribe, a wolf tribe, and a bear tribe among them. The four great tribes were first-class powers in the surrounding 1,000 miles. Although they did not dare ignore the dark forest law, they would not move around like the small and medium-sized powers. This was because as long as they were not coveted by the experts in the depths of the forest of chaos, it was fine if their living area was exposed. The four tribes sent out envoys at around the same time, and they arrived at Oldman's small town at almost the same time. On one hand, they were here to investigate, but on the other hand, they were here to gain a deeper understanding of Oldman's small town system. Oldman's small town could accommodate over 100,000 people, and this was under the condition of being self-sufficient. If Oldman's small town gave up on being self-sufficient and relied on miracle commerce to supply them with food and supplies, it would not be a problem for the number of people to increase by 3 times. This was something the other tribes in the forest would find hard to achieve. No matter how strong the tribes were, they could only move around 100 kilometers. All their food, leather materials, and supplies were obtained from within their range of movement. It was because of this that any tribe's development would have their own bottleneck. When their population reached a certain amount, the resources within their range of movement would not be able to support that many people, which would trigger a survival crisis. As for how to solve this crisis, it was very simple. The first was to move and find an area with more resources. The second was to split. A tribe would split into 2 tribes, and the population would be scattered, reducing the pressure on survival. The third was war. Not only could war consume too much population, but it could also plunder other people's resources to replenish themselves. Any tribe or small town in the forest of chaos would have a development bottleneck. Oldman's small town did not have this kind of bottleneck. Oldman's small town could give up on being self-sufficient. With the support of the spatial transportation system, an entire southern Xia, supporting several million people in theory, was not a problem. The 4 tribe messengers were very satisfied with Oldman's small town scale and environment. There was modern technology everywhere in the small town, which made these tribes feel very pleasantly surprised. Oldman's small town was in the valley, and it was an underground city. To most races, it was a very strong city. There were also 5,000 excellent dwarven craftsmen here, who could continuously forge high-quality equipment and machinery for the town. If they could become partners of the town, then it would be much more convenient to buy dwarven equipment, which was something that the major tribes especially valued. After the emissary toured the town for a few days, Oldman's small town's mayor held a meeting. The green-skinned orcs with large fangs, the ogres that were twice as tall and 4 times as strong as humans, the wolf spirit beast that the southern summer humans considered a great enemy, and the bear spirit beast that he had never seen before, but was one of the strongest spirit beasts. When these several races sat at the same table at the same time, everyone had a strange feeling in their hearts. Actually, these fellows' hearts were also very strange. They thought that the Oldman small town's mayor would be a dwarf or a barbarian, but who would have thought that the fellow sitting in front of them would actually be a white-looking young human? Humans were one of the most civilized races on the continent, and their technology developed very quickly. However, there weren't many humans in the forest of chaos, so they did not have a deep impression of humans. Only they couldn't understand how a human like this could become the mayor. The dwarf chief introduced, "This human is the founder of Miracle Commerce, Chu Tian. He and his army have the highest proportion in the small town's allied army, so he was elected as the mayor. Since everyone wants to join the small town's allied army, then please take a look at our small town's management rules." Chu Tian had specially prepared a document in 3 languages, separately written in the orc, ogre, and spirit beast languages. These documents are very clearly written. Oldman Small Town will open up 30% of the territory to recruit allies. Allies do not need to invest any materials or money. They will only be distributed according to the small town's allied army. The first time they join cannot exceed 5%. We need the most elite soldiers. After the soldiers enter the small town, unless the tribe asks to withdraw from the alliance, the original tribe will not be allowed to control them. The soldiers that join the small town's allied army must follow the small town's rules. Otherwise, they will be considered a violation. "Wait," an orc shouted out in a somewhat dissatisfied voice. "Why should our soldiers be managed by you?" "That's right." The wolfman also expressed his dissatisfaction. "My tribe's soldiers must be managed by my tribe." Chu Tian gave 2 cold laughs. "Isn't this request a bit laughable? A territory can only have one will and one voice. Otherwise it will fall into chaos. You don't want to pay an army in exchange for a chaotic town without a future, right? For the safety and development of the small town. This is a basic principle that cannot be changed." This was a must. If the army was stationed in Oldman Small Town and the tribes could freely control the army, wouldn't that be inviting a wolf into the house? What if they rebelled in the future? Although Chu Tian liked to take risks, he wasn't that stupid. Therefore, the foreign troops would be forcefully divided and then given to the barbarians or dwarves they trusted. Using time and systems, they would slowly turn them into their own army. Only by doing this could they ensure that there would be no trouble in the future. The foreign races discussed it with each other. A bear tribesman stood up. "Even if we accept this request, each person can only have 5% of the small town. This is too little. Even if the small town becomes prosperous in the future, we won't get any money. Our bear tribe soldiers, if we send 1,000 elites, their battle strength will surpass this ratio." The bear tribe was very confident in their soldiers, but the ogres were even more confident than the bear tribesmen. The ogre's tall and sturdy body stood up. "Our ogres are invulnerable and have boundless strength. We only need 500 soldiers to surpass this ratio." The barbarians and dwarves, although they were not bad soldiers, how could they compare to the incomparably large and dangerous ogres? Chu Tian revealed a faint smile. "This battle strength is not just words. As for how much it should be, we still need to evaluate it." "Relax. Our evaluation is very fair, and we won't let the allies suffer a loss. For the safety and stability of the small town, as well as the stability of the allied army, the first army sent in cannot surpass 5% of the allied army strength. As for the benefits, it is not as simple as the small town's dividends." The 4 foreign races were stunned. Then what other benefits are there? First, allies can become Miracle Commerce's partners, and you can directly buy things from Miracle Commerce. Food, talismans, medicine, equipment, and even some things you can't imagine. We have the ability to provide them, and they are all good and cheap. Similarly, you can take your excess resources and even directly buy resources from the forest and sell them to Miracle Commerce. We will buy them at a price that surpasses the market price in the Forest of Chaos. Any amount is fine. Any amount is fine. The 4 foreign races revealed looks of disbelief and information. If they could really do this, just this alone would give their tribe endless benefits. If they could buy food and medicine at any time, then when the tribe was suffering from famine or plague, they could save the entire tribe from disaster. As for miracle commerce, buying materials at a price higher than the market price, this was a large chance for these races to become rich. They were large tribes, so they had many channels for resources. There were many small towns and even cities that had trading points. If they could use these trading points to buy low and sell high, they could make quite a bit of money from this process. Second, after the Allied army is formed, we will become allies. Allied tribes will not only have special privileges in Oldman Small Town, we will also provide you with living areas. Other than that, when our allies are threatened, Oldman Small Town has the obligation to help our allies pass through the difficulties. This kind of help is not just material. If it is within our abilities, Oldman Small Town will send an allied army to help. There were too many races in the forest. No one trusted each other. If the various clans took out an army here, in a sense, it was like buying insurance for their tribe. If the tribe was in trouble, whether it was a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, Oldman Small Town would help them, and the situation would be much better. Not bad, not bad. This was a cooperation worth trying. After the 4 foreign races understood this, they immediately returned to their tribes. Actually, there was no need to consider it anymore. These tribes began to select soldiers, preparing to join the Forest Allied Army. Chapter 375. These 4 large tribes had decided to station their armies in Oldman Small Town and let their clansmen join the Allied army. The news quickly spread through the various forest trading points. Oldman Small Town was about to become popular among the powers in this area. These 4 large tribes were among the best. Oldman Small Town's performance was very eye-catching, defeating the tens of thousands of Spider Army twice. Although their strength was not clear, they should not be inferior. Now that Oldman Small Town had won over these 4 large allies, it would be hard for it not to become popular in the future. Several days ago, everyone felt that this was the most dangerous small town in the forest. At this moment, everyone felt that this was perhaps the safest small town in the forest. Oldman Small Town's pioneering management method was something that had never appeared in the Forest of Chaos before. Anyone could become the master or manager of a small town, turning a small town into a place governed by countless powers. This was without a doubt a first. In the evening, the 4 large tribes' armies arrived. Chu Tian brought Inying and Nangongyin out to welcome them. When Nangongyin saw the densely packed army, her eyes almost popped out. Damn, this many foreign races, are we really going to let them live in our small town? Are you sure there won't be any trouble? 3,000 green-skinned orcs, all of them fat and strong. They had axes hanging from their waists and strange little braids, so they were filled with an untamed wildness. 3,000 wolf tribe spirit beasts were also neatly standing in the small town, each one carrying a blade on their waist. These wolf tribe people were experts in tracking, and their claws were sharp weapons, easily tearing apart the enemy's body. 1,000 bear tribe spirit beasts were like 1,000 iron towers, each one being close to 3 meters tall. That broad physique, that tall and sturdy body, made people feel fear. Those thick bear paws could crush profound iron with a single slap. The most ridiculous was the 500 ogres. Ogres were one of the most notorious races in the forest. They were pure carnivores with huge bodies and huge appetites. Once there were too many ogres living in groups, famine was a common occurrence. Once the ogres were hungry, that was a very terrifying matter. Because hunger could destroy ogres' rationality, they could wildly eat anything made of meat, whether it was animal, foreign race, or human. It was because of this that they had this kind of nickname. Strictly speaking, ogres weren't considered an intelligent race. They were in existence between magical beasts and intelligent life forms. The ogres did not have a cultivation technique or the ability to awaken a source spirit. But the ogres had a demon crystal that was similar to a demon beast's, which gave the ogres great strength. 500 ogres were like 500 small mountains. Ogres wore tattered aprons and were almost naked. Most of them were covered in moss or parasites. Ogres did not have any production capabilities, so they were very poor. Fortunately, their copper skin and iron bones were better than any weapon. Even if they were unarmed, they could still survive as magical beasts, allowing the species to flourish since ancient times. These ogres could run around the battlefield naked and not die even when their bodies were pierced with weapons. If they could make a set of armor for them and forge an octagonal hammer, the 500 ogres would instantly become 500 armored meat grinders. Meng Yingying's heart trembled. Chu Tian, isn't this a little too much? Will it bring us trouble? If these fellows go crazy, wouldn't a small town we built with great difficulty be destroyed? Whether it was the spirit beasts, orcs, or ogres, they were not races with good tempers. Chu Tian waved his hand in an uncaring manner. Don't worry, it can be taken care of. These soldiers were all carefully selected. They were young, strong, and had potential, just based on the 4 foreign race army. Their battle strength could not be underestimated. Not bad. This was a very strong force. As for whether they would rebel or not, this was not impossible. The Forest of Chaos did not care about principles, and they could fall out at any time. But Chu Tian had confidence in stabilizing the 4 tribes. Actually, the 4 tribes did not realize that they had already fallen into Chu Tian's trap. From now on, they would become more and more dependent on miracle commerce, and it would be hard for them to retreat. This was because there was a limit to the quantity and quality of the army that could enter Oldman Small Town. Not to mention that after any army entered Oldman Small Town, Chu Tian would personally regroup them and they would only listen to the mayor's orders. Even if there was a special situation, the Berserker army would be enough to clean up the mess. The 7,000-8,000 soldiers walked into the Oldman Small Town's main hall. Actually, most of the people sent out this time were the youths of the tribes. Most of them had never left the 200-kilometer radius of the tribe before, so when they came to Oldman Small Town, they felt this place was very new to them. Pa! A large electric light suddenly turned on. That bright light instantly filled the main hall, making it as bright as day. Whether it was the orcs, wolves, bear people, or ogres, they were all filled with shock as they looked around them. At this time, a burst of passionate music came from the speakers all around. It was like a dancing flame, like a surging river, like a roaring sea, making the listeners feel comfortable and filled with heroism. How did they do this? The foreign races all had faces filled with shock. Welcome to Oldman Small Town. I am the mayor, Chu Tian. Chu Tian stood on top of a stone building, looking down at the several thousand new soldiers. From now on, you will all be members of Oldman Small Town. We will be responsible for your living expenses and will give you a pill to increase your cultivation every half a month based on your strength. You just need to focus on protecting the small town and witness how this nameless small town rises and soars into the sky. Roar, roar, roar. Everyone excitedly roared out. This allied army's treatment was too good. They could eat and drink well every day, as well as receive cultivation subsidies. They could also enjoy a good living environment, as well as the convenience of the market. This kind of treatment compared to the tribe, it was simply the difference between clouds and mud. Who wouldn't want to live a good life? These soldiers would be stationed in Oldman Small Town for a while. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Chu Tian wanted to turn Oldman Small Town into the trading center of the northern forest. This place would become the strongest power on the edge of the forest. Through Oldman Small Town, he would obtain the support of the locals. When the time and strength were ripe, it would be time for Chu Tian to compete. When Chu Tian finished his speech, he immediately split up the troops and reorganized them according to the Allied Army's model. Then he divided them into battalions and had the dwarves lead them back to the living area. This was a matter that everyone was happy about. From Chu Tian's point of view, for powerful enemies had become allies. This way, he could avoid a direct conflict with them in the future. The most important thing was that these locals had lived in the Forest of Chaos for many years, so they were already familiar with the location of the market. The Forest of Chaos was very rich in resources, so Chu Tian could use their influence to collect resources. From the small town's point of view, there were many large powers stationed in Oldman Small Town, so it was as stable as a mountain. Unless it was a stronger outsider, the tribes within a 1,000-mile radius would not dare to attack. From the soldiers' point of view, they were treated very well, especially the ogres. It was not easy for ogres to fill their stomachs. Although the ogres had a strong battle strength, there were often famines among the ogres, so they had to eat each other in the end. Just Chu Tian's promise of filling their stomachs was enough to make many ogres willing to work for him. The only thing the 4 tribes were dissatisfied with was the distribution of ownership of the small town. This batch of troops were all elites of the tribes, but after Oldman Small Town's evaluation, other than the ogres, the other troops did not even make up 5% of the allied army. Of course, the people of these tribes were very dissatisfied with this. Regarding this, Chu Tian did not waste his breath explaining it to them. He directly pulled out the berserkers to practice with them. The result could be imagined. Those berserk barbarians had terrifying strength that could knock down an ogre, so what did these fellows count for? The locals were shocked by the berserk army's battle strength. They still could not figure out what kind of power miracle commerce was. What kind of method did they use to make these dumb barbarians become this abnormal? If 30 to 50,000 of these berserkers came, these tribal chiefs could only kneel down and talk. Forget it. Forget it. It's just a bit of fame. At worst, they would just fill it up with more people. What the 4 tribes were truly tempted by was miracle commerce's background. Not everyone had Vivian's innate spatial energy that could cross thousands of kilometers in an instant, and not every team could be like the barbarian berserker army, climbing over mountains for 4 or 5 days without feeling tired. Most of the forest races did not interact with the outside world, so they could not form a large-scale economy. These forest locals lacked weapons, especially pills, talismans, potions, and these consumables. But the Forest of Chaos was very dangerous, so there were very few caravans that would bring large amounts of goods here. This caused the prices of these consumables to be very high. Now it was different. They could have as much as they wanted. Miracle Commerce did not just accept source stones. They could also exchange herbs, leather, and metals. The most important thing was that because they were allies with Miracle Commerce's prices were far lower than the forest market. The 4 tribe chiefs were very excited. Miracle Commerce seemed to have an inexhaustible supply. They could continuously collect leather, metals, and herbs, exchanging them for potions, pills, and talismans. After selling them in the forest market, they could buy leather, metals, and herbs again. This kind of repeated reselling allowed their tribes to quickly become rich. It seemed like miracle commerce was a miracle given to the forest by the heavens. Chapter 376. The Oldman Small Town's reform was beginning to show results. After the 4 large tribes joined in, there were also some medium-sized powers joining in. Oldman Small Town had 30% of its control open to the public. The dwarves had 19% and Chu Tian had 51%, but they still had absolute control over the small town. Miracle Commerce began to build hotels, theaters, and inns in the small town. They were prepared to turn this small town in the forest into a modern city, greatly enriching the lives of the townspeople. Oldman Small Town's popularity increased day by day. With this speed, it would soon become the largest power on the edge of the forest. But Chu Tian also needed to prepare for a rainy day. The small town was becoming more and more prosperous, and it was only a matter of time before it attracted the attention of the large characters in the forest. With Miracle Commerce's current strength, it was fine for them to fight on the edge of the forest, but it was still too early for them to be involved in that level of battle. Miracle Commerce had the support of the entire country of Southern Xia behind them, but Southern Xia was just a small country in the end. Moreover, Southern Xia was far away from here, so they couldn't send reinforcements even if they wanted to. So, facing the true giants in the forest, they could only quickly develop themselves and grow before they could react. Or they could gather more allies and form an alliance that could protect themselves. Chu Tian! Chu Tian! When Chu Tian heard Meng Yinying shout, he didn't even have time to turn around before this girl charged into Chu Tian's room like the wind and excitedly shouted, "There are several pieces of good news!" Chu Tian looked at her with a strange expression. "What kind of good news?" The dwarves said that they found a large crystal mine in the forest several decades ago. It was around 400 miles from here, and elder sister Nangong went with the dwarves to confirm it. She even took a few pictures and sent them back. Take a look. Chu Tian was a bit moved because from the pictures in Meng Yinying's hands, there was no doubt it was a crystal mine. Only the oil flowing in the oil field was actually silver oil, which was completely different from the white oil in South Sky City. The energy level of the crystal oil would affect its color. The lowest grade was white, the middle grade was silver, and the highest grade was golden. In other words, this oil mine discovered by the dwarves a few decades ago was actually a silver crystal oil mine. Its value was not ordinary at all. The energy intensity of silver crude oil was about 20 times that of white crude oil. If the silver crude oil could be made into source energy batteries, it could be used to activate third-level and above-source energy arrays. Therefore, it could be used to create even higher-level technology, especially suitable for maintaining a large-scale space warehouse. If it could be used to create source energy weapons, its might was not something the white crude oil could compare to. All right. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Find someone to survey the vicinity of the location. I want to know the distribution of forces nearby and the specific size of the oil mine. For the current miracle commerce, the silver crystal oil was still a bit too early. However, it was something that would be used sooner or later, so it was never wrong to prepare first. The forest of chaos environment couldn't compare to southern Xia. Although there were rich resources everywhere, it wasn't easy to develop them. The locals in the forest were very sensitive, and the slightest movement would cause a reaction. Not to mention that the crystal oil was a dangerous item. If it was destroyed by someone, it would be a large loss. Elder sister Nangong has personally led people to survey it. You can relax 100 times. Meng Yinying said this, and then suddenly said, I just talked to elder sister. The 2 warehouses Miracle Commerce bought in Southern State are about to explode from all the materials being transported over. They have harvested over 400 level 2 sacred herbs in this period of time. There are over 300 low-grade sacred herbs, 60 middle-grade sacred herbs, 20 high-grade sacred herbs, and 5 top-grade sacred herbs. 5 top-grade sacred herbs. Each sacred herb in southern Xia was very precious. In a place like the Forest of Chaos, normal herbs and elixirs were everywhere. Even sacred herbs were common in demon beast nests and could be obtained as long as one was willing to take the risk. If these herbs were placed in southern Xia or any other human country, they would require a very high price to purchase, and there would be a situation where there was no market for them. In the Forest of Chaos, Miracle Commerce was able to purchase large amounts of them at 1/10 of the price. Miracle Commerce did business in the Forest of Chaos and had no rivals at all. This was because when a traditional company came to the Forest of Chaos to do business, the transportation, risk, manpower, and time they had to face did not exist for Miracle Commerce at all. The Forest of Chaos complex terrain could not stop Miracle Commerce from transporting materials. There were demon beasts and locals everywhere in the Forest of Chaos, so they could not threaten the safety of Miracle Commerce's goods. The most important thing was efficiency. Miracle Commerce had the space warehouse in their hands, so their efficiency was something no other company could compare to. The raw materials in the Forest of Chaos were sent to southern Xia through the space warehouse. After they were made into finished products, they were sent back to the Forest of Chaos and sold at a price several times higher. Then they used the profits to purchase raw materials. Repeating this, it was unknown how many times Miracle Commerce had made a return trip for a traditional company. Chu Tian said to Meng Yingying, "Did you bring the materials for the high-grade and top-grade sacred herbs?" Meng Yingying nodded and immediately handed over a list of materials. "The materials we bought are all here." Chu Tian could make a rough judgment with a glance. These high-grade and top-grade sacred herbs were generally used to increase one's cultivation base. There were only a few that were used for detoxification, healing, or increasing one's lifespan. This also meant that after these sacred herbs were refined into pills, they could easily increase a cultivator's strength. These 5 top-grade sacred herbs were very precious. If the refining method was right, even if it was given to a peak 9th awakened soul layer cultivator, there was a high chance they could break through their bottleneck and enter the true spirit realm. With the resources in his hands, it was enough for him to step into the awakened soul realm. As for the others, there was no need to worry. With the small town's current development speed, wasn't it just a matter of 5-8 days? Go tell the warehouse to leave these herbs behind. I want to personally refine them. Chu Tian did not trust the skills of those old men. Meng Yingying's eyes popped out. "Leave them all behind?" Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Nonsense. Why do we have a company? Isn't it just to collect cultivation resources? Have everyone prepare themselves. It's time for us to increase our strength. Also, tell the young miss that the forest has stabilized, so have her take care of matters in southern Xia and immediately come here to help. Without her by my side, my back has been aching and my body has been uncomfortable. Now I know that without the young miss, a day really feels like a year for me." Speaking without thinking, Pei. Meng Yingying rolled her eyes at him. But after not seeing her elder sister for so long, her heart also missed her. Although through the image transferring mirror and the communication device, they could see each other even if they were separated by tens of thousands of miles, this kind of communication was not as practical as meeting face to face. The forest of chaos had already stabilized. Elder sister should have already done what she needed to do in Southern State, so now it was time for everyone to come over. "Come, let's go take a look at the small town." Chu Tian stood up and pulled Meng Yingying's hand. Meng Yingying's pretty face turned slightly red, but she did not resist. The two of them strolled through the small town's market. After the small town was developed, it was filled with vitality, especially the space above the mine. This was the largest, and now it had become a free market. There were soldiers from the Allied army patrolling the area, as well as several barbarians leading ogres, orcs, and bear people. With this kind of powerful patrol team, no one dared to cause trouble in Oldman's small town. Several goblins were bargaining with the rabbit people, hoping to buy a herb from the rabbit people at a low price. In front of them, there were 2 gnome merchants selling some strange tools to the big-eared monsters. Not far away, there was a group of rat people carrying rare ores, looking for buyers. All kinds of languages and races intertwined in this small town in the belly of the mountain. These very weak races had always lived in the lowest levels of the forest of chaos, but now in Oldman's small town, they dared to openly do business. At this time, a young ogre holding a large basket passed by the two of them. Although it was a young ogre, it was much taller than Chu Tian and Meng Yingying by a lot. Its thick arms were around the size of Chu Tian's thighs. The ogre held up some local specialties. There were some fruits and some demon beast cores. He said in broken human language, "Cheap. Buy some." Meng Yingying took out a complete low-grade sourstone and placed it in his rough hand. Then he randomly picked a few things, and the little ogre immediately excitedly gave his thanks. The little ogre ran into the Miracle Commerce Hotel and bought a large pile of Miracle Commerce canned meat. Ogres did not have any resistance to canned meat. The Oldman small town hotel was already built, but it was different from the hotels in the city. Although there were spirit beasts, orcs, and dwarves in the Oldman small town hotel, the hotel did not rely on business to make money. This hotel being opened here was more like an experience store for the forest races. The wine making and cooking techniques in the forest were very poor. Miracle Commerce's wine was fermented by Source Energy Arrays, and Miracle Commerce's food was cooked by Source Energy Arrays. Therefore, the Oldman Small Town Hotel mainly sold large orders of wine and canned food. After the dwarves tasted the Miracle Commerce's wine, they immediately ordered 500 barrels from Miracle Commerce. When the various tribes' warriors tasted the Miracle Commerce's food, they looked up into the sky and cheered. They had lived all these years in vain. Then Miracle Commerce bought over 100,000 cans of canned food. Miracle Commerce opened a medicine store and talisman shop in the small town. Although it looked like retail on the surface, the true profit came from the large orders from the tribes. No matter how much demand there was, Miracle Commerce could always send it to them like magic. This speed and efficiency was very high, like everything was already prepared. But the mine was so small, how could it store all these things? They had been observing for several days, but they had never seen Miracle Commerce's caravans enter or leave. Miracle Commerce's mysterious abilities made the locals feel even more awe towards it. As for Chu Tian, he saw the small town slowly develop in the direction he wanted, and his heart was filled with joy. But at this time, this is bad. Feng Kai-dai ran in front of Chu Tian in a panic. There are many elves outside! Chu Tian was stunned. Elves? Where did these elves come from? Feng Kai-dai swallowed her saliva. I don't know where they came from, but from their tone, it seems like they are looking for the princess. I'm afraid. Chapter 377. The lush foliage of the forest cut the sunlight to pieces. Several big-eared monsters were carrying herbs and oars on their backs, happily rushing towards Oldman Town. The big-eared monsters were a common race in the forest. They had green skin like the orcs, were short, weak, and stupid, and mainly ate vegetarian food. Although they had very sharp hearing, they were naturally very timid, so they were the lowest ranked race in the forest. They couldn't even compare to low-level spirit beasts like the mouse and rabbit races, so they were always bullied by other races. This made the big-eared monsters not dare come into contact with other races, so they could only steal things like stealing things, stealing medicine fields, and etc. However, the big-eared monsters were very happy recently. This was already the 4th time they were on the road to Oldman Small Town. In Oldman Small Town's fair and safe trading environment, even a weak race like them would not be bullied by others. Now they could bravely take out their treasures to exchange for urgently needed items. What should they exchange for today? Canned food? Weapons? The big-eared monsters were arguing with each other as they walked. Who knew what sound their sharp hearing would catch at this time? When the big-eared monsters looked over, they were instantly scared out of their wits. With a sharp cry, they turned to run. In Oldman Small Town's canyon, there were beautiful and elegant snow-white unicorns that were currently surrounding Oldman Small Town. These demon beasts were like white jade sculptures. Their bodies were filled with a strong and explosive beauty. They were simply like works of art, truly worthy of being spirit beasts that often appeared in literature and poetry. Unicorns were high-level demon beasts with intelligence, so their strength could be seen through their horns. In a normal situation, a normal white horn was equivalent to a level 2 demon beast. If it had a silver horn, it would be equivalent to a level 3 demon beast. If it had a crystal clear light gold horn, it would be a level 4 unicorn king. Around 3,000 white unicorns were neatly surrounding Oldman Small Town. Their numbers were this large, it could be called a unicorn army. Other than that, there was an elf holding a bough sitting on the back of each unicorn, staring at Oldman Small Town like a tiger watching its prey. Those big-eared monsters that ran away in fear? Not a single elf would care. When the elves arrived, it was unknown how many weak creatures like the goblins, and Bigfoot were scared. It also alarmed the powerful creatures like the ogres and high-level spirit beasts. But the scale of the unicorn army was too big. Even if they didn't flee in fear, they wouldn't dare to do anything to the elves. Everyone was confused. on the edge of the forest of chaos. Why were there so many elves appearing? The elves were one of the main powers in the forest of chaos, and they did not like dealing with other races, so they would not attack other locals for no reason. What was going on this time? Grandfather, a young elf around 14 or 15 years old, wearing green wooden armor and holding a thin spear, was asking an older elf for permission to fight. We've received accurate information. Little Princess Vivian has been kidnapped here. Let's charge in and rescue the little princess. This elderly elf didn't appear to be as old as his seniority. There weren't many wrinkles on his face, but his eyebrows and hair were grayish-white. His aura was steady and deep. Although he was riding on an ordinary unicorn, his temperament was especially outstanding among the many elves. The little princess was kidnapped? Who in this world could kidnap her? The elven great elder didn't need a brain to guess what had happened. The elves were not a race that liked to fight, so there was no need to kill. This small town was just a trivial outer power. It couldn't cause any waves in the elves' eyes. They might as well capture the little princess first, and then properly investigate the matter. Greyheart, don't be rash. The little princess has a rebellious personality. Do you want her to run away again? The elven great elder understood Vivian's personality very well. To deal with this little princess, he could only guide her and not use violence, so he ordered, "Go to the small town in front and report. If you don't want innocent people to be harmed for no reason, then immediately bring out Princess Vivian. The elves are a race with a long history, so if you don't use violence, then use it. I believe that the kind little Princess Vivian doesn't want innocent people to be harmed because of her." The elves immediately went to report. The elven young man Greyheart was a bit unsatisfied. This is just a small tribe on the edge of the forest. We are noble and powerful elves. Why should we be polite to these lowly forest races? Everything exists for a reason. We can't kill people just because they are lowly. The great elder seemed to accept that humans and spirit beasts were low-class races, just like ants and beetles. He proudly said, "It is because we live among these lowly, ugly, and dirty races that the elves are more elegant and noble. So, we can't easily destroy the traditions of the elves. This is the biggest difference between us and the races of the continent." Greyheart's mouth fell open. "Don't say any more." The great elder cut him off. "We are only investigating the matter of Aubersen's immortal herb being stolen and Princess Vivian running away from the tribe. We won't involve anything unrelated." Vivian, Chu Tian, and Meng Yinyin came out. "This is bad." Vivian saw the elven elder sitting on the unicorn in the distance, and her expression instantly changed. "This is the Tree of Life tribe's great elder!" Vivian had been staying in the Tree of Life tribe before she ran away. The Tree of Life tribe was not an important place for the elves. It couldn't even be considered an elven city. However, the location of this tribe was said to be the origin of the elves, and was the ancient ancestral land of the Wood Elves. So, although it wasn't flourishing or strong, according to the elves' traditions, each elf needed to live in the ancestral land for a period of time. They would receive teachings and learn the rules of the tribe. Once they reached adulthood, they would be sent to various tribes. This period of time was very important to each elf. Vivian was the Elven King's youngest daughter, but she actually ran away from the ancestral land and stole the tribe's elder's immortal herb. This matter naturally caused a large stir, so it created a very bad influence on the elves. Greyheart revealed a look of joy when he saw Princess Vivian. "The princess has left the tribe for 2 months, and almost the entire elven race is looking for you. I think it must have been a despicable human who tricked the princess, so this kind of thing happened. As long as we heavily punish the despicable human, perhaps the princess punishment will be reduced a bit. Don't speak nonsense. The matter of stealing the herb was done by me. Running away from home was also done by me. It was all my idea. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Vivian did not show any fear or regret. "I am now a member of Miracle Commerce. I won't go back with you." Go back and tell Father and those old men in the council that I have already grasped the technology to change the fate of the elves. When I go back, I will definitely benefit the entire race." Greyheart's expression changed. The little princess had really been bewitched by the humans. Otherwise, how could she say such nonsense? Damn, these sly and hypocritical humans loved to deceive the pure elves. The most unforgivable thing was that even the Pearl of the Elves, Princess Vivian, had been bewitched. This was even more of a crime. Vivian claimed to be a member of some merchant company and was actually willing to work with humans. This was simply blasphemy to the elves and a huge violation of the elves' rules. No, this was not even a violation of the elves' rules. This was an act of betrayal. The elven great elder's face sunk. If this matter became big, Vivian would be imprisoned for at least 100 years. It was imprisonment, not house arrest. Even Vivian had no way of escaping from the elves' imprisonment. This was a very severe punishment for the elves with long lifespans. Chu Tian saw that this matter was a bit off, so he immediately stood up and said, "Fellow elven friends, you've misunderstood. Vivian took the herb to save me, but regarding this matter, I have already—" "Shut up. You're a human traitor." Greyheart stabbed his wooden spear into the ground, and Chu Tian felt countless vines come out from his body, instantly wrapping around his body like pythons. Greyheart's figure moved, and he stabbed out with his spear like a meteor. Greyheart looked like a 13 to 14-year-old boy, but in human terms he would be over 60 years old. He was only 1 year younger than Vivian. The elves' mental growth was quite slow, but elves at this age weren't weak at all. Not to mention that he was the grandson of the Greyheart tribe's great elder. His cultivation had reached the first true spirit layer. Vivian wanted to stop him when she saw this. She was very familiar with Greyheart's methods, and with her strength and innate spatial energy, it was very easy for her to subdue Greyheart. But before Vivian could make a move, the elven great elder's talisman fell onto Vivian's body and instantly sealed Vivian's source spirit. This is bad. She couldn't use her spatial energy. Greyheart spear stabbed at Chu Tian. Chu Tian's face also sunk. Damn, this group of stupid elves, they've clearly picked up a large bargain. But they still want to kill Father? But if Father dies here this easily, then he would have lived 2 lives in vain. The demon god's sword source, spirit, soared into the sky. The destructive might that looked down on all living beings instantly tore apart the vines binding him. Chu Tian directly activated the flame demon transformation's second state, and with the endless might of the demon god's sword, he slashed at Greyheart. 8th awakened soul layer against the first true spirit layer. There wasn't any suspense at all. Chu Tian's flame demon transformation could increase his strength by 1 layer at most, but the demon god's sword source spirit could increase his strength by a large amount, allowing him to kill a peak 9th true spirit layer expert. Even if he faced a cultivator in the first true spirit layer, he wouldn't lose. Dong! The 2 powers collided. Both sides were sent flying back at the same time. Chu Tian was at a slight disadvantage, but Greyheart's wooden spear had already been ignited by the netherworld ghost flame. Such an evil power! Greyheart was secretly shocked. Princess Vivian, with your noble status and bloodline, how can you be together with these lowly races who are famous for their hypocrisy and despicableness? Moreover, they are people who practice evil arts and have evil intentions. I think he wants to use your status to deal with the elves. This accusation was becoming bigger and bigger. Chu Tian felt like he should just change his name to Blackpot Chu. Chapter 378. Could the elves be as rude and unreasonable as you all? These elves were making a move in front of Oldman's small town. What would the people of the small town think? Ying was too weak and couldn't help, so she could only angrily curse. You're blaming good people based on your assumptions. I thought the elves were a civilized and friendly race, but you're no different from the ogres and orcs. The elves' faces all changed. The elves had always been the most noble, elegant, beautiful, and civilized race on the continent. But now there were people comparing them to the ogres and orcs. This was a direct blow to the elves' pride. Mang Inying loudly shouted, "You can kill me, I can't beat you, but I still have to say that I was wrong about you all." This human didn't seem old. She was also a beautiful and innocent girl. The elves had a habit of judging people by their appearance. They believed that only those with a beautiful heart could have a beautiful appearance. It was because the elves had pure hearts that each elf looked pure and beautiful. Because of this, when he saw Meng Inying, his first impression of her was quite good. He couldn't kill her just because of a few words. Otherwise, he wouldn't be any different from the orcs and spirit beasts, those rude and powerless races. Inying is right. Vivian was also filled with rage. I used to think the elves were the friendliest race, but now I feel like I'm losing face, wanting to kill someone without clarifying the situation. Is this the style of our elves? The great elder's expression was uncertain, but he finally waved his hand. The elves put away their bows, and he rode over on his unicorn. This brave and beautiful young miss is right. The elves are a just and kind race. Greyheart, you're too impulsive. Greyheart was anxious to absolve Vivian. After all, Princess Vivian was still this young. He couldn't ruin her entire future because of this small matter. Aren't humans all hypocritical? This was definitely the fault of the humans. The great elder slightly pointed at Chu Tian. Since it's like this, we ask Princess Vivian and you to return to the tribe and let the elves investigate this matter. Meng Inying was not satisfied. If Chu Tian goes to the elves' territory, wouldn't he be a fish on your chopping board? What right do the elves have to judge humans? The elves have strict rules and laws. The great elf elder said meticulously, "We will judge this matter based on facts and reason. We will never frame an innocent person for no reason." Inying, you go back. There's no harm in me going. Chu Tian was very clear in his heart that if he didn't solve this matter, it would always be a problem hanging over his head. The elves were a large race, and even after several tens of thousands of years, in a world dominated by humans, the elves still had a lot of weight. Chu Tian knew that this was a race that stuck to rules, and he knew how to deal with them. The only thing he was worried about was whether Oldman's small town would be affected by this. Chu Tian's mind raced as he said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Elf elder, I am willing to appear in the elven court to prove my innocence. However, since the elves claim to be fair and just, I can't be sure if I'm a criminal or not before the elven court pronounces a verdict. Since I haven't been convicted, shouldn't the elves respect my legal rights?" The elf elder was slightly taken aback. That's how it should be. Now that the elves have violated my property rights, I hope that the elves can make up for it. Greyheart angrily said, "Nonsense. This small town was built with quite a bit of effort. If the elves take me away, the small town will fall into chaos and innocent people will bleed. My property will also suffer because of this." Chu Tian clearly said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "This is the result of the elves' carelessness. We are not enemies, so the elves should not destroy other people's homes. At least before the verdict is pronounced, the elves have the duty to protect the small town." The elven great elder was a bit surprised. The locals of the Forest of Chaos were all rude people. There was no one that followed the elves' laws. This human was speaking in such a confident manner, so the elves were not angry at all. Rather, they felt that he was respecting the elves' strict and principled laws. All right, this small town has not offended the elves, so it should not be implicated. The elven great elder waved his hand. 1,000 people will be stationed here to maintain the peace of the small town until the verdict is announced. 1,000 unicorn riding elves were left in Oldman's small town. As long as the small town did not collapse, their efforts during this period of time would not be in vain. Chu Tian said to Inying, "This is a special time. You must maintain the stability of the small town." Other than that, inform the young miss and have her come as soon as possible to take charge. All right. Mang Ying saw that the elves were not an unreasonable race, and her heart was a bit more assured. Then you have to be careful. Chu Tian revealed a disdainful smile. What was there to fear from these pedantic fellows? Not to mention that Chu Tian did not do anything wrong. It was the elves who took advantage of him. I will make sure everything is fine. Ying, be assured. Vivian also said with an apologetic expression, I will prove Big Brother's innocence. Chu Tian rode the unicorn and left with the other elves. The Tree of Life tribe was very far away. Vivian could not feel it with her spatial abilities, but riding the unicorn made it very clear. Even with the unicorn's agility, it would take several days and nights to reach the Tree of Life tribe. The Tree of Life tribe was said to be the ancestral land of the Wood Elves and could be traced back to the Great Ancient Era. In the legends, the ancient Tree of Life was over 1,000 feet tall and could cover several miles. It grew in the Great Ancient Era and could be considered a spiritual god. It was this mysterious ancient tree that gave birth to the ancestors of the Wood Elves. Of course, the ancient Tree of Life no longer existed. It was said that when the Great Ancient Era collapsed, the ancient Tree of Life was torn apart, leaving behind a complete elven race. Because of this, the elves were one of the most ancient races on the continent. However, because the elves had a long history, this long history became a burden for the elves. All kinds of complicated rituals and ceremonies filled the elves' lives, and all kinds of pedantic ideas filled the elves' minds. The elves had a long lifespan and a low fertility rate, as well as rich emotions which made them tired of war. They loved music, painting, carving, and poetry, pursuing a high quality of life, so they stood aloof from worldly affairs. Moreover, they rejected foreign cultures and never came in contact with other large races. The elves were beaten back by the spirit beasts and the rise of the humans. This was an inevitable development of history. However, the elves did not see this point. The elves were still one of the strongest powers on the continent, and there were elven tribes scattered all over the continent. They still thought that the elves were the strongest, most elegant, most beautiful, and most noble race on the continent. The Tree of Life tribe in the Forest of Chaos was only the elves' ancestral land. Some talented elves or important elves would be sent here when they reached adulthood to bathe in the moon's spring water and receive the teachings of their ancestors. In the end, they all had to leave. The ancestral land was protected by a large array that could not be broken and was very safe. However, there were no regular elven armies stationed here because there were many other tribes around the Tree of Life tribe. They were all allies of the elves in the forest, and there was a tribe that had been allies with the elves for generations. With the protection of these tribes, the Tree of Life tribe did not need any soldiers at all. When Chu Tian was on his way to the Tree of Life tribe, he also saw these strange races. These guys looked like tall trees. Most of the time they were in deep sleep. Occasionally, one or two of them would be awake. They could transform into human bodies and could even walk normally like humans. There was no doubt that these were the Treants. The Treants were an ancient and mysterious race. It's said that the Treants grew from roots buried deep underground after the Tree of Life was destroyed. In a sense, the Treants had a deep relationship with the elves. The Treants had a long lifespan, and it's said that most of them could live for over 10,000 years. After a long period of time, each old Treant was filled with wisdom. Of course, this ancient wisdom had its limits. It was not like the human race's wisdom that could be passed down from generation to generation. Each great sage stood on the shoulders of countless great sages, so all the knowledge and wisdom could be passed down from generation to generation. The Treants had 10,000 years of wisdom, but it was limited to their own comprehension. The two could not be compared. Little Princess Vivian is back. The elven tribe was filled with noise as countless elven children came out from all directions like nimble monkeys. They all stood on the branches of the trees, and each of them had pure eyes as they looked at the returning unicorns. The matter of Vivian had blown up. She had now become the villain of the entire elven tribe. These elven children were very shocked. This Princess Vivian, who played with them every day, actually had the guts to escape the tribe. This was a great crime. Who is that person? Why does he look familiar? Isn't that Chu Tian? The elves were in an uproar. They recognized at a glance that the human riding the unicorn that followed the elves back was the human swordsman they saw in the movies, the brave and righteous Chu Tian. Chu Tian, is that really you? I never thought that I would really see you. Chu Tian, do you speak the elven language? These elven children did not understand the situation at all, and all ran up to greet Chu Tian. A few of them even jumped onto the unicorn that Chu Tian was sitting on. Chu Tian greeted them in fluent elven language. Hello! Wow! The elven children were all stunned. You speak the elven language so well, I thought that humans did not understand the elven language. Chu Tian did not expect that there would be so many little admirers in this place. Chapter 379. Chu Tian had always looked down on the elves from the bottom of his heart. This race with intelligence, not inferior to humans, with a long lifespan and with a long history, had been bullied by the spirit beasts in the end. Why? It was because the elves lacked the awareness of danger in times of peace. It was because the elves had put too many shackles on themselves. It was because the elves were civilized, elegant, and righteous. The elves rarely took the initiative to attack, and they rarely used tricks in battle. Their armies were slow to form, and they were slow to dispatch troops. Most of the battles were passive, and there were several opportunities to eliminate their opponents, but the elves let them go. This was not kindness, but stupidity. The elves always had an 80 to 90% chance of winning against the spirit beasts. But if the elves lost a main force, they wouldn't be able to recover even after several hundred years. If the spirit beasts lost a main force, it would take them around 10 years to form a second one. How could the elves not weaken when fighting like this? But putting aside the race, just based on the elves themselves, Chu Tian was quite fond of them. On this aspect, the elves were rich in beauties, and it was hard to find an ugly person in the entire race. On the other hand, the elves were simple-minded. Almost all of them had personalities like Meng Inying. Chu Tian never thought that he would become a little star in his tribe. It was said that in the Tree of Life tribe, there were at least 300 little elves that could recognize him, and most of the little elves had heard of Chu Tian's name. Because of this, when Chu Tian was imprisoned, he received elven green tea and all kinds of fruits and snacks. Chu Tian, your story is truly shocking. An elven girl opened her innocent eyes wide and said, Are you really a swordsman? I think you're different from the movies. Of course. Chu Tian leaned against the treehouse in a comfortable position, with one hand as a pillow and the other gnawing on a fruit. There was also a large pile of food around him, and a dozen curious little faces were squeezed together outside the small window. These bumpkins, have they never seen a living person before? This was their first time seeing a living human. This little fox is very cute. Is it your pet? That's right. Chu Tian's personal belongings were all confiscated. Only after the elves had checked and determined that there was no danger did the little fox stay by Chu Tian's side. Together with Chu Tian, it was temporarily placed under house arrest. At this moment, the little fox was lying down in the same position as him, grabbing a fruit that was about the same size as its body and gnawing on it. The matter had become so big this time. The two of them were in a precarious situation, yet he was still so daring. The elves had a long lifespan, and because of that they loved life even more. In other words, they were afraid of death. That was why she was surprised by Chu Tian's indifferent attitude. Yesterday, the elven tribe held a hearing, and the elders listed many of your crimes. Aren't you afraid? Chu Tian picked his ear and said lazily, What crime? Tell me about it. The first crime is deceiving an underage elf girl. The second crime is ordering the theft of the tribe's important resources. The third crime is using the elves to participate in the slaughter, making the elves and spirit insects enemies. The fourth crime is... Chu Tian impatiently waved his hand. In short, just put the blame on father. You don't need to say anything else. I'm innocent anyways. Killing me won't change this fact. You're not afraid of death? What is there to be afraid of? Chu Tian fearlessly said. Even if you kill me, a Chu Tian, there are tens of thousands of Chu Tians. But this kind of unfair trial, I, Chu Tian, must resist to the end. I would rather die than submit. The little elf's mind was instantly shaken. In the movie, Chu Tian was the image of an unyielding warrior. At this moment, it was as if the real Chu Tian had overlapped with the image in the movie. This was the Chu Tian they worshipped. How could this kind of person be a bad person with ulterior motives? Chu Tian gave a compassionate sigh. It's a pity my great dream and revenge can't be realized. The little elves were filled with sympathy. The current Chu Tian was like a dreamer with unfulfilled ambitions. They quickly asked, "What dream do you have?" "Actually, my dream is very simple," Chu Tian seriously said. "I want to rely on my hands and wisdom to let the people of the continent live a good life. I also want to lead Inying and the young miss through the plains and into the abyss, exploring the ultimate mysteries of the world." The elves were stunned hearing this. Was this true? One of the elves couldn't help asking, "Does Meng Inying really exist?" Of course. Not only does Inying exist, she has also become good friends with Princess Vivian. Although the elves were a pedantic race, they were naturally kind, but this quality was not that good. This was because it was easier for a race to survive if they were a bit more cunning. The elves all cried out in surprise. Princess Vivian had become friends with Princess Meng Inying? No wonder Vivian wanted to secretly escape the tribe. It was to find these two people. These little elves were quite young, and compared to the adult elves, they were still very curious. However, they were not as courageous as Vivian. Chu Tian said to the little elves, "Actually, I can let you meet her. Her personality is suitable to be friends with the elves. However, I'm about to die, and the elves do not allow elves to be friends with humans. It's a pity, it's a pity." The little elves had a face of melancholy and regret. Chu Tian was drinking the elven green tea while talking to the little elves. His knowledge from 30,000 years ahead was not something the elves could imagine, so he immediately coaxed these little fellows. Everyone was fascinated listening to him. "What are you doing here?" A voice rang out. "Why aren't you moving out of the way?" The little elves were frightened and they all scattered. What was going on? Chu Tian sat up straight. A well-developed adult female elf walked over. She looked like a 30-year-old human, but according to the elf's age, she was at least 160 to 70 years old. This elf's cold temperament was similar to Chinbingyu's, but elves were still elves and their minds were pure. This was the same. Aeldis, the Tree of Life tribe's second elder, was mainly in charge of punishment. Chu Tian was sent to the elven tribe for trial, so of course he had to go through her. The elven trial court is almost ready, and the elven council is sending people to the tribe. Aeldis coldly looked at the locked-up Chu Tian. "Are you ready to accept the elven trial?" Although the elves don't advocate the death penalty, this time the facts are clear and you will most likely be executed. Trying to scare me? I won't fall for that. If he fell into the hands of other races, his future would be uncertain. However, Chu Tian wasn't afraid of the elves at all. According to the efficiency of the race, even if Chu Tian was sentenced to death, the execution would be a year and a half later. If he still couldn't find a way to turn the situation around or escape in such a short time, then he might as well commit suicide. Chu Tian expressionlessly said, "Everyone will die one day, but if my death can drag the entire elven race down, then my death will be worth it." Aeldis disdainfully said, "What right do you have to say that?" "I might be unknown right now, but my name will spread across the continent. At that time, the entire human race and even the entire continent will know that there is a human genius called Chu Tian, and that this genius was killed by a group of hypocritical elves." Chu Tian wasn't modest at all, as he said. At that time, not only will the elves' reputation be damaged, but the humans will also have an excuse to start a war against the elves. I've never seen such a shameless person before. Aeldis gave a snort. The rumors aren't wrong. Humans are all sly, treacherous, and hypocritical people. That's where you're wrong. Anything is possible. Chu Tian changed the topic. How about we make a bet? I can see that you've lived for around 200 years, so you should be quite knowledgeable. If I can beat you, then how about you let me out? Aeldis gave a cold laugh. Then what if you lose? Chu Tian replied, If I lose, then you can ask me to do anything as long as it doesn't go against my principles. Any one thing? Any one thing. Do you have that kind of ability? Although there are many things in this world that I can't do, if you can think of something, I think most of them shouldn't be a problem. Then, if I want a star in the sky, can you pluck it for me? Chu Tian thought for a few minutes. I can. Madman. Aeldis felt that this fellow was a madman. She turned around to leave. Chu Tian saw that she was about to leave and immediately called out, Wait, if I win, you have to let me out. But no matter if I win or lose, I can help you with one thing. Are you satisfied like this? Was there something wrong with this person? Aeldis left without even thinking about it. Hey, don't go, I'm serious. Chu Tian watched as she left and could only curse in his heart. Stupid, this kind of condition. I don't casually give it to others. You actually didn't take advantage of it, and you'll regret it in the future. Chu Tian was locked in the little tree house, helplessly stretching his waist. With the elves' efficiency, he would have to stay here for a while. At this time, a soft voice suddenly entered his ears. Can you really pluck the stars from the sky? Who? Who's talking? Chu Tian carefully looked around and locked onto a little being. He was suddenly stunned. This thing, could it be the legendary flower fairies? There was a little thing that was the size of a finger that was standing by the window. This kind of being was very special. It looked exactly the same as an elf, but other than its small body, it had a pair of small wings. These wings were as thin as a cicada's, and they were shaped like butterflies. They were crystal clear and transparent, looking very beautiful. Chu Tian had seen this race in ancient books before. These little fellows were flower fairies, and they belonged to a branch of the elves, so they were called flower fairies. Don't look at their small size. This race was not weak at all. Chapter 380. The little fox raised its head, and a strange glow appeared in its clear eyes. It seemed like it was very interested in the flower fairies, because the little fox could feel that the flower fairies' little bodies contained a very strong energy. Ayaya, he really never thought of it. This damn place actually had flower fairies. Chu Tian was very surprised by this, just like a treasure hunter finding an unexpected treasure. The flower fairies had several kinds of innate talents, and they themselves were very rare treasures, so they were captured in large amounts by humans in the future and were finally on the verge of extinction. Chu Tian never thought that there would be such a mysterious race in the forest of chaos. The flower fairies had many abilities. The first was healing. The flower fairies' little bodies contained a very strong innate life energy, and they could extract life essence from the earth and plants, using it to heal any animal. If one could tame a flower fairy, it would be equivalent to having several more lives. So just this ability alone was enough to attract people's greed. The second was farming. The flower fairies were natural gardeners, so no matter how hard it was to grow, if the flower fairies took care of it, they would be able to grow it well. Moreover, the flower fairies could increase the growth rate by 10 times. Herbs that took 10 years to mature could be grown in a year. The third was treasure hunting. The flower fairies could communicate with the trees, flowers, and the earth. If there was a treasure hidden in the forest, the flower fairies could easily find it, so they were loved by adventurers. These 3 abilities were confirmed. As for the other abilities of the flower fairies, Chu Tian had heard a few before. For example, the flower fairies themselves were top-quality supplementary materials, and there were many evil alchemists that could directly refine flowers into pills, directly increasing the quality of pills. For example, When refining a half-immortal grade pill, if a flower fairy was added, the pill refined could directly increase its quality to immortal grade. There was no proof for this, but there was a lot of evidence behind it. Because the flower fairies were an innate life form and were bred from the forest's life essence, the flower fairies did not have males, and each flower fairy appeared as a female. They were a very rare innate treasure, but because they did not have the ability to reproduce, there were very few flower fairies. Chu Tian looked over the little flower fairy and decided to establish a good relationship with the flower fairies. "Flower fairy, what is your name?" "Aya, you can actually recognize me? I thought that apart from the elves, no other race on the continent knew of our existence." The little flower fairy revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. She immediately shook her transparent wings and circled around Chu Tian. "I'm called Lulu." The flower fairy left a trail of crystal clear light in the air, which made the little fox scratch a few times. It used its nose to suck the light powder into its body, and its face was filled with an intoxicated look. Lulu was also one of Chu Tian's admirers. The video disc player that Aubersen gave Vivian had been borrowed by the flower fairies for a long time. The flower fairies were a rare race with weak reproductive abilities, so they had a small population. However, in the Tree of Life tribe, they had a very high status. Lulu asked innocently, "Can you really pluck the stars from the sky?" "What's so difficult about it? As long as I build an aircraft that can fly to outer space, then I can open up the outer space mines." Chu Tian patted his chest and said, "This is a piece of cake for me." Lulu revealed a look of shock and worship. "Can you really do anything?" Of course, there were many things in this world that he couldn't do. So to the pure little flower fairy, Chu Tian couldn't boast. He just asked in a curious voice, "What, you don't believe me? My skills are very great. Do you want to give it a try?" Lulu fell into Chu Tian's palm and looked at him with a surprised expression. "How do I try?" Chu Tian looked at the flower fairy in his palm without any vigilance and said, "I can guess the biggest worry of your flower fairy's race." "Is that so? Why don't you tell me? Has the flower fairies always been worried about how to make the Tree of Life seed germinate?" Lulu's eyes suddenly popped open. How did you know? Did the wood elves tell you?" "How could the wood elves tell me this kind of thing?" "Of course not." Chu Tian revealed a profound smile and said, "I also know that the flower fairies have a special ability. You can cultivate any kind of rare plant, but you can't cultivate the Tree of Life seed, am I right?" Lulu nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. The flower fairies have found the Tree of Life seed, but they have been researching it for many generations and have not made any progress. Everyone says that the seed has already died and there is no chance of it germinating. Saying this, Lulu revealed a sad expression, but she immediately said in a worshipful voice, "Are you a prophet? How do you know the secret of the flower fairies?" Chu Tian, of course, was not a prophet, but in the history of the flower fairies, they had successfully cultivated the Tree of Life sapling. It was because of the Tree of Life sapling that caused a large stir and brought a large disaster, causing the flower fairies to be hunted down, and the Tree of Life sapling was stolen by the humans. It was a pity that the humans did not have the ability to cultivate the Tree of Life. So this top grade god grade material withered in the end. This matter had a very deep influence in history and was the fuse for the war between the humans and elves. Of course the humans won in the end. However, later generations of scholars thought that this matter was a large stain on human history, directly destroying the friendship between the humans and elves. Since they met, this kind of regret could not be allowed to repeat itself. Chu Tian said to Lulu, "I have a method to help the flower fairies awaken the Tree of Life seed." "Really?" Lulu's voice instantly increased by several times. "What method is that? Quickly tell Lulu." Chu Tian slowly said, "The Tree of Life seed did not die, it is only in a deep sleep. This is because after the great ancient era, there was no suitable soil for the Tree of Life to grow. So no matter how much effort the flower fairies put into cultivating it, they would return without any results in the end. Actually, it is not hard to awaken the Tree of Life seed. As long as we collect the great ancient aura that has not dissipated from the space and use a special method to pour this aura into the seed, we can awaken the seed. Lulu was confused hearing this. How do we do this? This involves very high-level technology, especially spatial technology. I am very willing to help the flower fairies, but it's a pity that the current me is unable to help. Chu Tian gave a sigh and said, "The Tree of Life is a divine object. Not being able to see it germinate is my regret." Lulu thought about it for a few seconds before flying up. "You don't need to worry, I will think of a way. I definitely won't let the wood elves kill you. I promise." After saying this, the little flower fairy charged out the window and instantly disappeared. The little fox rolled its eyes. Its master really knew how to trick little girls. But thinking of the smell of the flower fairies, it couldn't help licking it. If it could eat a few flower fairies, it would definitely be able to evolve. "Don't mess around." Chu Tian knocked the fox's head. "The flower fairies have a deep relationship with the elves. Do you want to become enemies with the elves?" The little fox gave a snort and spat out a mouthful of saliva in disdain. If it didn't want to eat, then it didn't. What was the big deal? Actually, compared to the little flower fairies, the fox was more interested in the Tree of Life. Although it knew that its master liked to trick people, his abilities weren't bad. Since he had made a solemn promise, perhaps he really could cultivate a Tree of Life. After a few days, Aeldis brought Chu Tian out. The elven court had already been set up. Chu Tian was going to be judged by the elves as a suspect. The ancient Tree of Life tribe had not opened the elven court in 300 years. Because of Princess Vivian's relationship this time, it had attracted the attention of the tribe. When Chu Tian arrived at the elven court, he was stunned for a while. The elven court was in a strange forest, and there were several dozen giant trees scattered around it. Each tree was as thick as 20 people wrapping their arms around it, and they were like tall houses rising from the ground. There were many natural structures on the tree trunks that were filled with elves, and there were many elves standing on the branches. This tedious and complicated ceremony lasted for 2 hours before Chu Tian and Vivian were brought out. The surrounding elves were all discussing. It was the first time most of them had seen a human. When those young elven children saw Chu Tian appear, they were all very excited, but they were also very worried. On the tallest tree in the center, an elven old man stood up, and beside him were several elders of the Tree of Life tribe. This should be the main judge of this trial. "I am the Elven Council's Vice Speaker Ulysses." This old elf gave a simple introduction. "Under the witness of the forest and life god, we will now begin the Elven Court's trial." Chu Tian was a bit impatient. "We'll first ask the victim, the Tree of Life's third elder, Aubersen, to come out." The elven elder Aubersen came out. He saw the little princess staring at him, and his heart couldn't help feeling a bit apprehensive. However, she was still a victim, and the little princess was too arrogant. If he didn't teach her a lesson this time, she would definitely cause trouble in the future. Chu Tian was already very impatient. The elves had too long of a lifespan, doing everything slowly. When could they be more efficient? At this time, several thumping sounds came from all around them. The elves all looked over in surprise and saw incomparably tall Trance slowly walking over. Ulysses asked in a surprised voice, "Why has the noble Trance suddenly come?" The Trance normally did not move, and most of the time they were motionless. Who would have thought that they would come today? Just as everyone was astonished, the leader of the Trance said bluntly, "This human is a guest of the Trant tribe. We do not wish to be accused of any crimes." When these words were said, the entire elven race was stunned. The elves had prepared for many days, doing their homework and collecting evidence. When they were finally about to have a fair and just trial, a group of Trants suddenly appeared, making everyone feel shocked. That's right, I'm here to supervise the trial. If Chu Tian is not guilty, don't think of making it hard for him." Several flower fairies flew out from the trance. "He is also a guest of us flower fairies." Chapter 381. This was definitely Lulu's help. The flower fairies had a very close relationship with the trance, so if Lulu told the trance about Chu Tian's matter, the trance would not sit idly by. Since there was someone supporting him, he had less to worry about. Chu Tian wanted to retreat completely, but it seemed like he couldn't just retreat completely. He had to at least obtain a bit more benefits. The elven trial began. An elf loudly said, "Vivian secretly left the tribe and went to a human kingdom, not returning for an entire 2 months. We even have evidence that Vivian participated in the human and spirit beast wars and killed a spirit beast kingdom's king. This is a serious violation of the ancestors' teachings, and the evidence is conclusive. She will be imprisoned for at least 50 years. He paused before saying, "Vivian stole the tribe elder Aubersen's immortal herb and gave it to the human Chu Tian. She even joined Chu Tian's organization, degrading herself and working for the humans, damaging the elven race's image. Then he led the humans back to the Forest of Chaos to fight with the spirit insects, killing several descendants of the Spider Queen Alexis, worsening the relationship between the elves and the spirit insects. This is very detrimental to the elven diplomacy, so he should be locked up for at least 100 years. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Vivian is the Elven King's youngest daughter, but she did not set an example, instead corrupting the elven culture. She has a very bad influence, so I recommend that she be heavily punished. She will be permanently stripped of her princess status and be imprisoned for 200 years. 200 years. The elves all sucked in a cold breath. Vivian, these accusations. Ulysses asked in a low voice, "What do you want to say?" Even for the elves, 200 years was half a lifetime. There were very few elves that received this kind of heavy punishment. Vivian's face was a bit pale, but she clenched her teeth and gave a snort, looking like she didn't care at all. Although Vivian has violated the tribe's rules, something rarely seen in the past 100 years. But for Princess Vivian to do this kind of thing, the human Chu Tian cannot escape his responsibility. Now it was time to settle accounts with Chu Tian. Vivian stole the immortal herb and gave it to Chu Tian. The person who invited Vivian to join the human company was also Chu Tian. Vivian being involved in the war between the humans and the spirit beasts as well as the spirit insects was all because of Chu Tian. Human abductions and robberies of elves have happened all over the continent. Raping, humiliating, and even forcing elves to engage in the filthy trade of flesh is not uncommon. This was something that all elves abhorred, and Chu Tian's method of using Vivian was exactly the same, so he had to be severely punished. I suggest the death penalty. The elves discussed with each other for a few minutes before they all nodded. If Vivian's sentence was heavier, then there was no objection to Chu Tian's sentence. This damned human was truly despicable. To actually use the pure and kind elf clan, this was simply unforgivable. These old elves had seen too many evil deeds. It was common for elves to be captured by human traffickers in the forest, and after these human traffickers caught elves, most of them would be sold to human countries. In the eyes of the elves, humans were a dirty race without a bottom line. Although the elves did not have any grudges against the humans, they did not like the human race at all. In their eyes, the humans that came into contact with the elves all had dirty intentions, so their motives towards Vivian were not pure. Letting the elves suffer this kind of storm, even if they were killed several times, it would be hard to recover from the negative effects. Ulysses said to Chu Tian, "Human, the elves are a just race. I'll give you a chance to defend yourself." "Defend my ass." The elves' faces fell. Chu Tian broke out in laughter. "I've long heard of the elves' stupidity. I've finally seen it today. No wonder the elves are declining on the continent. Not to mention comparing to humans. You spirit beasts can't even compare to them. Otherwise, how could you do such a stupid thing? Destroying your own city walls while feeling superior. The elves were instantly angered. What kind of noble and proud race was this? Being compared to spirit beasts, this was no longer an insult. This was a naked provocation. Ulysses had no expression on his face as he lightly said, "You arrogantly insulted the noble elves. Adding another crime to your crime does not help. It can only add another crime to it. I advise you to be careful with your words. You don't have many chances left." Noble, righteous, elegant, kind. The elves always like to label themselves. Chu Tian was not servile as he fearlessly said, "What I see is a group of short-sighted, pedantic people who do not think of progress, comfortable with their current situation, only immersed in their long history, not daring to face the future, cowards. The most laughable thing is that these cowards want to make these damn rules to restrict and persecute the true pioneers of the race, persecuting the true heroes of the race, like Princess Vivian." Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Vivian herself was stunned. When did she become the elves' hero? Was she the pioneer of the elves' reform? Did this have anything to do with money? Ulysses stood up. "Nonsense. Since you've given up the chance to defend yourself, don't blame the elves for not giving you a chance." Someone. "Sir Vice Speaker." Chu Tian's words were sharp as he pointed at Ulysses. "I only want to ask you one question. Looking at your appearance, you should be over 600 years old, but you've lived for so many years. What have you done for the elves? What changes have you made to the elves with your high position?" Ulysses was a bit speechless as he said with a slight frown, "My race pursues freedom and rule by doing nothing. How could you vain humans understand that? The spirit beasts have almost crippled the elves, and you still want to rule by doing nothing? Since you want to rule by doing nothing, then what is the Elven Council for? You should just disband it." Chu Tian's words became sharper and sharper, immersed in your race's past glory and immersed in your sense of superiority. The ones who are truly vain are you elves, not abdicating your position, harming others and yourself. Do you really need to exterminate your race to wake up? Ulysses was finally angered. Even if the elves had good tempers, they still couldn't take Chu Tian's repeated insults. "All right, then I want to ask you, what does Vivian's actions mean to the elves?" Chu Tian passionately said to Vivian, "Princess Vivian was moved by the elves and decided to find a way to save the elves. Finally, through Miracle Commerce's products, she learned of our new era's technology. In order to bring new technology to the elves, Vivian did not hesitate to steal an immortal herb and traveled tens of thousands of kilometers to save me." He told the whole story with embellished details. "I am a southern summer human. I did not know anything about the elven forest and did not know Princess Vivian. I was moved by Vivian's sincerity, so I took in Princess Vivian and taught her a high-level cultivation technique, as well as the world's best technology. Vivian knew the strict rules of the elves, so she hid in southern summer. She wanted to learn a peerless cultivation technique and master the best technology before coming back to lead the elves in a revolution. Who would have thought that our hearts were filled with sincerity? How could we be as dirty as you think?" The elves were all speechless. Without waiting for the elves to speak, Chu Tian righteously asked, "Please use your brain that hasn't been used for several hundred years to think about it. The southern summer country is only a small country. How can I attract Princess Vivian? I am only in the awakened soul realm, and we are tens of thousands of kilometers apart. I can't even pass through the forest of chaos with my strength. So how could I trick the elves in the forest?" Ulysses knit his brows. "Then how did Vivian know of your existence?" Vivian was in the fourth true spirit layer and could be considered an expert even in the forest of chaos. How could someone with this kind of strength be tricked by an awakened soul realm cultivator? This was a completely unreasonable matter. Chu Tian coldly said, "Then you'll have to ask an elven elder." At this time, some elves around them called out. It was Elder Auberson who brought the video disc player back to the tribe. We all met Chu Tian from the video disc player. Aubersen revealed an awkward expression. The reason why Vivian knew Chu Tian was because of him. Ulysses asked Aubersen, "What is going on with this matter?" Reporting to the vice speaker, when I was passing through Southern Xia, I found something different from Southern Xia, so I brought it back as a gift for the princess. I never thought that it would develop like this. Ulysses then asked, "Vivian, what did you do in the 2 months you were with the humans?" Vivian looked at Chu Tian with a questioning gaze. Chu Tian nodded at her, and she boldly said, "I have been secretly cultivating the top spatial cultivation technique Chu Tian taught me. Void escaping. I have also been learning the space warehouse." Spatial cultivation technique? The elves were all shocked. Vivian never had a suitable cultivation technique for herself. This was something everyone knew. Could it be that she had already grasped a spatial cultivation technique? This was simply impossible. How rare was a spatial cultivation technique? How could a human take it out? Ulysses then asked, "What is this space warehouse?" "Before I was captured, I was a spatial engineer for Miracle Commerce." Vivian proudly stuck out her chest. "I had already developed a space warehouse and wanted to complete a second one. Then I asked Chu Tian for permission to bring this space warehouse back for my clansmen to use. In the end, before the second space warehouse was completed, I was captured by you all." Vivian carefully explained the characteristics of the space warehouse to the elves. The elves all sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Aeldis and Aubersen all stared with wide eyes. How could there be this kind of magical technology in this world? Could it be that the humans had already progressed to this level? If it really was like this, the elves should really reflect on themselves. They clearly had tens of thousands of years of history, but they had been thrown this far by the humans. I've decided to take back the space warehouse. From now on, I won't share any technology with the elves. Chu Tian directly said, "As for the cultivation technique I'll give to the princess, I'll treat it as repayment for the medicine. If you want to kill me now, then do as you wish. I believe that after I die 100 years, the humans will take revenge for me and flatten the elves of the Forest of Chaos. And the elves will forever be marked as a disgrace in history because of their ingratitude, filthy, and narrow-mindedness." Vivian's body trembled. How could she know that Chu Tian was purposely provoking the elves? "You've ruined everything. It's all ruined by you." She didn't have any reaction, even when the elves announced that she would be locked up for 200 years. But now she began to cry. She angrily shouted, I'm ashamed to be associated with you all. Just lock me up for 1,000 years. I don't want to see you all anymore." Chapter 382. When the miracle commerce technology spread across the continent, Chu Tian would become a great sage in the history of the human race. Then what Chu Tian said would most likely happen. If they killed Chu Tian now, the elves would be cursed by the entire race, and it would become an excuse for the humans to attack the elves in the future. This matter could happen in 100 years, and 100 years to the elves was not a long time. Aeldis thought of what Chu Tian said 2 days ago. She thought this human was just spouting nonsense, but now it seemed like it was possible. Did the elves really want to take this kind of risk to kill Chu Tian? The Tree of Life tribe's third elder Aubersen had been to Southern Xia before, and he had seen all kinds of magical products in Southern Xia. When he heard Chu Tian's words, his heart couldn't help turning cold. "Sir Vice Speaker, I suggest we stop here. As for the nature of this case, we should discuss it and collect evidence before making a decision." "All right." Ulysses couldn't make a decision for a moment. "We'll stop here for today." Chu Tian was not locked up by the elves. Rather, he was taken away by the Treant and Flower Fairies. Vivian saw Chu Tian sitting on the Treant and being escorted away by a group of Flower Fairies, making her feel incomparably defeated. She hadn't been in miracle commerce for a long time, but this was the first thing she loved from the bottom of her heart. If she lost it because of the elves, it would be an unprecedented blow to Vivian. Princess Vivian. Aeldis walked in front of Vivian. The vice speaker wants you to go over and explain everything clearly. Vivian angrily shouted, "What is there to explain?" The elves looked at each other in blank dismay. The Trent's size was related to their strength and age. In normal situations, the larger they were, the longer they lived and the stronger they were. When Chu Tian was brought to the Treant tribe, he immediately saw a 100-meter-tall Treant standing in front of him. It was like a towering mountain that he couldn't see the top of. Its branches were covered in dense leaves. Each leaf was bright like jade and emitted an incomparably vigorous life force. The Trent's legs were deeply rooted in the soil, as if it hadn't moved an inch for hundreds of years. Its wrinkled face was filled with the vicissitudes of time. The guardian of the forest, the leader of the Treants, Cenarius. This was an old Treant that had lived for over 10,000 years. With a casual slap, even a true spirit expert would be turned into meat paste. Not to mention, the Treants were not a race that relied on brute force. It was hard to imagine the power accumulated in a 10,000-year-old Treant. Cenarius possessed unimaginable wisdom, and even the Elven King had to show him respect. "You're so brave." Lulu brought a group of flower fairies to circle around Chu Tian. In today's situation, you actually dared to impolitely teach the elves a lesson. It really broadened my horizons. But in recent years, the elves have been in a bad situation, so I hope you'll wake up. Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders. "Wake up my ass. If they could be changed that easily, would they still be elves? The elves were naturally like this. It wouldn't have any use." Chu Tian walked in front of Cenarius and gave him a very polite bow. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Respected guardian of the forest, Cenarius, what orders do you have for this one?" Cenarius was one of the legends of the forest. No matter who it was, they would be very nervous when they saw Cenarius, but Chu Tian did not show any discomfort at all. Rather, his expression was calm and his words were appropriate, just like he was talking to an old friend. This made Lulu feel very impressed. "Young human." A deep and wise old voice seemed to come from the earth. "Your words about the elves are too extreme. The elves are not a race that likes to fight, so I'm afraid they cannot accept your point of view." Cenarius was a powerful Treant. As long as he wanted to, he could hear all sounds within several thousand miles, so he knew everything that happened in the elven court. Chu Tian calmly said, "The continent has been in turmoil since ancient times, but what is the reason? Is it a struggle for resources or land? No. All living beings in this world are born greedy, so they fight. They are born selfish, so they become thieves. They are born with ears and eyes, so they are infatuated with pleasures. They are born cruel, so they are destined to kill and kill. In such an environment, how could the elven clan be pure and clean? When the elves truly wake up, it will already be too late. Although my words are sharp, they are painstaking for the elves." Cenarius didn't comment on Chu Tian's words. "Your experience and wisdom are completely inconsistent with your age. It seems like you are hiding a secret that no one knows about. Could it be that this old thing saw something?" This was an old thing that had lived for over 10,000 years. Although Chu Tian thought highly of himself, in front of this kind of wisdom, he didn't dare be careless. But the Treants have never interfered with the elves. Cenarius seemed like he wasn't interested in this matter at all. "Today I've invited the Treants as guests. I won't talk about the elves or right or wrong. I just want to talk about the matter of the Tree of Life seed. I've heard from the flower fairies that you have a way to awaken the seed. How confident are you?" Chu Tian thought about it and said, "The Tree of Life seed is an innate divine object. It won't die easily. However, wanting to awaken it is not an easy matter. Although I have a certain amount of confidence, I am not 100% sure. I have to give it a try first." The Tree of Life was very important to the flower fairies, Treants, and elves. If they could revive the Tree of Life, the survival of the three races would greatly increase. Chu Tian was a human in the end, should they believe him or not. Cenarius did not directly state his position. The tree of life has never been seen by an outsider. So how do you know the characteristics of the tree of life? I've obtained a fragment of an ancient god's memory by chance. There are many things about the great ancient era recorded inside, as well as some secrets and records about the tree of life. From this crystal, I naturally understand the characteristics of the tree of life. Combined with my research in the spatial domain, I believe this is a very effective method. An ancient god's memory crystal? The Treants were very shocked. The spiritual gods had been dead for countless years. For this human to obtain a memory crystal of a spiritual god, this was truly a great opportunity. Chu Tian was very interested in the Treants because they were a strong ally. If he could obtain the Trent's support, miracle commerce would be able to move freely in the forest. So Chu Tian had already prepared all kinds of excuses and tricks. He wanted to trick the Treants bit by bit, even if this was not an easy matter. After all, the Trent's 10,000 years of wisdom was not just for show. Miracle commerce, the flower fairies, and the Treants, if the three of us work together, it is completely possible for us to replant the ancient tree of life. The flower fairies Lulu and the others immediately nodded. They were at their wits' end. If they had Chu Tian help, this might not be a bad idea. The ancient tree of life had an inconceivable creative power. If they could replant the tree of life, it would definitely have a large impact. This would fulfill the dream of the Treants, flower fairies, and elves for tens of thousands of years. Chu Tian believed that this was a cooperation that he could not refuse. As long as the Treants nodded, miracle commerce would have a chance to rely on this mountain. As for the elves, you don't care about me, I don't care about you. This matter, I have to think about it. Who would have thought that Cenarius would suddenly not say anything? Lulu, take the guest for a walk nearby. Chu Tian slightly knit his brows. This old Treant did not play his cards according to common sense. So Chu Tian could not do anything about it. Cenarius did not want to say anything, but Chu Tian could not force him. He could only say, "Then I'll say my goodbyes." Lulu circled around Chu Tian in a very lively manner. Chu Tian, the Treant forest is not fun at all. I'll bring you to the flower fairies' garden to have a look. There will definitely be something you like there. The flower fairies have never had guests before, so everyone will definitely welcome you. Chu Tian's heart slightly skipped a beat. The flower fairies were famous for their divine planting skills. This flower fairies' garden was definitely a treasure trove that normal people would not have a chance to touch. If Chu Tian had this chance, how could he give it up? The depression from not being able to sway the Treants was swept away. All right, Chu Tian said with a nod, then let's go to the flower fairies' garden to have a look. Lulu revealed a smile and quickly circled around twice. She immediately flapped her wings to lead the way. The elven tribe, the Treant forest, and the flower fairies' garden. These three places formed a triangle, but there was a relatively large empty space in the center. Chu Tian asked in a curious voice, "Why is there an uninhabited forest between the three races?" Lulu slowed down and stuck close to Chu Tian's side as she said, "You must be talking about the Lost Forest. No one is allowed to enter that place because, although the Lost Forest is not big, there are often illusions in the forest. Once any animal is trapped in an illusion, they will be completely lost and will never be able to come out. There's actually this kind of thing." Chu Tian was suddenly a bit excited. Are there ancient ruins or secret realms in the forest? That's not it. Lulu shook her head and said, "This is because there is a special or hidden in the Lost Forest. This or can directly interfere with one's mind, so people can't escape from an illusion." Geological reason? He was happy for nothing. But then again, this was a material that could directly interfere with one's mind, which meant that it was a spiritual attributed material. Even a powerful creature like the elves would be affected by this, or which meant that the energy contained in this was very strong. Lulu saw that Chu Tian was deep in thought and couldn't help asking in a curious voice, "What are you thinking about?" "Oh, nothing much." You should know that I am a scholar, and as a scholar, I have a strong desire to explore and learn." Chu Tian rubbed his chin and said, "When I heard you talk about the special scene in the Lost Forest, I couldn't help being a bit curious. What kind of material could cause this kind of interference?" "So it's like this." Lulu thought for a few seconds before saying, "Then I'll bring you in to see. Isn't this a forbidden area? It's no matter, the flower fairies have different physiques, so they can resist the illusion. Lulu often goes in to collect nectar, so there won't be any safety problems." Chapter 383. The flower fairies did not have an upper limit to their lifespan. As long as they were not killed by an external force or their living environment was destroyed, the flower fairies could live forever. They would never grow old or fall sick. It was unknown how many years the surrounding flower fairies had lived for, but they were as pure as children. Now, with Lulu leading the several dozen flower fairies, they had already treated Chu Tian as a good friend. His shoulders, his head, and his clothes were all occupied by them. These little things were even easier to deceive than the elves, not having any vigilance at all. If Chu Tian had any bad intentions, these fellows would not be on guard against him at all. The Lost Forest is in front of us. Chu Tian looked through the dense shrubs, and the forest in front of him was covered in a layer of fog. Chu Tian could feel that there was a very strong energy mixed in the fog. Pooh! The little fox was like a dog that smelled a meat bun as it suddenly jumped out of Chu Tian's clothes. Its two black eyes flashed with a look of surprise as it jumped out of Chu Tian's body into the shrubs. Lulu quickly shouted, "Aya, it's dangerous!" The fog in the Lost Forest was very dangerous. The spiritual energy radiating from the ground had been accumulated in the fog for thousands of years. Therefore, this fog was very destructive. Whether it was the elves, the treants, the demon beasts, or the insects, as long as they were living beings, as long as they had a thought, they would be affected by the spiritual energy and be forever lost in here. Lulu wanted to save the little fox, but she missed. The little fox turned into a mass of fog and teleported into the forest. The little fox stood in the fog and did not react at all. Rather, it opened its mouth and took a deep breath. The fog in the surrounding several dozen meters was all swallowed into the little fox's stomach. Lulu looked at the little fox with wide eyes. Why does this little animal have this kind of ability? It's not a normal fox. There's no need to worry. Let's go. Chu Tian swaggered into the misty forest. The flower fairies surrounded Chu Tian, sprinkling large amounts of crystal pollen from their bodies. Chu Tian only smelled a refreshing fragrance, and his mind immediately became clear, like he had just been washed in ice water. The flower fairies really did have some skill. Chu Tian breathed in the pollen released by the flower fairies. Not only was he not affected by the illusion, he felt his cultivation increase. This pollen could be considered a miracle medicine. Actually, whether it was Chu Tian or that damn fox, they both had special abilities and spiritual energy could not affect them. However, with the little flower fairy's special treatment, Chu Tian was happy to enjoy it, so he swaggered inside. This was the place where the ancient tree of life grew, so it was where the spiritual veins of the continent intersected. The spiritual energy here was very rich, so the treants, elves, and flower fairies lived here. In the surrounding forest, there were countless rare herbs and materials. If the other areas had been harvested by the elves, then the dense fog forest was undoubtedly a virgin land. For thousands of years, not many elves had set foot here. The flower fairies would at most gather dew and nectar. They would never gather materials. When Chu Tian walked into the dense fog forest, the ground was covered in herbs. There were very few level 2 herbs. Most of them were level 3 elixirs, and there were even level 4 elixirs. Chu Tian stepped on a patch of grass and casually picked up a blade of grass. This grass looked very normal, but its roots were very thick and long, containing a dense spiritual energy. Blissful grass. Chu Tian recognized this grass. This kind of grass could be made into a kind of hallucinogen, which could be mixed with tobacco leaves or taken directly. In the end, it would be replaced with a strong mental stimulation, making people feel unparalleled pleasure. So it was a very valuable enjoyment item. This was a good thing. When Chu Tian traveled the continent in the past, he had seen it in a few royal families. The price of a single bag of high-quality blissful grass was enough to buy a city of several million people in a small kingdom. The grass Chu Tian was standing on had over 1,000,000 stalks of high-quality blissful grass, all of which were several hundred years old. If this grass was flattened, a country like the southern summer country could buy several of them. The blissful grass was the most common herb in the lost forest. The little fox didn't even look at it. It burrowed into a shrub and grabbed a plant that looked like ginseng. The moment it pulled it out, it immediately discovered that the root of the herb was shaped like a human. Not only did it look like a human, it was almost like a living creature. Its 4 limbs were constantly struggling, and it emitted a destructive spiritual sound wave from its mouth. Level 2 half immortal herb, morning ginseng. Chu Tian didn't have time to stop it before the little fox swallowed it into its stomach. Then it used its 4 limbs to find another good herb. Chu Tian's nose almost went crooked from his anger. This fellow really didn't have the awareness of a pet. Chu Tian didn't have a way to stop it, so he could only swallow his anger and walk through the forest. At worst, he would think of a way to dig some out of this fellow's stomach. We can see the or mine in front of us. Lulu flew forward, and wherever it went, it would scatter pollen, guiding Chu Tian forward. In this kind of environment, divine sense was useless, so he could only rely on the flower fairy to lead the way. Chu Tian stepped over the top-quality herbs on the ground, but he was suddenly stunned because Chu Tian finally saw they were mine. This was clearly a crystal mine, and it was very rich, with large amounts of crystals being exposed to the surface. These were crystal bamboo shoots that looked like bamboo shoots. This kind of crystal stone that hadn't been refined was very rare in the natural world. It could only mean that the ore was very large and the purity was very high. It could even skip the purification step, and it could be used as long as it was dug out. Lulu said to Chu Tian, "There are ores all over the ground, and these ores are filled with spiritual energy. The flower fairies and tree ants don't know how to use them, and the elves don't know how to use them. So this mine has been left here for thousands of years with no one caring for it." Chu Tian walked in front of a crystal bamboo shoot. The naturally formed crystal bamboo shoot was square-shaped. Although it wasn't a regular shape, this kind of large and pure or still made Chu Tian feel very shocked. The most important thing was that this was a spiritual attributed material. The spiritual attributed was one of the rare attributes. No matter what kind of spiritual material it was very, very precious. Only this era's technology was lacking, so they hadn't found a way to use it yet. Chu Tian reached out and placed his hand on the spiritual energy. Lulu quickly said, "Be careful, the spiritual energy inside is very strong. If it invades your body, you'll suffer a disaster. Relax, I have a way to overcome it." The instant Chu Tian placed his hand on the crystal bamboo shoot, he felt his body tremble. A large amount of fog appeared around him, and the entire world became silent. The flower fairies were gone. The forest was gone. The sky was gone. The earth was gone. There was only a world of white fog. This was the spiritual world created by the crystal bamboo shoot's spiritual energy. However, the crystal bamboo shoot's spiritual nature was neutral, so it didn't create nightmares, nor did it create beautiful fantasies. There was only a vast expanse of white fog. This spiritual power was so powerful that it could make people sink into it forever and eventually die of exhaustion. The crystal bamboo shoots in the lost forest were even more dangerous than high-voltage electricity. As long as a normal person touched them, large amounts of spiritual energy would enter their body and cover their mind, blocking all senses and thoughts. Even if they were saved by their companions, they would forever be in a vegetative state. So strong, so strong. I never thought that I would encounter such a high-quality spiritual crystal. With a thought from Chu Tian, The nine-eyed demon god's energy came out, and the incomparably thick, white fog instantly evaporated. Chu Tian returned to the lost forest, and he took his hand off the crystal. Lulu looked at Chu Tian in surprise. She was very curious why Chu Tian wasn't affected at all. "Can I dig out a piece to study? You don't need to be this polite. Not to mention things that no one wants. Even if it's an important crystal. As long as you want it, the flower fairies will give it to you, without any hesitation." Chu Tian smiled slightly and did not say anything else. He immediately dug out the 10-kilogram spirit crystal. He found a large piece of leaf and wrapped the spirit crystal around it a few times. This way, he could avoid direct contact with the spirit crystal, which would cause his mind to be affected. "All right, I've already seen it. Now, let's go see the flower fairies' home." All right. The flower fairies happily flew around Chu Tian a few times and immediately led Chu Tian away from the lost forest. When Chu Tian arrived at the flower fairies' garden, the scene made Chu Tian dumbfounded. The flower fairies lived in a sea of flowers. The mountains and valleys were all filled with different colored flowers, with the big ones being the size of a house and the small ones being the size of a grain of rice. There were some that were as pure as a crystal and some that were as noble as emeralds. There were many beautiful purples and reds that were very shocking. There was a thick fragrance from the hundreds of flowers that made people feel like they were walking in a dream world. There were several hundred flower fairies moving through the garden. The flower fairies did not live in houses, but rather in the blooming flowers. Each flower fairy was in the shape of a little girl, and they were flapping their transparent wings, dancing like butterflies in the flowers. Wherever they flew, there would be a large amount of glowing dust. Chu Tian said in a very shocked voice, "This is too beautiful." The flower fairies were very pure creatures. When Lulu and the others heard Chu Tian's praise, they all revealed smiles and immediately led Chu Tian into the garden. When the other flower fairies knew that Chu Tian had arrived, they all gathered around him. Just like several hundred beautiful butterflies, they surrounded Chu Tian and pulled Chu Tian to the flower fairies' place as a guest. The humans of this era did not know of the existence of these flower fairies, so they did not have any guard against humans at all, although the elves were also kind creatures. In comparison, Chu Tian liked the flower fairies more because the flower fairies were simple and did not have any etiquette. They were as pure as crystals and were not complicated like the elves. This kind of race would be heavily persecuted by humans in the near future. When the flower fairies used the power of their race to cultivate the world tree sapling, they were deceived by humans, causing the sapling to be taken away. Countless flower fairies were captured and trained as slaves by humans, and there were even some flower fairies that were turned into pill materials by alchemists. Finally, this pure race became extinct. None of this had happened yet. Since he came to this era, Chu Tian needed to change these matters. Chapter 384. No one on the continent could compare to the flower fairies in terms of planting, so there were all kinds of heaven and earth treasures in the garden. There was no lack of immortal grade treasures, so it was no wonder the humans liked to invade the flower fairies' territory. Not only were the flower fairies themselves very valuable, the area they lived in was a natural treasure house. The flower fairies did not need to cultivate, so these treasures had no use to them. It was purely a hobby, so they would send out large amounts of precious gifts to their elven friends every year. Now that Chu Tian was a guest in the flower fairies' tribe, naturally he was warmly received. Chu Tian was sitting in a 100-flowers field, surrounded by beautiful and cute little flower fairies. These little beings had been here for thousands of years, and they had never been more than 100 kilometers away. They had only seen the silent and intelligent tree ants and the lively and friendly elves, but they had never seen a race from outside the continent. Chu Tian was the only outsider that had come to the flower fairies' garden in thousands of years. Most of the flower fairies had watched Miracle Commerce's movies before, so they were not unfamiliar with Chu Tian's appearance. Rather, they had a very familiar feeling. Therefore, When Chu Tian came to the flower fairy's garden, almost all the flower fairies ran over to see him. With a rough estimate, there were at least 2,000 flower fairies living in the garden. This was a very large number for the rare flower fairies. After all, the flower fairies were innate life forms. They could not reproduce after birth. Each one was a treasure bred by the forest. This is the fairy wine. Only the flower fairies' best friends can taste it. Several flower fairies worked together to bring over a flower. The 7 colored petals were tightly packed, releasing a dense vitality. The flower bud was blooming, and there was a gentle glow coming from it, as well as a liquid flowing inside. Chu Tian took in a soft breath. Suddenly, an incredible energy spread throughout his body. He felt as if every pore in his body had opened up, and every cell seemed to have been infused with an unprecedented life force. Just the aura had such a strong effect. It was not inferior to taking a sacred herb. If Chu Tian's guess wasn't wrong, this fairy wine was brewed with at least 3 kinds of immortal herbs. Otherwise, how could it have such a strong effect? Immortal herb, that was an immortal herb. Even in a place like the Forest of Chaos, immortal herbs were very rare. Otherwise, the elven tribe wouldn't be in such a mess after losing a piece of longevity grass. What a waste! What a waste! Using celestial treasures to brew wine. This winemaking method was so ordinary. Not even a tenth of the value of a stalk of medicine could be developed. And more than half of a few stalks of immortal medicine were wasted just like that. If this wasn't a waste of heavenly resources, then what was it for? Chu Tian raised his cup and emptied it in one gulp. The fairy wine brewed by the flower essence did not have the slightest taste of ordinary alcohol. It only had an incomparably rich fragrance of 100 flowers. That kind of wonderful and joyful feeling was definitely not something that ordinary wine could bring, because this kind of experience had long since surpassed the senses, entering deep into the heart, the spirit, and the soul. Chu Tian felt that every cell in his body was filled with dense spiritual energy. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a precious medicine that absorbed the spiritual energy of all living things. When his spirit energy received an unprecedented nourishment and replenishment, it instantly soared by leaps and bounds. This, Chu Tian felt that his pores were overflowing with profound qi, and his whole body was like an inflated balloon, almost unable to bear the sudden spiritual pressure. The flower fairies flew around Chu Tian and reached out their hands to Chu Tian. A mark lit up on each flower fairy's forehead, allowing all the energy to flow back into Chu Tian's body. Chu Tian could clearly feel that there was a gentle energy entering his body, helping Chu Tian transform the large amount of spiritual energy into spirit energy. This transformation efficiency was even higher than Chu Tian's own. Truly not bad. Other than healing, alchemy, and treasure hunting abilities, the flower fairies were actually perfect assistants for cultivation. If there were flower fairies by his side to help him cultivate, not only would they provide spiritual energy, it would increase the chances of breaking through bottlenecks. It would also greatly increase his cultivation efficiency, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Chu Tian immediately sat down and began to refine the fairy wine. The spirit energy in his body wildly surged, going from the 8th awakened soul layer to the peak 8th awakened soul layer. Finally, it directly broke through the bottleneck. A powerful and dignified energy instantly covered the entire flower fairy garden. Large amounts of illusions appeared in the sky, like there was a 9-eyed demon god holding a black burning demon god's blade piercing into the sky. Such a strong pressure, such a strong aura. The flower fairies were all stunned. There seemed to be an incomparably strong energy hidden in Chu Tian's body. In the Treant forest, Cenarius opened his eyes again. When he saw the strange phenomenon in the flower fairy garden, this old Treant that had lived for 10,000 years actually revealed a look of shock and disbelief. Although he could sense that this human wasn't ordinary, he didn't expect him to be this strong. This potential was the most terrifying that Cenarius had ever seen in his life. In his long memory, he couldn't find anyone that could match it. Elven tribe. Vivian first demonstrated the void-escaping cultivation technique, which made the elven elders feel an unprecedented shock. This special and incomparably creative spatial movement technique was a miraculous existence. Vivian had just cultivated it for 2 months without using any materials, so she had not reached the small success realm. She could ignore any attack that wasn't in the 4th true spirit layer. There was a very important keyword. It wasn't defending against attacks. It was ignoring attacks. There was a fundamental difference between the two. A true spirit cultivator could easily block a body refinement cultivator's attack, and even if 1,000 body refinement cultivators surrounded them, they wouldn't be able to kill a true spirit cultivator. But no matter how weak a body refinement cultivator's attack was, a true spirit cultivator would still consume spirit energy to block it. 1,000 body refinement cultivators couldn't kill a true spirit cultivator. 2,000, 3,000, 10,000, 100,000? Once a true spirit cultivator ran out of spirit energy, they weren't any stronger than normal people. Low-level cultivators could use numbers to kill high-level cultivators. But it was different when cultivating the void escaping. Vivian was no longer defending against low-level cultivators' attacks. Rather, she was avoiding them on a spatial level, ignoring any cultivators' attacks. As long as they didn't reach the upper limit, it didn't matter how many there were. Vivian could ignore attacks from cultivators below the 4th true spirit layer. This meant that even if she passed through an army of 1,000,000, she wouldn't be injured at all. Even if there were 1,000,000 first and 2nd true spirit layer cultivators attacking her, as long as the attack was strong enough to break the spatial barrier, then no matter how many there were or how long the attack lasted, it wouldn't matter. Not only would Vivian not be injured at all, she wouldn't even consume a bit of spirit energy. What a mysterious cultivation technique. What a sensational effect. If it was cultivated to the large success realm, with Vivian's cultivation in the 4th true spirit layer, she would be immune to attacks in the 7th or 8th true spirit layer. Vivian had an innate spatial attack. Others couldn't attack her, but she could attack them. This was simply unsolvable. Of course, the elves didn't know enough about the void escaping. This void escaping was indeed immune to all physical and energy attacks, but spatial attacks, soul attacks, and divine sense attacks could still deal with her. Isn't it just a broken medicine? I'll compensate you. Vivian's stomach was filled with grievance and dissatisfaction. Even 100 herbs can't be exchanged for this cultivation technique. Not to mention that Chu Tian has taught me an even more precious technique that can change the world. The elves all believed Chu Tian's words now. This fellow really was a genius and not a normal genius. Ulysses suppressed the shock in his heart. Then, what spatial technology? Please show it to us. Vivian definitely couldn't summon the space warehouse. Although she had the space warehouse's technology, the energy source was a problem the elves couldn't solve. Only Miracle Commerce's special energy column could provide a stable and efficient source of spirit energy. Therefore, once they left Miracle Commerce, Vivian couldn't use the space warehouse. However, Vivian had drawn the incomparably profound spatial source energy array. When they saw the unprecedented source energy array, each elf's mind almost collapsed. How was this technology? This was simply a miracle. The elves had always been proud. This was because the elf civilization was several tens of thousands of years older than the humans. The elves all had profound knowledge and could compare to the top scholars of the human race, so the elves didn't put the humans in their eyes. Although they knew that the human civilization was developing quickly, if they wanted to catch up to the elves, it would be impossible in 10,000 years. When this source energy array appeared in front of them, the elves' pride and self-respect was completely crushed. The elves didn't need to feel how magical the space warehouse was. Just this spatial source energy array in front of them was already a technology that the elves couldn't compare to in tens of thousands of years. When had the human civilization developed to the point where the elves had to look up to them? This was the first time they felt a strong sense of defeat. At the same time, they felt a sense of danger. The elves were fighting with the spirit beasts, fighting for the position of the continent's #1 race. But the super races had already quietly risen. Whether it was the intelligent elves or the brave spirit beasts, they had all underestimated the humans. There was indeed a misunderstanding on this matter. Chu Tian had this kind of cultivation technique and technology, so why would he cheat the elves of a level 2 immortal herb? This didn't make sense at all. Vivian said, whether it is strength or civilization, the humans can't compare to the elves. Only Chu Tian is different. His wisdom surpasses the elves by at least 100,000 years. Ulysses quickly said to the elves beside him, "Immediately invite Chu Tian back." Although this was very shameful, the elves didn't dare move against Chu Tian. If the elves really killed Chu Tian, not only would their entire race be shamed, it would also set the stage for a war between the humans and the elves, whether he was alive or dead. This person's actions were enough to change the continent's history. When the elves came out, the world began to tremble. A magnificent heaven and earth phenomenon appeared from the flower fairy gardens, and the elves were stunned once again. Chapter 385. Chu Tian had jumped 2 levels after drinking a cup of fairy wine, going from the 8th awakened soul layer to the peak 8th awakened soul layer, and then to the 9th awakened soul layer. Moreover, he did not go into closed-door cultivation for several days, and the entire process was completed in an hour. This was something that could not have been done before. It was all because of the strength of the fairy wine and the flower fairy's help. Life really was full of surprises. He had accidentally become stronger by a large amount again. When he was caught by the elves, how could he have thought that he would have this kind of fortuitous encounter? Chu Tian opened his eyes and did not have time to speak before he saw the little fox lazily lying in the grass. There was a group of flower fairies serving it, bringing out all kinds of precious nectar and strange fruits. The little fox did not reject anything as it stuffed it into its mouth. It had directly drank more than 10 cups of the incomparably precious fairy wine. Lulu and the flower fairies also had surprised expressions. The little white fox is not full yet. Take out a bit more. Don't take it, don't take it. Chu Tian quickly jumped up. This fox can't eat its fill. It's useless no matter how much you take. Moreover, it only eats and doesn't poop, so no matter how precious it is, it's a waste. Damn fox! Damn fox! Taking advantage of the master not paying attention to eat and drink, how many priceless resources were wasted. If these resources were given to Father, it would be more than enough for him to reach the 1st to 2nd true spirit layer. The little fox was slowly enjoying itself, but when it saw Chu Tian, it was shocked. It instantly swept everything in front of it into its stomach, afraid that Chu Tian would be as strong as it was. The flower fairies let out a burst of exclamations. The little white fox really can eat. Nonsense. Was this fox something that could be fed full? If the fox stayed in the flower fairy's garden for 5 days, it would eat all the treasures the garden had stored for 1,000 years. Although the flower fairies were simple and didn't care, it wasn't easy for other people to store treasures. Chu Tian quickly picked up the little fox, not allowing it to stay any longer. The little fox made a face and rubbed its round belly. It didn't matter. It had eaten enough anyway. After all, it had eaten a large amount in the Lost Forest, and now it had eaten in the Flower Fairy's garden. The energy it had accumulated was very strong. Even for the little fox, it was still full. This is the gift that Little Bai Hu wants. Several flower fairies carried several purple puppets over. When the little fox saw the puppet, it immediately revealed a happy grin. It bluntly used its claws to grab it and cupped its hands to the flower fairies. It made a grateful gesture, making the flower fairies laugh. These things were none other than 3 soul puppets. In order to cover the retreat of Southern Xia's front line, the little fox puppet was dropped there and couldn't be retrieved. From then on, the little fox no longer had the ability to summon. Now that the flower fairies had sent 3 soul puppets, each one was of a higher quality than before. This meant that the little fox could store the source spirits of 3 powerful demon beasts, and its battle strength would be even stronger in the future. Lulu flew in front of Chu Tian and said, "The fairy wine is really helpful to you. We will get you a few more cups." The enthusiasm of the flower fairies made Chu Tian very moved. "No, there's no need." Chu Tian was not being polite, but he was limited by his current strength. A single drop of the fairy wine was enough to have a large effect on him, and he wouldn't be able to completely absorb it in a month. Now that he had broken through 2 levels, he really couldn't drink a treasure like the fairy wine. Good things can be tasted. If it is too much, it will become cheaper. I'll leave it for my future guests. Chu Tian did not have the little fox's abnormal digestive ability. If he drank another cup of fairy wine, perhaps it would harm his body. The flower fairies needed a long time to brew a cup of fairy wine. This kind of top-quality immortal wine couldn't be wasted. Thank you very much for helping me increase my cultivation base. Chu Tian did not have any good points, but he had to repay a drop of water. The flower fairies helping Chu Tian would also give the flower fairies some benefits. So Chu Tian directly said, "I want to give the flower fairies a good gift. I want to create a world for you all." Create a world? What did he want to do? The flower fairies were confused. Was this something a mortal could do? Chu Tian took out the spiritual crystal from the lost forest. "Now I ask the flower fairies to create a new world with me." All right, but can we also create a world? If I say we can, then we can. Chu Tian revealed a confident smile. He immediately placed the crystal on the ground. "Let's begin." The flower fairies were very pure, so no matter how ridiculous this was, they were not willing to doubt it. They only wanted to believe it was true because, in their eyes, the wise and friendly Chu Tian would not lie to them. In fact, in the flower fairies' vocabulary, there was no such thing as lying. Therefore, all the flower fairies believed him and looked at Chu Tian with looks of anticipation. Chu Tian first placed a large source energy array, and it was a never-before-seen source energy array. It was completely different from any source energy array he had placed before. The flower fairies saw the incomparably complex source energy array being placed bit by bit. Although they didn't understand what kind of source energy array it was, with the flower fairies' innate ability to sense energy, they could feel that the source energy array was releasing a very rhythmic and profound spiritual energy. Chu Tian placed the spiritual crystal in the eye of the source energy array and then had the little fox spit out several energy pillars. He placed the energy pillars at the base of the array, and the entire source energy array was instantly activated. A strong and vigorous spiritual energy continued to flow through the large array. Although it couldn't be seen, it could be felt as a spiritual barrier. Spiritual energy was a rare kind of energy. The continent did not know the principle behind this energy. Therefore, using a source energy array to express spiritual energy was something that the current civilization could not do. Therefore, there was no doubt that this was something that surpassed this era. Chu Tian said to the flower fairies, "Come with me." After saying this, Chu Tian walked onto the source energy array, and the flower fairies followed. When the flower fairies entered the source energy array, they immediately felt spiritual energy enter their minds. With the flower fairies' innate talent and physique, they could easily resist this kind of spiritual energy. Chu Tian said, "Open your mind and accept it." The flower fairies did not have any vigilance and immediately did as Chu Tian said. The spiritual energy slowly and steadily entered their minds. Everyone was quickly affected by the spiritual energy, and illusions began to appear around them. Lulu and the sisters found that they had appeared in an endless prairie. The prairie was very vast, and they couldn't see the end. When the warm wind blew into their bodies, it made them feel warm. Even if they knew it was an illusion, it still felt like it was real. At this time, there was a strong wind coming from above, and a large shadow covered the ground. When the flower fairies looked up, they were all stunned by what they saw. A 50-meter-long green dragon was currently spreading its large wings. It was as shocking as a mountain as it appeared above their heads. "Lulu!" Chu Tian stood on the back of the giant dragon and looked at the flower fairies with a proud expression. "I'm here." The flower fairies' eyes went wide in surprise. Chu Tian gently snapped his fingers, and the green dragon exploded, turning into countless flower petals that fell down like beautiful rain, instantly covering the grass. Chu Tian landed on the ground like a feather. "This is all an illusion. I have already given you spiritual permission, so you can also do it. Give it a try." The flower fairies used their spiritual energy. A large number of trees suddenly rushed out of the originally endless grassland, instantly covering the entire grassland. The originally grassland suddenly turned into a boundless forest. The flower fairies quickly discovered this. In this spiritual world, there was nothing they couldn't do. As long as they wanted something, they could make it appear. An illusion was not strange. It was not strange to be able to control an illusion. It was hard to imagine such an incomparably realistic and unscrupulous illusion that could be controlled as one pleased. The flower fairies swam around in the illusion. Sometimes it would turn into a forest, sometimes it would turn into a sea of flowers, and sometimes it would turn into an ocean. All kinds of animals could also appear. This was simply like a fantasy paradise. Chu Tian asked as he observed the illusion, "How is it?" The flower fairies were having fun. "We only knew that illusions could harm people, but we never thought it could be used like this. This is truly too mysterious." Chu Tian gave a laugh. "There is something even more mysterious. The spiritual world's time is not the same as the material world. I can greatly slow down the flow of time in the spiritual paradise. A day here might be an hour or even less in the outside world." The flower fairies clicked their tongues in wonder, but they did not think too deeply about it. This was because the flower fairies were a race that would not die of old age, so they did not have any concept of time passing by. However, if this was placed in the human world, it would cause a large stir. This meant that humans living in the spiritual world would increase their lifespan by several times or even several dozen times. To humans with short lifespans, this was a blessing from the heavens. Why was Chu Tian so erudite? This was because in the era Chu Tian lived in, spiritual technology was already very developed. Chu Tian had a photographic memory, and a strong cultivation base allowed him to endure a higher rate of time reversal. When Chu Tian studied in the spiritual library for a year, several decades would have passed in the outside world. So even though he was very young, he had a rare amount of knowledge, and there was no one in this era that could surpass him. Chu Tian was less than 100 years old in both of his lives, but his school years were several dozen times that of his age. Even elves could not compare to him. After the Lost Forest was discovered by Chu Tian, the lost crystal was stable and powerful, so it was the best material to create a spiritual world. The value of this thing was not as simple as creating illusions. If Chu Tian could create a spiritual research room, the yin sect's research efficiency would increase by 10 times. If he could create a spiritual library, it would be much easier to find talents and scholars. Even when the spiritual technology research reached its peak, Chu Tian could create a spiritual network. This network would connect every person's mind, forming a spiritual network that covered every race, the forest, and even the continent. The spiritual world would become a second world to the real world, and everyone would have a new identity in the spiritual world. There would be all kinds of entertainment, learning, communication, living, and etc. The continent would enter the era of the spiritual network. Chu Tian, Vivian, and the elves worked together to open the spatial technology. Now they planned on working with the flower fairies to explore the new treasure of spiritual technology. Chapter 386. Why did he cooperate with the flower fairies? Actually, not mentioning personal feelings, the flower fairies were people worth roping in. This was an outstanding support race. Healing, treasure hunting, planting, scouting, assisting in cultivation, and assisting in battle. With many different abilities, they were natural helpers. The flower fairies were very pure, so there was no need to be on guard against them. Moreover, once the flower fairies trusted and supported him, they would do their best to help him. Because they were innately born, the flower fairies were very suited to building a spiritual world and a spiritual network. Not everyone could create a spiritual space. Every spiritual space was like opening up a new world. Everything, including the operating laws, was created by the Creator one by one. If the laws of the spiritual space were unstable or conflicted, the spiritual space would not last long and would be destroyed. Chu Tian did not have anyone qualified for this job yet. Just like how spatial engineers needed innate spatial energy, spiritual engineers needed innate spiritual energy. Even after several tens of thousands of years, spiritual engineers were a profession comparable to alchemists and array masters, or even more popular. This was because there were many people that could become alchemists and array masters, but there are very few that could become spiritual engineers. After all, spiritual energy was very rare, and this made the price of a spiritual engineer very high. There was a large demand for spiritual engineers. This was because a spiritual space that could hold tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people without collapsing, it needed an engineer to create and maintain it. Of course, Chu Tian's current source energy computer had not been developed yet, so he could not calculate the spiritual parameters with the computer's supercomputing power. Therefore, it was impossible to create a large spiritual world that could hold a country or even a race. However, if he could train suitable people, a small spiritual space was not a problem. Chu Tian had the basic knowledge of spiritual energy, and the flower fairies were innately more sensitive to the laws of nature than normal beings. Moreover, the entire race had innate spiritual energy. The flower fairies were without a doubt a very good choice. This was a very good opportunity for the flower fairies. There was no race in this world that could be biased. The forest of chaos followed the dark law of the forest. But wasn't the entire continent the same? The personalities, beliefs, and lifestyles of the various races were different, and these differences were the source of conflict. War could not be avoided, and the weak would always be enslaved by the strong. The flower fairies did not have any battle strength, but they were very precious. If they were discovered by humans, spirit beasts, or other races, the final result would not be good. The entire elven race was declining, and they could barely take care of themselves, so this protective umbrella could not be relied on. If the flower fairies wanted to survive, they could only rely on themselves. If they cooperated with miracle commerce and gained control of the spiritual technology, the flower fairies would have a place on the continent. It would be enough for them to negotiate with other countries and provide their race with a stronger foundation. Chu Tian began to persuade the flower fairies. Can we create more mental spaces? You can even create a virtual world directly so that people of different races and identities can communicate in it. The flower fairies lived carefree lives, not having any sense of suffering and not pursuing material pleasures. Only spiritual and artistic things could attract the love and pursuit of the flower fairies. Chu Tian had drawn a perfect blueprint in just a few words, making the flower fairies yearn for it. The flower fairies were a race that was hard to win over. This was not because their personalities were bad, rather it was because the flower fairies' personalities were too good, so they were hard to win over. Why are there wars in the world? Why was there killing in the world? Why was there plundering in the world? That was purely the result of human desire, just like what Chu Tian and Cenarius had said. Humans are greedy, so there is competition. Humans are selfish, so there are thieves. Humans are greedy, so there are people who are obsessed with pleasure. Humans are cruel and greedy, so there is killing and violence. The flower fairies were different. They were born from the spiritual energy of the world, absorbing the essence of all living things. They would not grow old would not get sick and had no desires. They were naturally happy, so they were easily satisfied. They could not be easily moved. It was hard to use money, resources, love, or other benefits to entice them. There was only one recorded human method to control the flower fairies, which was to create a kind of mind-destroying medicine. With a special method to forcefully tame them, the flower fairies would lose their nature and turn into puppets, allowing the humans to control them. Chu Tian was not stupid enough to explain how great the future of this technology was. What use did it have for the flower fairies, a race that did not need to eat, drink, and cultivate? How could they be interested in making money? What meaning was there in changing history to the flower fairies, a race that had no parents, no country, and did not age or get sick? What meaning did it have? But Chu Tian believed in one thing. It was impossible for a being to not have any desires. The flower fairies were immortal, but the flower fairies were very dependent on their environment. If their environment was destroyed, the flower fairies would not be able to live. Look, the people of the continent were building houses, castles, palaces, and lakes. They were wantonly cutting down forests, wildly hunting animals, and polluting the environment. The forest of chaos was very large. The forest was in the middle of several empires. Who could guarantee that the forest of chaos would remain the same after tens of thousands of years? So they had to develop spiritual technology. Because people had rich spiritual energy, their pursuit of material things would decrease. Didn't people like destroying things? They could just destroy things in the spiritual space. Didn't people like palaces and temples? They could just build them in the spiritual space. This virtual world wouldn't pollute the environment no matter what. Chu Tian used reason to move the flower fairies, making them feel that it was very reasonable. The only thing they cared about was their homeland. So once spiritual technology was popularized, people could reduce the amount of war and natural pollution. The flower fairies all looked at Chu Tian in worship. Intelligent, smart, kind, and far-sighted, the flower fairies were too lucky to have this kind of friend. The flower fairies trusted and worshipped Chu Tian, and adding in their love for spiritual technology, as well as Chu Tian's environmental protection. The flower fairies finally made an important decision. They wanted to join miracle commerce. They wanted to create a spiritual era. Chu Tian sat on the ground chatting with the flower fairies, and the flower fairies became more and more excited. Their lives were very ordinary before, gathering dew and pollen every day and taking care of the garden when they had nothing to do. They never had a goal in life. But now it was different. The flower fairies wanted to learn spiritual technology from Chu Tian. They wanted to use the crystals in the Lost Forest to create an interesting and fun spiritual space. It's done. They had another reliable ally. Chu Tian could really be proud. This could be considered a first. When everyone was talking about this topic, large amounts of horned eagles suddenly appeared in the sky above the garden. There was an elf holding a bough riding on the back of each horned eagle, and the one leading them was a powerful dragon eagle. It's the elves. This is bad. They must be here to capture Chu Tian. The flower fairies were now completely convinced that Chu Tian was not a bad person. How could this kind of intelligent person who was passionate about protecting the forest be a bad person? Aeldis jumped off the back of the dragon eagle and instantly landed in front of Chu Tian. She said with a cold expression, "You, return to the tribe. The elves will announce the verdict." "What are you acting like? Who doesn't know that you elves are begging me?" Chu Tian didn't need to guess to know that the elves should have already understood the consequences and wanted to ask Chu Tian to return. Only Aeldis was naturally cold and she couldn't put down her face, so her expression was very stiff. He had to admit his wrongs. What kind of attitude was this? Chu Tian was very dissatisfied. He suddenly thought of something and said, "You elves are very hesitant. Don't you just want to kill me? Just kill me with an arrow. There's no need to say so much." Aeldis' brows jumped up. "Stop!" The flower fairies shouted. "Chu Tian is the flower fairy's good friend. We have already cooperated with Chu Tian. He is a good person. The elves' groundless accusation is not valid. We will not agree to it. That's right. The elves, go back. Chu Tian will not go with you. The flower fairies surrounded Chu Tian, using their little bodies to block in front of him. It seemed like they would protect Chu Tian with their lives. Aeldis was a bit stunned. He obtained the trust of the flower fairies this quickly? How did this human do it? Cooperation? Flower fairies? This kind of saying was enough to make the elves surprised. The flower fairies were a mysterious race, but in the end they were a weak race without any battle strength. Moreover, their population was very small, only a small group in the entire forest. Why would the human cooperate with the flower fairies? The flower fairies stood aloof from worldly affairs and lived a peaceful life. So why would they be moved? The flower fairies want to create a world with miracle commerce, changing the lives of the people of the continent, reducing the wars on the continent, and protecting our forest. The flower fairies were all very proud, and they said with a firm attitude, "The elves don't need to do anything. Chu Tian is a gift given to us by the forest divinity. He is the messenger of peace. He is definitely not a bad person. Elves, go away! Elves, go away!" The flower fairies charged out to drive away the elves. The flower fairies were pitifully weak, but the elves did not dare to move against them. When they saw the flower fairies pledge their lives to protect Chu Tian, and Chu Tian standing in the middle of the flower fairies with his arms crossed, revealing a proud smile that deserved a beating, the elves almost spat out blood from anger. This fellow was clearly doing this on purpose. But what kind of demonic technique did this fellow use? He actually made the flower fairies run around in circles. The flower fairy Lulu said, "Have Ulysses cancel all the accusations against Chu Tian. Otherwise the flower fairies will not allow the elves to touch a single hair on Chu Tian. Cancel all the accusations. Cancel all the accusations." The flower fairies began to loudly shout. "Second elder, what do we do?" Aeldis was riding a tiger and could not get off. The elves did not plan on killing Chu Tian, but if they couldn't explain it, where would the elves put their face? "We can't harm the flower fairies. We're going back first." The elves were given the cold shoulder and could only resentfully leave. Chapter 387. Aeldis told the elves what had happened when she returned to the tribe. "What? He's not coming?" The elves were anxious and angry. Did this human really think he could eat the elves? Damn, his cultivation was clearly this weak. Even a child from the elven tribe could defeat him. What gave him the confidence to not place the elves in his eyes? This was simply preposterous. When had these noble and proud elves ever suffered this kind of anger? The flower fairies did not have any strength, but they were still the elves' friends. They provided large amounts of top-quality medicine and resources for the elves, helping the elves grow stronger, so they had to give the flower fairies face. "We have a 1,000-year friendship with the flower fairies. We can't break it because of this matter." Ulysses knit his brows. "I want to know what happened in the spirit flower garden. I'll immediately find a flower fairy and ask her." The elves immediately found a flower fairy. The flower fairies also wanted to resolve the conflict between Chu Tian and the elves, so they told them everything. It's roughly like this. The flower fairy simply explained the matter. Other than creating the spiritual space, the flower fairies are also preparing to make movies. Some of the flower fairy sisters have already started preparing and will go with Chu Tian to a small town in a few days. Movies were related to the spiritual space. With the flower fairies' help, the movies would be even better and would be even better to watch. Moreover, the flower fairies liked movies, so Chu Tian gave this job to the flower fairies. The elves were shocked. The flower fairies had not left the garden in 1,000 years. How could they leave just because of a stranger? The flower fairies were very weak. Did they not know that this was very dangerous? Ulysses broke out in a cold sweat, but he was not shocked by the flower fairies' decision. Rather, he was shocked by another important matter. You're saying that Chu Tian picked up a crystal stone in the Lost Forest and immediately developed a new technology, creating a stable existence that can accommodate many people, as well as an illusion that can exist in time. That's right. It's like this. Chu Tian had left the tribe for several hours, and he did not know about the Lost Forest before this. It was purely an impromptu situation, suddenly creating a new technology. Was this person still a person? How many more sensational miracles did he have to create? Hearing this, Aldous suddenly felt a bit regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have agreed to this guy a few days ago. If she could make Chu Tian owe her a favor, she would be able to exchange it for great benefits for the elves. Vivian was right. Chu Tian's knowledge and wisdom were at least 100,000 years ahead of the elves. If left alone for 10 or 20 years, this human might very well change the entire continent. If the elven race remained stagnant and did not make any progress, it was very likely that they would be eliminated in this era of change. The Flower Fairy did not know the complicated feelings of the elves. Chu Tian said that this technology must be developed, because in the future he would create a super huge spiritual world, and all the races in the world would be able to enter and communicate with each other. Not only would this reduce the distance between people, but it would also reduce the consumption of energy, resources, wars, and killings in the real world, thus protecting the forest and the environment. Such a noble dream is not something a bad person can think of, so the elves must drop the accusations against Chu Tian, otherwise the Flower Fairies will not allow the elves to approach him. The Flower Fairy's voice was very firm. In the Flower Fairy's eyes, Chu Tian was not just a genius. He was also a great saint that could save the world. With this person in this world, everyone's lives would become better and there would be fewer wars and deaths. If the elves killed him, they would be committing an eternal sin. Whether it was for Chu Tian or for the elves, the Flower Fairy would not allow this matter to happen. Also, Cenarius also said this. The Flower Fairy suddenly thought of something. He has already made his decision to have the Flower Fairies bring the ancient Tree of Life seed with Chu Tian. Ulysses was shocked again. What? What? The ancient Tree of Life seed. Can this be casually taken away? There is only one seed in the entire forest of Chaos Elves. What would happen if something were to happen to it? Cenarius cannot take this responsibility. There was more than one ancient Tree of Life on the continent. Therefore, there was more than one group of elves. In the entire forest of Chaos Elves, there was only one ancient Tree of Life, and there was only one ancient Tree of Life seed. Although there was no way to make it germinate, it was still a sacred object in the hearts of the elves. This seed had been kept by the treant Cenarius for a long time. The Flower Fairies were in charge of finding a way to raise it, and the elves had been paying close attention to it. Now it was good. They actually wanted to take the seed away. If it was taken away by someone else, who could take responsibility for this? The Flower Fairy explained, "We and the treants can't find a way to raise the ancient Tree of Life. But Chu Tian said he has confidence in activating the seed. So Cenarius has decided to let Chu Tian give it a try." The elves almost collapsed when they heard this. How many earth-shattering things did Chu Tian have to do before he was willing? Spatial technology, spiritual technology. Any one of them was a profound elemental energy science worthy of thousands of years of research. Now he had even said that he wanted to save the ancient Tree of Life seed. If he could really do it, then this person's intelligence was something that even the ancient gods could not compare to. The elves are too stingy on this matter. The Flower Fairy said in a somewhat complaining voice, "Didn't Chu Tian just use an elven immortal herb? He didn't steal it, and he has already repaid it 100 times over. If we still pursue this matter, the elves are too ungentlemanly. At worst, the Flower Fairies will compensate the elves with 10 even better immortal herbs." This was not a problem with the herb at all. It was just a trivial level 2 immortal herb. These elven elders did not care about it at all. The key was the human identity and Princess Vivian's identity. The two of them caused quite a stir in the tribe. Humans were a large race made up of hypocrisy. The most important rule of the elves was that the elves, especially the female elves, were forbidden from interacting with humans. Vivian's actions were a large taboo, and she was involved in the war between the humans and the spirit beasts. This violated at least 10 of the clan's rules, which was why it was like this. The flower fairies did not know the dangers of the world, and their way of thinking was too simple. Vice Speaker, what do you think about this matter? There's no other way. We were wrong this time. Vivian has really found an incredible person for the elves. Ulysses shook his head. The Elven King has always been seeking reform, but the conservative faction is too strong. This might be a great opportunity for the elves, and since it's already in front of us, we should grab hold of him. We have opened the Elven Court with great fanfare, and all the fellows in the tribe are paying attention to this matter. I'm afraid. If we let him go, what will the Elven Council do? Respecting the virtuous is a matter of course. Losing a bit of face is not worth mentioning. Me and the Elven King will naturally settle the voices of the council. If it was said, Chu Tian would not believe it. Actually, the elves had always been divided into reformists and conservatives. Vivian's father was the current Elven King, and he was a leader that advocated for reform. Under the leadership of the Elven King, the elves had gained 3 more cities in 100 years, and their sphere of influence had increased by 20%. The conservative faction of the elves was always the strongest, and their representative was the Elven Council's chairman. His influence in the elves was not below the Elven King's. Those were the real old-fashioned people who followed etiquette and rules and pursued the rule of inaction and letting nature take its course. It was impossible for the Elven King to not care about his daughter, but because of his status, he couldn't personally interfere. So he sent his trusted Ulysses to deal with this matter. When Vivian was sentenced, she would be locked up for 10-20 years at most and wouldn't be severely punished. Now the situation was different. Ulysses needed to take some other actions. He brought several elven elders and once again came to the Flower Fairy's garden. This was Chu Tian enjoying himself. When he saw the elves return, his face immediately sunk. "What? You've come to catch me again." "Mr. Chu Tian, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding between us." Ulysses' old face squeezed out a smile, clearly not used to this kind of humble attitude towards humans. "I have already investigated it clearly. I hope that your excellency can openly communicate with the elves and clear up this misunderstanding." The elves were the Flower Fairy's friends. Chu Tian was also a friend of the Flower Fairies. If friends could solve their conflicts, of course it would be a good thing. Lulu immediately jumped up in joy. "I already said that the elves would understand." Chu Tian wanted to tease the noble elves, but seeing this situation, he gave up. Chu Tian also wanted to go back earlier. After all, the elves' efficiency was too low and he was afraid of being delayed for 10-15 days. He was afraid that miracle commerce's development in the Forest of Chaos would be affected. Then what do you think we should do? Ulysses saw that there was a change in the situation and immediately let out a sigh of relief. Because this matter is very important, we need to discuss it with the Elven Council before making a final decision. But since it is a misunderstanding, the Elven Council will not make it hard for you, so can you come with us? Still have a meeting? I'll start your head. The elves are very slow at doing things. If it is delayed for half a year, would Father's company of over 100,000 people go hungry? Fuck the Elven Council. Chu Tian's eyes sparkled a few times before he suddenly revealed a smile. Go to the Elven Council? All right, I also want to ask for compensation from the Elven Council. Compensation request? The elves stared at him. What compensation request? Are you playing dumb? Vivian is an employee trained by Miracle Commerce and has a contract with Miracle Commerce. Now that she has learned Miracle Commerce's highest level secret technology, she has been taken back by you fellows and locked up for 200 years. Chu Tian said in a very impolite voice, 200 years? This is too much for us humans. Miracle Commerce will suffer a large loss because of this. Could it be that I don't even have the right to ask for compensation? Then, how much compensation do you want? Have you evaluated the value of the spatial technology? I don't want much. Just give me 5 elven cities. Ulysses almost spat out blood. The elves didn't even have 10 cities in the forest. This fellow wanted to give him 5 cities. Wasn't this asking for the elves' lives? Chu Tian glanced at the elves and was very dissatisfied with their expressions. Don't the elves advocate justice and fairness? Even though Vivian's spatial technology was just a drop in the bucket compared to mine, its value wasn't something that 5 small cities in the forest could compare to. I had suffered a huge loss. You've taken advantage of it, and now you want to burn the bridge? Is this the fairness of the elves? The elves whispered among themselves. Ulysses wiped his sweat and said, The elves can't pay this kind of compensation request, not to mention Vivian's punishment still needs to be discussed, so I don't care that much. You've wasted so many days of my time. Shouldn't you compensate me a bit? Chu Tian unreasonably said, I don't want much. 100,000 high-grade source stones is enough. The veins on Ulysses' forehead popped out. The elves didn't do business, so they were very poor. What did 100,000 high-grade source stones mean? Was this brat crazy? No, they couldn't bring him back. If this fellow went to the Elven Council, he would definitely cause chaos among the elves. Chapter 388. Chu Tian was clearly asking for a sky-high price to scare people, but the elves were a strict and serious race. If he really asked the Elven Council for compensation, the Elven Council would have no choice but to accept it. This person was eloquent and the elves were stiff. So even if the elves could not compensate him this much, they would still suffer a large loss. In just a short day, he had obtained the support of the flower fairies and was given an important task by Cenarius, adding in the fact that his identity and abilities were not simple. Even if the elves were angry, they could not move against him. They could not let him cause trouble in the council. There was no benefit in angering those old elves. Ulysses wiped his sweat. The Elven Council is very busy dealing with the large and small matters of the tribe. Even if you ask for compensation, with this kind of complex and large compensation, it won't be finished in 10-20 years. Our elves can wait, but humans can't wait that long. How about you go back first, and we'll talk about compensation later. Chu Tian did not think about compensation at all. Even if the Forest of Chaos elves did not lose to a warring kingdom, their economic ability was very poor. This was because the elves did not do business on the continent, so they did not have a commodity economy. It was purely a self-sufficient, small farming economy, simply saying that the entire race was poor. It's not impossible for me to go back. Chu Tian raised a condition. You have to return my employee Vivian to me first, otherwise I will not leave. Vivian was the company's only spatial engineer, and now was the time to use the space warehouse. Just one space warehouse was not enough, and if Vivian was held captive by the elves for a year, Miracle Commerce's development would be slowed down. This was something Chu Tian could not tolerate. Ulysses discussed it with the elders. Looking at the current situation, forcefully taking Vivian away would not be good for the elves. It would be better to have Vivian stay by Chu Tian's side and continue learning spatial technology. This way, it would prevent a troublesome fellow like Chu Tian from finding an excuse to cause trouble, and it would allow the elves to introduce the most advanced spatial technology on the continent, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although it was against the rules and the council could not avoid a war of words, the pros and cons were very clear, so everyone would understand. Ulysses could only nod. All right, then we'll have Vivian stay in Oldman's small town to be interrogated. Chu Tian heaved a long sigh of relief. He had finally escaped from the elves' hands. Actually, the elves were one of the easiest races to deal with on the continent. If the other side was a spirit beast, they wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. They wouldn't have captured him back to their tribe and would have killed Chu Tian in the small town. Then they would have flattened the small town and taken everything from it. How could Chu Tian have survived until now? However, the elves were once the most powerful race on the continent, and they were now one of the most powerful races on the continent. This race still had its merits. At the very least, cooperating with the elves wouldn't be like cooperating with humans. Brother Chu Tian. When Vivian was brought out, she immediately shouted out in excitement. She charged over and gave Chu Tian a large hug. She had heard that the elves wanted to make peace with Chu Tian and even agreed to let Vivian return to Old Min's small town. This matter made Vivian very excited. She was most worried that Chu Tian would have an irreconcilable conflict with his clansmen. Vivian would be placed in a difficult position if she stood on the other side. If the elves were willing to accept Chu Tian and even cooperate with Chu Tian, whether it was for the elves or for Chu Tian, it would be a very good thing. This was because, compared to the other superpowers in the Forest of Chaos, the elves were the friendliest and most reliable. Are we going back? Vivian said, I don't want to stay here for another second. No rush. Chu Tian said to Vivian, We'll first build a space warehouse here. This will make it easier for us to transport the Lost Forest resources. The Tree of Life tribe's elves knew that Chu Tian wanted to build a space warehouse here, and they were all filled with excitement, especially the elven children. Chu Tian's skills and actions had already spread throughout the tribe, so the elves all knew what kind of thing the space warehouse was. If the Tree of Life tribe could build a space warehouse, wouldn't the magical products of miracle commerce be sent to the Tree of Life tribe in minutes? Magnetic sound machines, video players, delicious canned food, and many other fun things. The elves could not leave the tribe because of the rules, but they could still enjoy many entertainment activities. To the Tree of Life tribe's elves, this was a very good thing. There was only one space warehouse that Miracle Commerce was using. This space warehouse was inside Miracle Commerce, so naturally it could not be open to the public. However, before Vivian was brought back by the elves, she had already prepared to build a second space warehouse. This space was around the same size as the first space warehouse. Although the shape had not been changed and it was just like an irregular pancake, it had already been marked. Vivian immediately began to arrange the space warehouse's summoning array. She also reserved a few backup energy pillars so that the space warehouse could be opened. As for the transformation of the warehouse's shape, Vivian could return to the small town and slowly complete it in the laboratory. 3 days later, the space warehouse was officially completed. This space warehouse would be a special channel for Miracle Commerce to transport goods to the Lost Forest. Although it was made for Miracle Commerce, if the elves, flower fairies, and treants needed it, Chu Tian did not recommend helping them transport things over. The elves began to cheer. With the source energy array in the tribe, the elves could enjoy the convenience of the space warehouse. Therefore, a large group of children surrounded Princess Vivian, asking her to bring back some gifts when she went out. You can all be assured I won't forget everyone. Vivian waved her hand in high spirits. I will definitely bring back a lot of fun things for everyone. With the little princess promise, the elves were assured and left. At this time, the first batch of lost crystals was sent over and bags were thrown into the space warehouse. Then the various precious gifts the flower fairies had given to Chu Tian were placed inside. Everything was done. They could set off. With Vivian's spatial ability, she could reach Old Min's small town in around an hour without bringing any objects or people. However, other than Chu Tian, there were still several dozen flower fairies coming with her. Vivian could not bring all these people with her spatial ability, so she asked the elves for several flying mounts. She flew them in the direction of Old Min's small town. Goodbye, everyone. I will definitely bring back a lot of fun things for you all. Vivian smiled as she waved her hand at the elves. The elven elders all had strange expressions on their faces. Princess Vivian had seriously violated the tribe's rules, and that human had violated a great taboo of the elves. In the end, not only did they not receive any punishment, they were even allowed to return. What kind of matter was this? If this matter was spread in the forest, it would have a bad influence on the elves. Perhaps there would be more rebellious or curious elves sneaking out in the future, causing the elves to fall into chaos. Ulysses had no way to deal with this. Now he had to think of how to deal with those old fellows in the council. When Vivian left the elven tribe, she felt her body relax. It was like several shackles on her body had been broken, and she felt an unprecedented freedom. This feeling was too great. Vivian never thought that she would be able to solve all the problems this easily. The elves did not dare look down on Chu Tian anymore. The trance gave Chu Tian heavy responsibilities and the flower fairies, and elves became friends. Now, Miracle Commerce had a large chance of working with the elves, which was the situation Vivian wanted to see the most. If the elves could absorb Chu Tian's wisdom, they would become even stronger. After a day and a night, everyone arrived at the valley where Oldman's small town was located. In these 10 days, Oldman's small town did not seem to be in chaos. Rather, it was still very orderly. After all, there were over 1,000 elven elites stationed in Oldman's small town. These elves were not strong, so how could normal locals dare provoke them? The elven army was arranged by the elders to maintain peace in Oldman's small town. They had stayed here for many days, so it was inevitable that they would enter the town to buy supplies. When the elves entered the town to take a look, they were immediately attracted by the strangeness of the small town. After a few days, the elves all had a magnetic sound machine, and they used it to listen to the human radio every day. Other than that, Oldman's small town's movies began to play, which attracted the elves' interest. They gradually moved from the valley to the small town, finally living in the small town. These over 1,000 elves were members of the Tree of Life tribe, and most of them were around 200 years old. They had never left the tribe before, so how could they resist the temptation of miracle commerce? The music and stories on the human radio, the wonderful plots of the movies, and the delicious source energy food, all of this deeply attracted them. This made the elves who had closed themselves off for 100 years feel for the first time that the world was this wonderful. Their clansmen living in a small place for generations was truly too boring. These elves even had a thought in their minds. It would be great if they could guard this place forever. At this time, Princess Vivian came back. Vivian took out a token from the tribe's great elder and announced that from today onwards, the over 1,000 elven soldiers would be responsible for protecting Princess Vivian. In other words, from today onwards, this elven army would be managed by Princess Vivian. The elves were all very shocked, not knowing what had happened. Princess Vivian had been brought back to the tribe, and not only did she not come back, she even sent this army over. What was going on? But no matter what, being able to live in Oldman's small town was a very happy matter. Chapter 389. The high-level members of Miracle Commerce were all present, and the one leading them was an otherworldly, white, clothed woman. She had a full figure and was dignified and beautiful, just like an otherworldly goddess. If it wasn't Miracle Commerce's vice chairman Meng Qingguo, who else could it be? When she learned that Chu Tian and Vivian had been taken away by the elves, she immediately led the 3,000 trained barbarian berserkers to Oldman Canyon. At that time, the small town was on the verge of being shaken. This newly formed alliance was not firm, and it almost fell apart. It was all thanks to the young miss rushing over to stabilize the situation. Meng Qingwu's ability to manage the situation could not be doubted. Now that he returned to the small town, Chu Tian was surprised to find that the small town did not decline. Rather, it was a bit more prosperous than before. After Meng Qingwu came to Oldman's small town to appease everyone, she immediately revised the small town system and perfected the small town's laws, making the small town even more orderly. Meng Yingying punched Chu Tian's chest. "Why did you take so long to come back? I thought you were locked up by the elves, and I was prepared to bring people to the elven tribe to save you. There's no way around it. I'm this handsome, but when I went to the elves, countless young elven girls begged to marry me. I had to spend a great deal of effort to keep my integrity and escape." Chu Tian's face was as thick as a wall. "Look, even the little flower fairies can't resist my beauty. Didn't they follow me here? Damn narcissist. Truly shameless," Meng Yingying fiercely said. If I was an elf, I would first hang you up and beat you up. Let's see if your mouth is still this smooth. Wah, this ruthless? It seems like this little girl hadn't been taught in a long time. Meng Qingwu's expression did not change, but it could be seen that she was no less worried than her little sister these past few days. What happened in these past few days? Why did the elves let you all come back? Did they not make things difficult for you? The elves did not do anything to me, and instead let me take advantage of them. The two sisters were very clear on what kind of person Chu Tian was. It wasn't strange for something like this to happen to him, but after asking about the details, they were still shocked by Chu Tian's luck, especially the matter of forming an alliance with the flower fairies and the spiritual technology he was preparing to develop. It all shocked the two sisters. Although they did not understand the flower fairies, when they saw the flower fairy sisters, these little cute creatures immediately captivated them. Welcome to the small town. Meng Yingying walked in front of the flower fairies. Why do you all look so tired? The spiritual energy here was very thin. The flower fairies were immortal beings, but that did not mean their bodies were good. In fact, the flower fairies were very sensitive to the environment, so when they went from a place with dense spiritual energy to a place with thin spiritual energy, they would immediately fall into weakness. However, Chu Tian had already thought of a solution. Chu Tian set up a spiritual energy gathering array and then transplanted the precious herbs the flower fairies brought, creating a new garden for the flower fairies. The flower fairies could recover their vitality and live normally in the small town. After settling down the flower fairies, Chu Tian held a high-level meeting. He first checked everyone's body condition and cultivation base. Chu Tian's cultivation was at the forefront, already in the 9th awakened soul layer. He could easily defeat a peak 9th awakened soul layer marquee expert, and he had a 50% chance of defeating a first true spirit layer expert. The others weren't slow either. Nan Gongyan's cultivation was the fastest, reaching the 8th awakened soul layer. Next was the Meng Qingwu sisters, who had just broken through to the 7th awakened soul layer. Chun Bingyu and Dongfang Haoren were still at the peak 9th awakened soul layer, but they were waiting for an opportunity to charge into the true spirit realm. Chu Tian was a bit pleased. Everyone's cultivation speed wasn't bad, but in a place like the Forest of Chaos, this bit of strength was still lacking and couldn't be used. After all, the Forest of Chaos couldn't compare to Southern Xia. There were many true spirit realm experts here, and there were many true spirit realm experts that were unknown in the forest, appearing out of nowhere. Miracle Commerce couldn't do without several true spirit realm experts. They couldn't count on Vivian alone, right? Vivian was suitable for beheading the leader, but she couldn't do a large-scale battle. After all, spatial attacks consumed too much spirit energy. So Chu Tian set a goal. He would first use the rich resources of Miracle Commerce to increase everyone's strength. Miracle Commerce's overall strength would increase their foundation in the forest. This was not a hard matter. How rich was Miracle Commerce? When they were in Southern Xia, they had already prepared enough resources to cultivate several true spirit realm cultivators. Now that they had managed the small town in the Forest of Chaos for over a month, they had collected thousands of level 2 sacred herbs. Even the Southern Summer Kingdom's treasury couldn't compare to this. Even more, Chu Tian had obtained quite a bit of fairy wine, which was all prepared for everyone to attack the true spirit realm bottleneck. With the flower fairies assisting them, it would be half the effort, so why would they need to worry about breaking through? Chu Tian did what he said, immediately increasing everyone's strength. In just a few days, the young Miss Yingying, Yunyao, and Feng Kaidai had all broken through 2 levels, reaching the 8th awakened soul layer. Nan Gongyan had reached the peak 8th awakened soul layer and was attacking the 9th awakened soul layer. Chun Bingyu and Dongfang Haoren were important targets. Chu Tian had not only refined several top-grade sacred pills for them, He had also prepared a cup of fairy wine and a flower fairy to assist them in their cultivation, helping them break through their bottlenecks. Now that the two of them were in closed-door cultivation, Chu Tian had an 80% chance of success. Everyone's strength was quickly increasing. With this speed, in just a month or two, these high-level members would all be true spirit realm experts. At that time, Miracle Commerce would be able to enter the true 100-race battlefield in the Forest of Chaos. When Chu Tian finished his work and was prepared to relax, Meng Qinggu suddenly found him. "I have something to give you. Perhaps it will be of some help to you." The young miss wanted to give something to me. This was truly a rare matter. The young miss took out a sheathed long blade and presented it to Chu Tian with both hands. Chu Tian was stunned for a bit. He could feel the powerful energy contained in this weapon. This blade is the weapon of the War Hound's Kingdom's true spirit cultivator. This nether flame blade is the War Hound's Kingdom's Malam's weapon. From the information gathered from all sides, it is a genuine soul-contracting weapon, and it is the Hellsong tribe's inherited treasure blade. Originally, I wanted to find a suitable person to use such a prized artifact. However, I haven't been able to find one. A while ago, I sent this saber to the laboratory for research. I discovered that this saber seems to contain a very extraordinary flame energy. I think it might be helpful to your cultivation technique. Is that so? Let me see. Chu Tian took the nether flame blade and pulled out the netherworld sword. The two weapons lightly touched, and although he did not use any spirit energy, the place where the blade and sword touched immediately exploded with a roar. The power of the two weapons automatically surged out, like two pieces of iron sucking each other, or like two archenemies with a blood feud that could not wait to devour each other. As expected, the nether flame blade was very similar to the netherworld sword. The nether flame blade was also made from an innate spirit flame. If he didn't guess wrong, it should be the dark spirit flame. The dark spirit flame and the netherworld flame were similar, but the dark spirit flame was an innate spirit flame born from a dark environment, and the netherworld flame was an innate spirit flame born from death energy. Although there were some differences, they were the same type, so it was the law of the jungle. From the clash of the blade and sword, Chu Tian could roughly guess that the nether flame blade and the netherworld sword were similar in strength. If one of them could swallow the other, it would be a leap in quality. Very good. The young miss gift really came at the right time. Chu Tian quickly gave his thanks. Without saying another word, he immediately went into closed-door cultivation. Chu Tian's cultivation technique had reached a bottleneck, and he hadn't made any progress in a long time. It was hard to find suitable materials to cultivate the netherworld flame sword in its large success state. Chu Tian never would have thought that there would be something by his side that could help him increase his cultivation. Chu Tian found a quiet cave in the valley to go into closed-door cultivation. With a blade and sword in hand, he immediately began to cultivate. The blade and sword were both very strong weapons. But who would swallow who in the end? Chu Tian didn't even think about it and immediately urged the two weapons to collide. The blue and white flames and the purple and black flames instantly soared up and intertwined with each other. Every second, they fiercely collided dozens of times. The surrounding mountain rocks were shattered and a large number of rocks rolled down, as if there was an earthquake. Such a strong ability. If he hadn't reached the 9th awakened soul layer, Chu Tian wouldn't have been able to control it. The two strange flames were evenly matched, but the longer they fought, the more the abyss netherworld flame gained the upper hand. If it was a normal netherworld flame, the dark spirit flame would not be afraid. They were of the same grade, and it was unknown who would win. Chu Tian's netherworld flame was not simple. This netherworld flame had not only been nurtured in the Spirit King's body for 1,000 years, it had also absorbed the Hellfire Demon's green abyss flame. So it had an abyss attribute. The spirit flame could even turn into a human form. So whether it was spirituality or essence, it surpassed the dark spirit flame by far. Finally, The nether flame blade's flames couldn't hold on any longer and was absorbed by the netherworld sword. Finally, with a dang sound, it snapped in half. Chu Tian threw away the two pieces of the nether flame blade and saw the purple, black, blue, and white flames intertwining on the netherworld sword. After the netherworld sword swallowed the nether flame blade's energy, the weapon spirit's strength continued to increase. Finally, it reached a point, but it didn't stop and continued to charge forward. The mountain began to tremble again. Suddenly, a treasure light soared into the sky. Chu Tian could feel that the weapon spirit netherworld strength had already reached the true spirit level. This meant that the netherworld sword's quality had increased. It was originally a level 2 soul contracting weapon, but now it had become a level 3 soul contracting weapon. It was now a high-grade level 3 soul contracting weapon. Equipment could be upgraded. This was something that no craftsman had ever heard of. But the netherworld sword was a high-grade level 3 soul contracting weapon, but it had been in the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb for too long, so it had weakened. It was just recovering its strength now. Not to mention that the netherworld flame had been nurtured in the Spirit King's body for 1,000 years and had swallowed the Abyss Demon's green abyss flame. Then it had swallowed the nether flame blade's 1,000-year dark spirit flame, so its potential was far greater than before. Perhaps it still had a lot of room to grow. When the netherworld sword refined the dark spirit flame's energy, it instantly refined the spiritual energy into Chu Tian's body. This allowed Chu Tian's strength to quickly go from the 9th awakened soul layer to the peak 9th awakened soul layer. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the netherworld flame sword had reached the large success realm, and he had finally reached the highest realm. This sword art had reached the large perfection realm, and Chu Tian had reached the peak. Chapter 390. A sharp sword wind was released. Like cutting through tofu, it instantly created a giant sword mark in the canyon. The trees, grass, and rocks that were struck by the sword chi were immediately crushed into powder. A raging flame erupted from the sword chi, instantly enveloping a large area. Under the cover of the flame, there was no heat at all. The rocks and plants continued to wither and shatter, finally turning into dust that filled the sky. Chu Tian revealed a look of pleasant surprise when he saw this. It had to be known that his netherworld sword had not moved at all when it was inserted into the ground. This was purely released by relying on his sword source spirit, releasing a strong sword chi with his bare hands. But it actually had this kind of strength. Was this the effect of cultivating the sword art to the perfection realm? Not mentioning the sword chi being doubled in strength. He who did not have a fire-attributed source spirit could actually fuse with the abyssal netherworld flame. In a sense, the abyssal netherworld flame had seeped into Chu Tian's sword source spirit, connecting with his source spirit. Like this, he was not as dependent on his weapon as before. Even if he was barehanded, he could still use the netherworld flame sword. Only the netherworld sword had a stronger effect. Not bad. This ancient sword art had been continuously modified, and it seemed like it was becoming more and more complete. With his cultivation in the peak 9th awakened soul layer, he really didn't know how strong he had become. He really couldn't wait to find an opponent to compete with. Chu Tian shook his head as he sheathed his sword and jumped into the canyon. Old Min's small town's young miss was attending the Dwarven Elders' meeting. There were the Dwarven Elders, Miracle Commerce's people, and several elves in this meeting. Chu Tian had come back at the right time because the small town had just made an important decision. We've gone through an audit, and the elves have met the requirements. The Dwarven Elders' chief stood up and announced, "We will now allow the elves to enter the small town." Yay! The elves, led by Vivian, all cheered. The vice mayor Meng Qinggu said, "The elves will officially enter Oldman's small town. According to the battle strength of the 1,000 elves, the elves will own 15% of Oldman's small town's property and dividends. The elven army will be unified and will not mix with other armies. Vivian will lead them to maintain the small town's internal order. The elves were very satisfied with this decision. Now that Oldman Small Town had a complete system, any power in the forest could apply to join Oldman Small Town, but they couldn't join just by applying. They needed to be examined by the Dwarf Elder Council before the members of the small town voted on whether they could join or not. Because Miracle Commerce owned more than 50% of the town, as long as the Dwarven Elder Group agreed to join, Miracle Commerce had one vote of approval or one vote of veto. This double scrutiny could eliminate the possibility that the applicant had bad intentions and avoid affecting the balance of the town. The mayor had absolute authority over the garrison troops, and the factions that these garrison troops belonged to enjoyed the profits and dividends brought by the town. Now the small town had 6,000 berserkers from Miracle Commerce, which was the ruler of Oldman Small Town. With this army suppressing them, the other powers did not dare act recklessly. When the Elven army joined in, 20% of the ownership was instantly divided, and Miracle Commerce fell back to 50% to 60%. This could only mean that the Elven army's battle strength was very strong, perhaps even above the berserkers from Miracle Commerce. The elves all had their own mounts. The elves themselves were very outstanding, and the unicorns were also demon beasts. The strength of these 1,000 elven army was equivalent to 2,000 berserkers. These elven army was led by Vivian and was also controlled by Miracle Commerce. This greatly consolidated Miracle Commerce's strength in Oldman Small Town, and the other partners' control over the small town became lower and lower. They did not have any complaints about this. This was because they entered Oldman Small Town mainly to trade with Oldman Small Town. They did not really want to control the small town. Secondly, the elves were a large race in the Forest of Chaos, so how could the surrounding tribes dare provoke them? With the elves joining in, the small town would be safer. Ruling or attacking the small town did not have any meaning. Being friendly and having mutual benefits in the long term was the way of the king. But although it was like this, in order to fight for more benefits and avoid being gradually marginalized, the large tribes all expressed that they would invest more troops. After all, Oldman Small Town was responsible for supporting the Allied army. If they sent out some of their troops, it would save them quite a bit of effort. The elves also played a crucial role in increasing the popularity of the small town. This was because among the many locals in the forest, the elves had the best reputation. The weak tribes and some hesitant locals all believed that Oldman Small Town was safe, so they all chose to settle down or do business in the small town. How could their popularity not increase with each passing day? Mang Chin Gu did some statistics. According to Oldman Small Town's current development, the population would double or triple in 3 months. It would take around a year for a small city to be formed, and it would become a special trade center for the army in the forest. Oldman Small Town had this much potential, so Miracle Commerce naturally increased their investment. Miracle Commerce, Miracle Medicine Shop, Miracle Talisman Shop, movie theaters, and hotels were all being built in the small town. Miracle Commerce's goods were cheap and had a sufficient supply. Now they had established a good reputation among the locals. Once this good reputation was established, it would spread very quickly. People would come to Oldman Small Town to sell their good materials, and they would come to Oldman Small Town to buy whatever they needed. Miracle Commerce became the best choice. Chu Tian, Meng Yingying, and Vivian, these were the first people to come to Oldman Small Town, and they were also the founders of Oldman Small Town. When they saw the small town becoming more prosperous day by day, their hearts were filled with a sense of accomplishment. A prosperous scene that could only be seen in a large forest city actually appeared on the outskirts of the Forest of Chaos in a small underground town. Moreover, it was developed in a short period of time. This could be considered a miracle in the Forest of Chaos, and it was something worth being proud of. Chu Tian. Meng Yingying quickly ran over. Our back garden is already done. Quickly come and take a look. Yingying grabbed Chu Tian and brought him to a hidden valley. This little valley was the small town's back garden. Chu Tian personally chose a completely sealed environment. There were no roads to enter, but there was a secret passage that led directly to the small town. This place was not big, and it was filled with tall trees. It was impossible to see the valley from the sky. Chu Tian placed a spirit-gathering array to gather spiritual energy in the valley. He also planted large amounts of rare plants in the valley, especially various sacred herbs, as well as several half-immortal great herbs. Finally, he placed a concealing array and an illusion array as protection, creating a temporary living area for the flower fairies. Compared to the bustling Oldman small town, the small valley was like a different world. It was quiet and serene, with hundreds of flowers in bloom, and the air was clear. Chu Tian held Meng Yingying's soft little hand, and the two of them walked into the soft grass. There were flowers in full bloom all around them, just like they were in a paradise isolated from the rest of the world. "Lulu, how are you?" The flower fairies were playing with the flowers and herbs. There were several video players and radios installed here, so the flower fairies could watch movies and listen to various music and story programs. Lulu saw that Chu Tian had come and immediately flew into the air with joy. "We're very good. Thank you for making a new home for the flower fairies." This wasn't all for the flower fairies. Miracle Commerce had bought all these fresh sacred herbs, and if they were all stored, the medicinal properties would be lost. Now that the herbs were planted again, they could provide a new living environment for the flower fairies, and the flower fairies could take care of the growth of these herbs. It had to be known that sacred herbs had a very harsh living environment. The survival rate of humans transplanting sacred herbs was very low, and only the flower fairies were natural gardeners that could ensure the survival and freshness of each sacred herb, ensuring that Miracle Commerce's resources wouldn't be wasted. Meng Yingying really liked this fragrant little valley with hundreds of flowers in bloom. She took a deep breath. "It really is too beautiful." Was there a need to say it? "This is my masterpiece." Chu Tian pretended to be humble as he said, "What does this count for? If you go to the flower fairies' garden, you'll know what is called beauty." Meng Yingying was filled with yearning. "Is that so?" "Of course the flower fairies' garden is the most beautiful place in the world. I welcome Yingying to visit the garden when she has time." Lulu warmly invited Yingying, and at the same time said with an emotional sigh, "We have never left the flower fairies' garden before, and we finally know how important the garden is to the flower fairies on this trip. If there was no forest and no garden, the flower fairies would not be able to survive." "That's right. If we leave the forest, our bodies will dry up. We have to properly protect the forest." Why hasn't Chu Tian's spiritual space project started yet? These flower fairies had experienced a long journey, and they suddenly felt a lot of emotions. They already realized how important the environment was to the flower fairies, so before Chu Tian could say anything, they took the initiative to talk about the spiritual space project. This was exactly what they wanted. "Don't be anxious. As for the construction of the spiritual technology, we have to slowly start from zero. I will first teach the related technology to Yingying and the young miss." Chu Tian did not have time to teach the flower fairies one-on-one. After all, the flower fairies had a weak foundation and didn't know anything about source energy arrays, so he could only choose the two sisters with strong learning abilities. When the time comes, Yingying will be in charge of leading the flower fairies in the spiritual laboratory. Meng Yingying stuck out her tongue. She was almost becoming an all-round assistant. Because of Meng Yingying's mirror source spirit, she could switch attributes at any time. She could help Vivian establish the spatial laboratory, and she could also participate in the flower fairies' spiritual laboratory. Meng Qingwu's learning ability was stronger, but her source spirit did not have any attributes. Not only did it not have battle strength, it did not have any auxiliary abilities. It could only provide theoretical support and could not participate like her little sister. Meng Yingying thought in her heart, "Am I considered half a student of Chu Tian now?" After all, with regards to Chu Tian's knowledge, Meng Yingying was the one who had the most comprehensive knowledge. This was not only because of Meng Yingying's special innate talent, but also because Meng Yingying was Chu Tian's most trusted person. Mang Ying thought of this, and her mood instantly became very happy. If she could help Chu Tian complete his work, she would be able to realize her own value. As for the establishment of the spiritual laboratory, they decided on it first. Mang Ying was prepared to play around with Chu Tian in the valley when she suddenly heard the communication device in Chu Tian's chest ring. "What is this? You actually dare disturb Father's date." Chu Tian was a bit depressed as he picked up the communication device and picked it up. Nan Gongyan's hurried voice came from inside. "Boss, this is bad. Someone has come to cause trouble. 2 patrol teams have been attacked and have suffered heavy casualties. Quickly come and take a look." Chu Tian's expression changed hearing this. This time it was not according to the script, so he was afraid that he had encountered trouble. This was not strange. Oldman's small town had developed this quickly. It was impossible for everything to be smooth sailing. After all, this was the forest of chaos, but he never thought that trouble would come this quickly. "Let's go." Mang Ying was very regretful. She had managed to pull Chu Tian out to play with great difficulty, but in the end she had been called back before they even started. Chapter 391. There were close to 100 patrols in the small town. There were 30 barbarian berserkers, 30 orc archers, 20 bear people, 5-6 wolf people scouts, and several ogres. The barbarian berserkers were the main force, and normal patrols did not carry source energy weapons because their main task was to disperse the forest bandits. With the barbarian berserkers' killing power, it was enough to deal with most of the bandits. The ogres and bear people were the main force, with the orc archers and wolf people supporting them. This kind of team arrangement was very scientific. They could advance and retreat, they could attack and defend, and they could chase and counter-chase. So how could they be completely wiped out? Each small team had several communication devices on them, and they would report the situation to headquarters every half an hour. If something happened, they could immediately inform headquarters. Now, 2 patrols had been attacked. They didn't even send out a distress signal. When headquarters found that the 2 small teams didn't report on time, they sent out wolf people to find them. In the end, they found that they had all been killed and there wasn't a single person alive. Chu Tian brought Ying to the scene of the incident. There were corpses all over the ground and blood dyed the forest red. The scene was very tragic, and each berserker had at least 10 arrows stuck in them. There were even some that had been turned into porcupines. No matter how strong their vitality was, it was impossible for them to survive this kind of fierce attack. This was too tragic. How could this kind of thing happen in front of their eyes? Mang Ying's face was a bit white. Which bastard did this? Why would they kill our people without any grievances? We are currently investigating, but there are no traces of value. Nangongyan led a group of soldiers to search the forest. Our patrols were suddenly ambushed, and there wasn't a single corpse left. This is truly a strange matter. That's right. This was too strange. The patrols all have elite wolf people, and their noses can smell the scent of people 10 miles away, so it is impossible for them to be ambushed. Mang Ying was confused. Even if they were ambushed, our Oldman's small town's patrols shouldn't be this weak. Did the other side have a true spirit expert? Not necessarily. Nangongyan said, "Look at the direction of the arrows. These arrows were shot from the air. Although the werewolf's nose is very sensitive, if the enemy is an aerial cavalry, the werewolves will not be able to track them if they attack from the air." Air cavalry? This was precisely the weakness of miracle commerce. Mang Ying did not seem to understand. Why didn't we receive the distress signal? Because there was no time to send it out. Nangongyan pulled out an arrow and pointed at the black arrowhead. The arrow is coated with poison. Even if the bear men, werewolves, and orcs are very brave, they will immediately lose their ability to defend after being hit by this arrow. The berserkers and the strong ogres were able to resist the paralyzing poison, but there were too many of them. After a wave of attacks, not many of them could stand up, so they didn't have time to use their communication devices. Mang Ying frowned slightly. How sinister, using poison. Normal patrols did not have storm rifles or source energy cannons. In a situation where they lacked firepower, they were suddenly ambushed by enemies in the air, so they were completely annihilated. They didn't have time to resist at all. But why did they attack Oldman's small town's team for no reason? Was this a coincidence, or was it deliberate? Sir Mayor, this is bad. At this time, an orc ran over in a panic. That ugly face was covered in sweat. We have another team being ambushed. They have already used their communication devices to send a distress signal to the small town. The situation is not good. Everyone's expressions changed. Chu Tian quickly asked the location. The orc quickly said, "It's around 20 miles east of the canyon. The ones being ambushed this time are a guard team." The patrol team was not the same as the guard team. After Oldman's small town gradually developed, they began to expand their business. For example, the local merchants in the forest bought large amounts of materials from the small town. They were afraid that they would be robbed when they left Oldman's small town. After all, Oldman's small town was becoming more and more popular. The forest bandits knew that there was a large amount of profit to be made, so there were quite a few people waiting for them. It was because of this that Oldman's small town set up a large number of patrols to ensure the safety of the surrounding environment. However, the patrol's range was limited to the canyons. Some of the native forest merchants were still worried because the forest bandits could lie in ambush in the nearby forest and guard the entrances of the canyons. That way they could still catch them. If there was demand, there would be business opportunities. Oldman's small town had a large number of troops, so most of them had nothing to do. When Meng Qinggu came to Oldman's small town, in order to maximize their resources, she immediately opened up the mercenary business here. She established a miracle commerce mercenary business department in the small town, mainly taking care of the escort team. If the merchants were not assured, they could hire an army, letting the elites of the allied army escort them out of this area. The fee was based on the number of troops hired, so it was still very affordable. So many local merchants would rather spend a bit more money than take the risk. This way they could increase their income and solve the merchants' worries, which was beneficial to Oldman's small town's long-term development. The one being ambushed this time was a guard team. When Chu Tian hurried over with his people, it was already too late. The battle on this side had just ended, and they were almost completely wiped out. There were several heavily injured barbarians and ogres, but because they had strong vitality, they didn't die, so they were saved. So many arrows, so many arrows. The barbarian opened his eyes to look at everyone. His consciousness was already very fuzzy, so he could only say with difficulty, "There are bats, so many bats!" Bats? Chu Tian couldn't ask anything, so he waved his hand. "Quickly send them back for treatment. Boss, there's something." Nan Gong Yin shouted from the forest. She found some giant bats that had been shot by the source energy gun, and there was more than one of them. They were all dead in the bushes. The guards were different from the patrols. The guards were equipped with light source energy weapons, so even if they faced the airborne cavalry, they still had the ability to resist. These giant bats that died in the forest must be the main culprit behind this attack. Meng Yingying carefully looked at the bats. These bats were very large, and each one was fat and strong, with beast-like claws, but they were not intelligent creatures. There was a strong green-skinned monster not far from them. This creature looked a bit like an orc, also having green skin, but there were many natural stripes on it. It had large amounts of poison arrows on its back, and its weapon was a long bow. Chu Tian knit his brows as he muttered, "Forest trolls!" Forest trolls were a common forest race. Trolls had high talent in alchemy, so they were called forest alchemists. However, the forest trolls were greedy by nature, naturally liking to steal from others. If it wasn't for the guards being equipped with source energy weapons, they wouldn't have had any casualties. Chu Tian knit his brows as he said, "Now it can be explained. The trolls have tamed bat beasts. Although bat beasts are level 1 demon beasts, they're quite strong among level 1 demon beasts. They have strong explosive power in short to medium range, and bat beasts can use ultrasonic waves to explore the forest, so they can lock onto troops from a distance. They can accurately and fiercely attack when they are defenseless. The trolls are good at alchemy, so if they use poison arrows to attack, they can effectively destroy our troops' battle strength. Mang Yingying was even more confused. Did the trolls have nothing better to do? Why would they do this kind of thing for no reason? When Chu Tian looked over the troll's corpse, he found a strange tattoo. This tattoo looked like a skull with a sword stuck in it. What symbol is this? Each troll had a similar tattoo. This made Chu Tian feel that it was a bit strange. Perhaps this would help him find the other side's identity, so he called a few orcs over to take a look. Perhaps these locals would recognize it. Who knew? When the orcs saw the tattoo, they began to tremble in fear. I know. An orc said with a face of fear, "This is the troll marauders. It's over. We've been targeted by the marauders. We're completely done for this time. The small town can't be saved this time." "Fuck! What nonsense are you saying?" Nangong rushed forward and slapped his face. "You're the fucking one that can't be saved. If you dare speak nonsense again, do you believe I won't beat you to death?" Nangong. Chu Tian stopped Nangong. He felt that this matter was not simple. What is the matter with the marauders? Nangong Yen's fierce appearance made the orc very afraid, so he could only honestly explain. The locals of the Forest of Chaos did not live in villages, tribes, or towns. There were many races that were nomadic races, and the troll race was a very famous nomadic race. The marauders were a very famous group among the troll race. They were like a swarm of locusts, leaving no grass alive wherever they went. The mark of the marauders was the skull tattoo, and there were large amounts of domesticated bat beasts. Because the bat beasts had a strong ultrasonic detection ability, the marauders could easily find the locals hiding in the dense forest. These marauders relied on this method of plundering to survive. The marauders were wild, even daring to steal from the large powers in the depths of the forest. This was because the trolls did not have a fixed place to live. Every time they were chased by a strong local, they would immediately scatter. Those strong local powers could not do anything to them. As long as the wind blew over, the marauders would gather again. In short, they were a very hard to deal with group of fellows, so no matter who was targeted by the marauders, they were destined to suffer a large misfortune. Now that they were attacking the small town's patrols and guards, they were just giving Oldman Small Town a bit of face. After all, Oldman Small Town was an underground city, so it was not easy for the troll race to invade. They could only use this method to put pressure on the small town and steal some resources. Mang Yingying was very dissatisfied with the trembling orc. "If they dare appear again, we'll kill them all. What is there to be afraid of?" You don't know, the marauders are very large." The orc was still trembling. "Their movements are strange. There is no way to predict them, and no one can locate them. Even large tribes are afraid of them with our few people. It's not enough. I think that after the marauders finish their demonstration, they will quickly come and make their demands. We'll satisfy their needs. It's better than being destroyed." Nangong Yin was filled with rage and wanted to hit him. Chu Tian pulled her back. "Nangong, don't be impulsive. This is a special time. We have to pacify the situation. Oldman Small Town's wealth would attract greedy locusts. But Chu Tian never would have thought that they would attract such a troublesome opponent. The matter of the guards being attacked would spread throughout Oldman Small Town. Perhaps many locals living and doing business in Oldman Small Town would be afraid and even have thoughts of escaping. What was even worse was that the large tribes did not dare offend the marauders and might leave Oldman Small Town under the threat of the marauders. They might even compromise with the marauders. Then this newly established small town would definitely become a huge mountain of vitality because of this. Chu Tian could not let this happen. This small town was just the first step of miracle commerce's development in the Forest of Chaos. If they couldn't even do the first step well, how could they carry out the rest of their plans? Chapter 392. The marauders continued to attack, causing the small town's casualties to rise to over 1,000 people. Just the Allied army alone had lost over 500 people. Paper could not cover fire. The news quickly spread through the small town like a plague, immediately causing the small town's people to panic. These infamous forest thugs were known to everyone, and there wasn't a single power in the outskirts that could go against them. They were bold and savage by nature. Not to mention a small town that had just been established, they would even rob a caravan from a forest city without hesitation. There was nothing these wild thugs didn't dare to do. These locusts that people hated were simply the enemies of the forest. However, the marauders were very mobile, immediately leaving after doing something, never staying in one place for a long time. The forest of chaos was very big. It was impossible to chase after them. Therefore, most of the time, the victims were helpless. Because of the marauders' cruel reputation, there were some local powers that surrendered to the marauders in order to save their lives, taking the initiative to give the marauders what they wanted. Old Min's small town's prosperity had gathered a considerable amount of resources, so it was already noticed by the large local powers in the forest, but they never thought that the marauders would arrive first. The marauders kept attacking the small town's troops in the wild. This was undoubtedly a demonstration to the small town. This kind of small power did not need to attack at all. The marauders used their fierce reputation to make them collapse internally and surrender without a fight, saving quite a bit of effort. I propose to immediately close the small town. That's right, we can negotiate with the marauders. Don't they just want things? I'll give it to them. In the Old Min's small town meeting, the various tribe chiefs were discussing. Almost everyone did not agree to fighting with the marauders because there was a large disparity in strength between the two sides. The marauders dared to plunder the forest. It was not something a small town with tens of thousands of soldiers could stop. Not to mention that the marauders were all aerial troops, so their mobility was just too high. Old Min's small town and the surrounding local powers all lacked aerial troops. Without an army that could stop the marauders, how could they deal with these fierce marauders? Moreover, the trolls were very good at alchemy, so they could poison the nearby water sources, grass, and etc. First, they would seal off Old Min's small town and trap the allied forces inside. Everyone calm down. Meng Qingguo stood up. There's still a chance. Actually, with Meng Qingguo's cautious nature, the safest method was to close the small town. Old Min was an underground town, and the marauders' air cavalry were not suited to attack this kind of town. As for besieging, that was also impossible. With Miracle Commerce's space transportation technology, it was impossible for the town to be trapped to death. All the daily necessities could be transported directly from the outside world. How long could the aliens hold out? Don't forget, they were a notorious organization. They would never stay in one place for too long. As long as Miracle Commerce could hold out for a while, the marauders would naturally collapse. Although this method was safe, it was ultimately a last resort. Old Min's small town would suffer a large loss, and it could cause the unstable alliance to disintegrate. The most important thing was that Meng Qingguo understood Chu Tian too well. Making Chu Tian hide like a turtle was harder than making the sun rise from the west. If Miracle Commerce wanted to stay in the forest, they couldn't avoid the marauders, so how could they hide? Everyone, there's no need to panic. Meng Qingguo calmly said to everyone, Miracle Commerce has advanced source energy weapons, so these forest robbers have no advantage in front of our powerful firepower. It's not like we don't have the power to resist. The representatives of the various tribes looked at each other in blank dismay. The only variable now was Miracle Commerce. As for how strong Miracle Commerce was, the tribes had no idea because Miracle Commerce had always been very mysterious. They had a strong berserker army, sharp source energy weapons, and many other unexplainable abilities. Perhaps Miracle Commerce really had a way to deal with the marauders. One of the locals stood up and said, Even if Miracle Commerce has the ability to deal with the marauders, our tribes don't have this ability. If the marauders launch a revenge attack out of shame, wouldn't our nearby tribes suffer a calamity? That's right. Everyone in Oldman, small town, had a share. Everyone can be assured. Miracle Commerce dares to do what they want. Meng Qingguo confidently promised the locals, Miracle Commerce will never take the initiative to attack others, but since others have come to our door, we will not retreat. We will declare war on the marauders. Declare war? The marauders were famous for being hard to deal with. The giants of the forest couldn't eliminate these locusts. So what right did Miracle Commerce have to declare war on them? No matter how mobile the marauders are, they still need a foothold. Miracle Commerce will use our advanced technology to locate the marauders' nest. At that time, we will gather everyone's strength and sweep out the marauders in one fell swoop. Only like this can we shake the forest. Otherwise, if this group of marauders leaves, another group will come. No one wants to see endless harassment. Miracle Commerce wanted to eliminate the marauders. The locals had strange expressions as they whispered to each other. Finally, they decided to wait and see. First, they would see what Miracle Commerce would do. It would be best if it was as she said. Otherwise, once something went wrong, the tribes would immediately withdraw to avoid being caught up in this disaster. Meng Qingguo first appeased the locals and then immediately went to a secret room in Oldman's small town. Inside, there were many huge mirrors. Each mirror was 2 to 3 feet tall. The surface of the mirror was very clear. A gentle woman and a few employees were standing in front of one of the big mirrors, discussing something. Kaidai, how is it on your side? Elder sister, look. This is the image taken by the surveillance airship. Feng Kaidai slightly moved her body, and the image transferring mirror behind her began to display the images. These images were clearly taken from high up in the sky. The entire forest was a deep green color, but because it was too high up, the details couldn't be seen clearly. Look here. Meng Qingguo zoomed in and could clearly see a large group of giant bats moving at a fast speed, flying through the forest at a low altitude. They stopped and fought in several places before leaving in another direction. Meng Qingguo gave a cold snort. That's right, it was them. Feng Kaidai said with a face filled with admiration. It's all thanks to Elder Sister's surveillance airship. Otherwise, it would have been hard to find traces of them. But the range of surveillance is limited. We can determine the direction of the marauders, but we can't determine where they are. Meng Qingguo had stayed in southern state for a long time, preparing for Miracle Commerce every minute. There were all kinds of special airships that consumed a large amount of Meng Qingguo's energy. In the skies above the forest of chaos, there was a communication airship every few thousand miles. Meng Qingguo had also made surveillance airships and battle airships. These new generation miracle airships not only had high performance, they were also covered in a layer of hidden mirrors. They could simulate various colors and camouflage, making it hard to distinguish them from the ground. They could operate at a maximum altitude of 50,000 meters, and most of the time they were parked at an altitude of 20 to 30,000 meters. The existence of these airships was a secret of the company, and the people of Oldman Small Town did not know about it. There were several airships above their heads, waiting for orders. The image shown on the image transfer mirror was actually taken by the surveillance airship 20,000 meters in the air. Meng Qingguo ordered, contact the second Heaven's Eye and search the area. Find where the marauders are hiding and have the Heaven's Punishment prepare to attack. Meng Qingguo named the special airships of Miracle Commerce. The one used to set up the communication network was called the Heaven's Net. The one used to monitor the ground was called the Heaven's Eye, and the one used to attack was called the Heaven's Punishment. Miracle Commerce had 6 Heaven's Net airships, 2 Heaven's Eye airships, and 1 Heaven's Punishment airship. Now the Heaven's Eye and Heaven's Punishment were in Oldman Small Town and could listen to orders at any time. Feng Kaidai immediately picked up the communication device. Hey, hey, Second Heaven's Eye. This is the Forest Command Center. The Vice Chairman has ordered to search the southwest. As soon as the order was given, more than 40,000 meters in the air, the Heaven's Eye 2 airship that had been on standby suddenly began to descend and move forward. The airship's cabin automatically opened, revealing countless video cameras that looked like eyes, scanning the entire forest on a large scale. At the same time, the image transfer mirrors in the small town's control room lit up. The entire forest appeared on the image transfer mirror, and all the images were transmitted in real time. A voice came from the communication device tens of thousands of meters in the air. Second Heaven's Eye, begin the operation. Another communication device also released a sound. First Heaven's Punishment calling the command center. All the weapons have been loaded. Please give your orders. Wait for orders. Yes. What a bunch of stupid natives. Fong Kai Dai closed the communication device, and her face was filled with excitement. They still don't know who they have provoked, right? We'll let them see today what is called the power of technology. On the other side, Chu Tian and Meng Yingying were collecting the troll poison arrows. The two of them scraped off the poison on the arrows and analyzed it. This was the troll race's secret poison. But how could this kind of child's play trick be hidden from Chu Tian? Chu Tian easily reverse-engineered the poison's composition and formula. He gave the antidote to Yingying. Immediately send it to the Southern Summer Laboratory and Alchemy Factory. Give them 3 days and we'll need 10,000 antidotes. Understood. Yingying immediately took the formula and sent the information. After this information was sent to Southern Xia's laboratory, Miracle Commerce's various large alchemy workshops began to work. Large amounts of medicine would be made in a short period of time before being transported to Oldman's small town. The reason why the troll race made people tremble in fear. One of the main reasons was that their alchemy skills were very high, especially in the area of refining poisons. If the soldiers took the antidote before fighting, the troll poison arrows would lose their effect. Without these poison arrows, could they fight the berserkers and the ogres? Without these poison arrows, could they block the wildfire of the source energy weapons? Keep dreaming. Chapter 393. Meng Yingying received news from Southern Xia that the antidote had already begun production. The antidote that Chu Tian had researched, not only did it have a low cost, it also had common materials. Miracle Commerce had the resources in Southern Xia, so it didn't take much effort to make it. Perhaps large amounts of antidote would be sent over soon. What should we prepare now? Before the antidote is sent over, we don't have the conditions to fight. We need to avoid being attacked by the marauders in the next few days, and we also need to find out where the marauders are hiding. Chu Tian rubbed his chin as he thought about it. Let's set a time and find the trolls to have a heart-to-heart talk. What did you say? Meng Yingying's beautiful eyes instantly popped out. Is there a problem with your head? I don't have anything to talk to them about. Do you think they will come? They will definitely come, Chu Tian said with a confident face. Isn't this the result they want to see? Chu Tian is right. At this time, a dignified and beautiful woman walked in. The marauders' current actions are just to create panic and surrender without a fight. Our negotiation request is exactly what they want. This method can stall for a few days and we can lure the snake out of its hole. We can find the marauders' hiding place, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So it's like this. Meng Yingying felt this was a bit reasonable, but how do we contact the other side? The marauders must have left people in the forest to observe our reaction. We'll write down the time and place of our meeting in the forest. They will definitely come. The young miss is exceptionally smart, not like a silly girl. Who's a silly girl? Meng Yingying was about to explode. Chu Tian laughed. I'll leave this matter to the young miss. Meng Qingguo did things swiftly and decisively, immediately personally writing an essay. She sincerely asked the marauders to stop killing and invited them to meet in a basin outside Oldman Canyon in 3 days. Meng Qinggu was afraid that the trolls wouldn't understand, so she was very considerate and wrote them in 3 common languages in the forest. Then she made more than 100 copies of these invitations and had people secretly paste them in conspicuous places in the forest. This move was indeed effective. Oldman's small town was not attacked again. If he wasn't wrong, the moment the raiders saw the invitation, they would immediately drink and celebrate their easy harvest. Then they would rest and recharge themselves for the negotiation in 3 days. In these few days, a large amount of antidotes were transported to the town through the space warehouse. Chu Tian was not idle. He made some array flags to arrange a special source energy array. This source energy array's function was very simple. It was just to disrupt and weaken sound waves. The trolls were good at taming bat beasts. The bat beasts were not just mounts for the marauders. They were also the eyes of the marauders. With a strong ultrasonic detection ability, it was hard for anything to escape the trolls' eyes. But it was because of this that the trolls were very reliant on the bat beast's detection abilities. If the bat beast's detection abilities weren't good, the trolls would be caught off guard. 3 days quickly passed. Meng Qinggu immediately found a large group of suspicious figures on the monitor in the command room. When she zoomed in, she revealed a look of joy. There were over 1,000 marauders, flying out of a cave several hundred kilometers away. They were quickly heading in the direction of Oldman small town. That's right. This must be the marauders' stronghold. Meng Qinggu immediately deployed. First Heaven's Punishment, immediately head to the target area. Wait for orders and prepare to attack. First Heaven's Punishment received. A large airship slowly moved tens of thousands of meters in the air. This is bad, this is bad. Before long, a werewolf ran into the town in a panic. A large group of marauders is coming. When the townspeople heard this, they were all shocked. Could it be the marauders were going to launch an attack? Chu Tian appeared to calm everyone. Everyone, there is no need to panic. This is just a small trap we set up. The marauders' stronghold has been locked in, and the Oldman small-town army has been mobilized. We will take them down in a single strike, and our name will shake the forest. This, the locals revealed a look of hesitation. Miracle Commerce had locked in on the marauders' stronghold this quickly? They clearly didn't do anything these past few days. Could there be a problem? The Oldman small-town army had already been mobilized. Miracle Commerce's 6,000 berserkers were all mobilized, with 800 storm rifles and over 200 source energy cannons. The rest were all equipped with source energy submachine guns, and each person had a source energy grenade hanging on them. It looked like they were going to fight a decisive battle. Vivian was leading the 1,000 elven unicorn archers to participate in the battle. If the elves were participating, what reason did they have to not believe it? They immediately returned to their tribes and had the warriors of their tribes prepare for battle. Actually, for Miracle Commerce, the small town's army was more than enough. The reason why they pulled the locals this time was mainly to show them Miracle Commerce's strength. The tens of thousands of allied soldiers set off. Chu Tian brought several hundred people with him, heading to the meeting place with the trolls. When Chu Tian arrived, several hundred marauders had already been waiting for a long time. The heavens, I had seen over 1,000 troll cavalry on the scouting ship, but there were only several hundred in front of them. The other marauders had scattered to scout. These marauders were not brainless and were worried that Oldman small town would ambush them in the name of negotiating. A burly troll marauder walked out. He was more than 2 meters tall, and his upper body was half naked. His muscles looked like they were carved out of stone, and his body was covered in strange totems. He held a long black spear in each hand and suddenly thrust it deep into the ground. A powerful aura spread out from Min-Man, making everyone feel a sense of oppression. Chu Tian did not bring Vivian with him. Therefore, the small town did not have a single true spirit cultivator. When the troll marauders saw Oldman's small towns line up, they couldn't help looking down on them. But what kind of experts could a trivial small town have? This kind of lineup and this kind of reaction was normal. Ha ha ha. The troll leader gave a few sinister laughs. I thought you didn't dare come. Chu Tian swaggered in front of the marauders. I have always kept my word, so since I invited everyone, how could I not come? You do have a bit of courage. The troll leader pulled out a jet black spear, and his green eyes stared right at them. Don't waste words. We only kill people who don't know what's good for them. Since you're tactful, I'll spare your lives. But you must agree to our request. Chu Tian calmly asked, I'd like to hear the details. First, hand over all the source stones and resources you have. Second, pay tribute to us from now on. 90% of your source stones and resources will be given to us. Third, the troll leader looked over Nan Gongyin, Meng Yingying, and the others behind Chu Tian with an obscene gaze. These human women aren't bad. They'll be responsible for serving us from now on. This troll leader's tone was high and mighty, as if it was a great honor for Chu Tian to do these things. Chu Tian gave a slight nod. Just these? The humans being this calm made the marauders a bit surprised. What did this fellow mean? Was this not enough? The troll leader nodded. Source stones, resources, and women, these are all ours. We are not interested in your lives, so you should be thankful for our benevolence. Now obediently hand over the things we offer. Third leader, I haven't done anything to a human woman before. I want to go first with that red-haired woman. Don't steal her from me. The troll marauders already saw these people as things in the bag, even starting to fight for the right to go first. The troll race had a tyrannical nature, and their sense of beauty was similar to the mainstream of the continent. Therefore, human beauties were very attractive to them. Since your excellency has made this many requests, shouldn't this one also make one? You still have requests. Chu Tian reached out to grab the sword hilt on his back and slowly pulled out the ice mirror like netherworld sword. With a gentle wave of the sword, he pointed it at the troll leader. It's very simple. I only have a single request, which is to borrow your head to play with for 2 days. This small request, I hope you won't refuse? The marauders were stunned for a few seconds before breaking out in laughter. Was this human joking? He dared to say this kind of thing with his awakened soul realm cultivation. The Marauders' third leader was a true soul realm expert. The Marauders could be arrogant in the forest for so many years. It was not without reason. In this large bandit organization, there were many experts like Clouds. A human that hadn't even grown a hair, yet actually dared to fight with the Marauder leader? The troll leader's eyebrows came together, and his eyes filled with anger from being teased. Do you know what price you'll pay for this? Pay your head. Nan Gongyin was filled with rage when she saw the troll. She immediately angrily roared out, This old lady will kill you first. Nan Gongyen's arms transformed into a pair of flaming wings, and with a fierce flap, she instantly soared into the sky like a giant bird. She first circled in the air, and after increasing her speed to the extreme, she pounced towards her opponent like a burning moth. Seeking death, the troll's black spear was thrown out like a black thunderbolt. The flames on Nan Gongyen's body were instantly torn apart, and the fierce black energy passed through her body. Even the Starlight Immortal body could not block this kind of fierce attack. Meng Yingying was shocked. Big sister Nan Gong. Nan Gongyin crashed through several trees and was embedded in a giant rock. The flames on her body exploded and turned her surroundings into a sea of flames. The rocks around her were burned to the ground. Everyone's faces fell. Such a strong strength. Even a peak 9th awakened soul layer cultivator with a defensive cultivation technique would find it hard to block this kind of attack. Nan Gongyin had just reached the peak 8th awakened soul layer. Large amounts of flames came out of the crack in the mountain, and Nan Gongyin stepped out of the lava. What was hard to believe was that she was not injured at all. The troll was a bit stunned. That attack should have passed through her body. Did this fellow have an immortal body? Nangongyen's face was a bit pale, and it was clear she had consumed quite a bit of spirit energy. Was this the large difference between the awakened soul realm and the true spirit realm? As expected, even a divine cultivation technique could not make up for it. Nangong, move aside. Chu Tian raised his sword as he walked forward. This fellow is mine. Chapter 394. Chu Tian's subordinates all had their own duties. Meng Qinggu was in charge of the company. Meng Yingying was in charge of supporting the various departments, and Nangongyan was the one with the strongest fighting ability in the original group. So she became the most important battle talent. Although she was only in the peak 8th awakened soul layer, she could still fight against a peak 9th awakened soul layer cultivator. But for this kind of battle talent, although it wasn't hard to jump levels, it wasn't easy to jump levels. The difference of a single realm was like the distance between heaven and earth. An awakened soul cultivator fighting a body refinement cultivator and a true spirit cultivator fighting an awakened soul cultivator. There was no suspense at all. There was not a single true spirit cultivator in Oldman Small Town. So how could the marauders place them in their eyes? This human, Brett really didn't know what was good for him. How could he be this arrogant? He was simply seeking death. You're seeking death. The marauder leader gave a sinister laugh. What reason do I have to not help you? The two of them faced each other. The surging killing intent and pressure collided violently in the surrounding space, causing the others to involuntarily take a few steps back. Chu Tian's sword slightly trembled, just like a wild beast that couldn't wait to attack. This was Chu Tian's first time fighting a true spirit realm expert. Although Chu Tian was very confident, Chu Tian didn't know how strong he could be with his current strength. The marauder leader made a move first. A black spear turned into a black thunderbolt as it shot out at Chu Tian's chest. He wanted to pierce through Chu Tian's body, just like how he pierced through Nangongyan. But this time it was even more fierce. He wanted to personally shatter his organs and shatter his heart. He didn't believe it. Could there be a person who could still live after their heart was shattered? He wanted to let this stupid human know what kind of ending an ant facing a fierce tiger would face. The Netherworld sword released a beautiful and eye-catching sword glow. Dang! The sword and spear tip collided. It was like a needle against an awn. The swift and fierce sword chi and spear radiance scattered in all directions like broken water droplets. The entire grassland was torn off, and the surrounding forest seemed to have experienced a storm. It was instantly blown to the side, and countless branches were torn to shreds. Whether it was Oldman Small Town or the marauders, when they felt this powerful collision, they couldn't help moving back a bit. Another explosion sounded. Chu Tian and the marauder leader each retreated 5 or 6 zhang. Chu Tian's face was still as calm as still water, and there was no change in his expression. He was just silently evaluating the power of his sword. The marauder leader's expression changed dramatically. He never thought that his opponent would be able to block his attack without dodging. What a powerful sword chi! The moment the marauder leader clashed with his opponent, a sinister, cunning, and vicious energy flowed through the spear and into his body. Even though the marauder leader was strong, he didn't have enough time to defend himself. So he suffered quite a bit. A human actually withstood a blow from the third leader? This wasn't a dream, right? The third leader was a true spirit cultivator. The Oldman Small Town side were filled with shock compared to the troll. The mayor was actually this strong. It seemed like they had underestimated this human too much. So it's like this. You're a sword cultivator, and you've cultivated at least a perfection realm sword art. That's why you can release such a strong sword chi. The marauder leader's face turned dark for a few seconds before he suddenly thought of something. But no matter how strong your sword art is, how many attacks can an awakened soul cultivator's spirit energy withstand? Chu Tian laughed. You can give it a try. The marauder leader was once again enraged by Chu Tian's relaxed and frivolous attitude. Damn, he was clearly this weak. But he dared to be this arrogant. Since it's like this, I'll let him see my true strength. The Marauder Chief's spirit energy condensed into the shape of a three-headed snake. Each head of this three-headed snake had a different color: red, green, and purple. 3 different energies revolved around the giant demon. The third leader is using his source spirit. This 3-headed monster snake source spirit is famous for its strength. Let's see how this brat will deal with it this time. Chu Tian's eyes slightly narrowed. A rare, multi-attributed source spirit? This kind of source spirit could have multi-attributed battle energy, so it was harder to deal with than normal cultivators. The black spears returned to his hands like 2 black pythons. The moment the Marauder leader grabbed the 2 black spears, his aura increased by at least 10 times. The 3 snake source spirits actually split apart, with one coiling around his left hand, one coiling around his right hand, and the last one coming out of his head. It turned into a strong and corrosive poison mist that charged at Chu Tian. Poison attributed source spirit? Chu Tian turned into a sword glow to escape. Wanna run? How could it be that easy? The Marauder leader gave a few fiendish laughs. His legs stepped off the ground, and he teleported forward, locking onto Chu Tian, who was hiding. Die! The 2 black spears turned into demonic snakes that attacked Chu Tian. The 2 demonic snakes that coiled around his body released their power. One of them made people feel numb, and the other made them feel weak. The 2 powers intertwined with each other on Chu Tian's body, making Chu Tian feel like the air around him had turned into cement. Each of his movements felt like they were being slowed by 1,000 pounds. Such a strange source spirit's power. Each of the Marauder leader's attacks had a negative effect, weakening the other side's ability to resist. Even a true spirit cultivator of the same level would be hit if they were caught off guard, not to mention an awakened soul cultivator. Awakened soul cultivators could not resist the numbness and weakness of the demonic snakes at all. Most awakened soul cultivators would lose their ability to resist when they attacked. Sword. The demon god's sword source, spirit, soared into the sky. Chu Tian borrowed the power of the demon god's sword to scatter the energy enveloping him, giving him a short moment to catch his breath. The netherworld sword merged with the demon god's sword's destructive power, and the blue and white sword glow turned purple and black. Its strength increased by at least 1-fold, and its destructive power increased by 10 times. Netherworld Ghost Slash. Chu Tian did not hesitate for half a second as he slashed out with his sword. The burning netherworld sword slammed into the 2 demonic snakes, and intense flames and destructive energy completely disintegrated the demonic snakes. With an explosion sound, both sides were sent flying again. Were they evenly matched again? Both sides released their source spirits. Chu Tian had scattered the Marauder leader's source spirit with a single slash. From this point, the result of this exchange was that Chu Tian had the upper hand. The Marauder leader's face was filled with shock and anger, even flying into a rage. Damn, I want to see how long you can last. This time the Marauder leader had experienced Chu Tian's strength. This fellow was not using tricks. Rather, he was meeting force with force, meeting force with force. Without any tricks, with his peak 9th awakened soul layer cultivation, he was able to fight against someone in the first true spirit layer. But the Marauder leader was not panicked, because even if the other side was heaven-defying, he was still an awakened soul cultivator. These 2 attacks had consumed less than 1% of a true spirit cultivator's energy, but it had consumed at least 10% of an awakened soul cultivator's energy. How long could he last like this? I thought you were strong. Chu Tian revealed a look of disappointment as he shook his head with a sigh. In the end, you only have this bit of skill? This kind of battle without any challenge is not fun at all. I don't want to play anymore. I'll take care of you with this move. Contempt. Naked contempt. It was as if killing him was as easy as eating a bun. Overestimating yourself. The marauder leader released an even stronger spirit energy than before. I'll let you have a taste of the giant demon clan's inherited secret technique. The marauder leader was completely enraged. He released a special secret technique, and his body was instantly covered in spirit energy, turning into a three-headed demonic snake. An ancient and cruel aura surrounded him. The giant demon released his source spirit to its peak, increasing the effect of his source spirit by 10 times. Flame demon transformation. The moment the marauder leader released the secret technique, Chu Tian's body began to burn. The raging flames turned him into a fierce and terrifying flame demon. In an instant, he just disappeared all of a sudden. Chu Tian charged forward with a speed and strength several times faster than before. The marauder leader barely locked onto Chu Tian and immediately used a strong slowing and cursing power on Chu Tian's body. Even for a true spirit cultivator, this power was enough to make them unable to move. He did not believe that Chu Tian could break it. As expected, Chu Tian was forced to stop. His body was burning as he stood in the air, but he could not move forward at all. The chance was here. Immediately kill him. The marauder leader roared out as he prepared to attack. He never would have thought that the flames on Chu Tian's body would suddenly grow stronger. A flame separated from his body and turned into an identical flame demon that also held a burning sword in its hand. This flaming demon then turned into 2 into 4 into 8. The marauder leader was instantly surrounded by 8 flame demons in the flame demon transformation state. This is... The marauder leader was filled with fear. This was not an illusion. Each flame demon had gathered a strong power, and he couldn't even tell which one was the main body. Netherworld clone / The 8 figures disappeared at the same time. Countless sword glows formed a giant net that instantly divided the marauder leader's body. With an unstoppable momentum, the marauder was torn to pieces. Instant kill. Instant kill. The marauder leader did not have any room to resist at all. The Netherworld clone / was the Netherworld Flame Sword's Perfection Realm's final killing move. It allowed Chu Tian to instantly create clones, with each clone having 100% of the main body's full strength / This was equal to duplicating his strength by several times and releasing it all at once, adding in the flame demon transformation. Even a true spirit expert could not block it. The third leader is dead. The other marauders were stunned. They never would have thought that it would be like this even in their dreams. After Chu Tian killed a true spirit cultivator, he had consumed quite a bit of energy. He immediately took several pills to replenish himself and then gave an order. Kill them all! The trolls did not have time to react. The source energy weapons were raised, and the wild storm of source energy bullets instantly filled the forest. The trolls could not fight back against this dense and terrifying attack at all. When they experienced the might of the flame demon transformation, they finally realized Oldman Small Town's true strength. It was already too late. These fellows were destined to die here. Chu Tian said, "The marauders will quickly react. We have to destroy their stronghold before they escape and kill these locusts." When they saw the strength of Chu Tian and his army, the Oldman Small Town people did not hesitate at all. Chapter 395. Chu Tian took care of this group of marauders and did not stay any longer. He immediately brought Nangong, Ying, and the others to meet up with the young miss. This place was less than 50 miles away from the marauders' temporary base. Meng Qingguo led the small town's army with a total of 30,000 people, moving forward through the forest. They carefully hid themselves in the forest, preparing to attack. "Elder sister, we're done." Meng Ying ran over to meet with Meng Qingguo. Her face was filled with joy as she said to her elder sister in a small voice, "Chu Tian has killed a leader, but there are some marauders that have been caught. Perhaps they have already brought the news back. If we don't attack now, perhaps the marauders will run away. Our reinforcements haven't arrived yet." Nangong Inying found that the ambush in the forest was all the small town's army. Didn't the local tribes say that they would send their elites to help? There are over 70 to 80,000 marauders, and they are all elites with decent battle strength. They even have giant bats as flying mounts. Can we beat them with just this bit of people? There's no time to wait for them. Meng Qinggu was not surprised. These locals were clearly suspicious of miracle commerce. Although they said they would send several tens of thousands of warriors, their movements were actually slow. It was clear they didn't want to be the first to attack, so they were just watching from a distance. If their attack failed, they would definitely turn around and run. They would not risk offending the marauders to help miracle commerce. Of course, if their attack succeeded, perhaps they would come and help. No matter what, Chu Tian didn't care at all. If he really relied on these fellows, he wouldn't be able to fight this battle. This battle was not as simple as chasing away a group of bandits for miracle commerce. It was also a chance for miracle commerce to show off their strength. It was a good chance to make an example of them. There were countless bandits like the marauders in the forest. If they chased away a group, another group would come, never ending. Only by fighting a beautiful battle and using a thunderous method to destroy the other side would they be able to deter the locals and the bandits in the forest, preventing something like this from happening again. Miracle Commerce did not just want to show off to their enemies and potential enemies, they also wanted to show off their muscles to their allies and potential allies. In the forest of chaos, strength was everything. Whoever's fist was harder had the right to speak. Miracle Commerce had enough shocking power. Who wouldn't be convinced by Miracle Commerce? Miracle Commerce only had a small piece of land on the outskirts of the forest and didn't touch the power of the giants. The forest giants didn't need to provoke Miracle Commerce, and no one dared to touch Miracle Commerce here. This was the only way they could develop steadily, whether it's a performance or a demonstration. This battle has to be fought beautifully. Chu Tian still wanted to confirm before launching an attack. What are your preparations? We can now confirm that the enemy is hiding in the cave ahead. The Heaven's Punishment has arrived at the best attacking position at an altitude of 5,000 meters and is on standby. Meng Qinggu added, "The interference circle you arranged is already working. We won't be easily discovered if we hide in the forest." In that case, let's begin. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Let the elves be in charge of supporting from the rear. The rest of the troops will directly attack. After all, the elves had not truly joined the town. Chu Tian did not want a few elves to die in battle, and then those fellows would find trouble for them. The army of tens of thousands moved through the dense forest, stopping several miles away from the mountain they were hiding in. There were marauders riding bats above them, so this was clearly their range. The marauders didn't know that Miracle Commerce could block the bat beast's ultrasonic waves. But several tens of thousands of people was not a small number. If they were too close, there was a large risk of being exposed. It's fine to prepare here. Chu Tian gave a signal to Meng Qinggu. Begin. The berserkers will advance first, and the others will climb down. The 6,000 barbarian berserkers took out their source energy weapons and charged into the forest. Meng Qinggu took out a communication device and connected to the airship above them. Heaven's Punishment, this is Meng Qinggu. Confirm the target and begin the attack. I repeat, begin the attack. Heaven's Punishment received. A low and deep voice came from the communication device. The forest army felt this was strange. They didn't know what Chu Tian was doing and why he wanted them to lie down in the forest. However, they didn't dare disobey Chu Tian's orders, so they could only obediently lie down on the ground. The Heaven's Punishment airship was a large airship, and the surface was covered in reflective mirrors. These mirrors were not normal mirrors, but rather image transfer mirrors. Not only could they display various images, they could also display images from one side to the other, creating a transparent front and back state. Even if one observed it from a close distance, they could only see a transparent outline moving. If one observed it from a distance, it was hard to see with the naked eye This was an airship made with current technology. It could be considered a ghost floating in the air. Target locked. Height is around 5,000 meters. Normal wind speed, normal environment. Activate 100 heavy high-altitude bombs. The bottom cabin of the miracle airship opened to reveal a bomb bay. There were meter-long bombs inserted into it like rows of black treasured swords. These bombs were completely black, and there were large amounts of runes engraved on them. One could vaguely see that each bomb contained highly compressed honeycomb crystal oil bombs. The power of this bomb was equivalent to 100 source energy grenades. This wave of bombs was equivalent to 10,000 source energy grenades exploding at the same time. Activate. These long, sword-like heavy bombs were activated and the runes on their surface lit up. They seemed to be affected by some kind of force, and with a PU sound, they left the airship's bomb bay. They fell to the ground like meteors. This kind of speed was very fast. This was the speed at which they naturally fell, because there were gravity runes on the surface of each bomb. As long as the runes were activated, the weight of the bomb would increase by several dozen times, so each bomb would be incomparably heavy. Being affected by the air resistance, it would increase the speed of the bomb, allowing it to fall without being affected by the wind. Over 100 bombs falling from the sky was actually very inconspicuous, just like 100 small stones falling onto a mountain. However, when these inconspicuous black dots touched the mountain, the entire forest trembled, and a large amount of light and heat was released. A terrifying energy cloud rose into the sky, and the entire mountain was shaken to the point that it almost shattered into pieces. The surging air currents surged forth, causing the surrounding forest to sway and tear apart. The first wave of bombs is over. The deviation is less than 5%. Adjust the position. The second wave is 500 bombs. This first wave was just testing the waters. There were over 500 bombs in the second wave, and the explosive power was several times stronger than before. When they landed on the mountain and exploded, the dazzling light even covered the sun in the sky. The small town's army and the locals that were watching in the distance were all stunned by this magnificent and terrifying scene. They finally understood what it meant to collapse the mountains and crack the earth. What made them feel the most terrified was that they could not understand how this happened at all. It was like an incomparably terrifying explosion had appeared out of nowhere. The third wave of bombs. This time it was 1,000 bombs. The entire majestic mountain had been bombarded 3 times, and almost half of it had collapsed. Flames covered the surrounding forest, and the ground was scorched black. The shock wave spread for 10 miles, and all the trees were uprooted, losing all signs of life. Even the air was incomparably hot, being completely covered in charcoal and ashes, making one's vision blurry. Heaven's Punishment's mission is complete, currently retreating from current altitude. The Heaven's Punishment airships' weapons had all been released. Therefore, they immediately retreated and were currently returning to a safe altitude. This fast and powerful attack was definitely very sudden. If they were at the center of the explosion, even a high-level true spirit cultivator would find it hard to escape unscathed. The marauders were not prepared at all and were suddenly hit by this kind of intense bombardment. Perhaps 50 to 60% of them had died, and this was already an optimistic estimate. This large group of bandits hadn't even started fighting, and they didn't even know what had happened. But they had already been crippled by miracle commerce. Everyone charge! Kill all the marauders! Chu Tian took out a loudspeaker and loudly shouted, "This is the result of offending my miracle commerce!" The several tens of thousands of soldiers of the Alliance saw miracle commerce's miraculous methods, and their morale was greatly boosted. They immediately got up and picked up their weapons, charging into the sea of flames. The surviving marauders climbed over the burning mountain rocks and climbed out with great difficulty, only to see a group of berserkers in heavy armor charging at them. Those fierce source energy weapons began to fire. Pitiful cries filled the air. 6,000 berserkers, several thousand source energy weapons. Under this kind of intense firepower, how many of these heavily injured marauders could escape? This was simply a massacre. Chairman's orders. Kill them all. The Alliance searched for the marauders and killed one they found, not leaving a single one alive, showing no mercy. To the marauders, this was simply an unprecedented nightmare. They had never understood the meaning of hell so deeply before. 80,000 marauders. An entire 80,000 marauders. This was an army with high mobility and strong scouting abilities. Although they couldn't control a region, they had run amok in the forest for many years and had never been truly destroyed before. Now, they had collapsed in just a few short minutes. When the marauders' leader climbed out of the ruins, he looked at the sea of flames and lava around him. His expression twisted, filled with fear and anger. What happened? What happened here? There was a spatial fluctuation in front of him. An elven girl appeared in front of him. The marauders' leader's expression slightly changed. He immediately sent out a fist, but it passed through Vivian's body and didn't hit her. The marauders' leader's cultivation was similar to Vivian's. If he used his full strength, he could break through space, but he was injured and everything happened so suddenly, so he didn't have time to use his full strength. While the marauder leader was slightly stunned, the marauder leader was stunned. Vivian waved her hand. A spatial crack that was hard to see with the naked eye passed through the marauder leader's body. The leader's pupils slightly shrank, and he slowly lowered his head with a face filled with disbelief. He saw his body being cut in half and slowly separating. The cut was smooth and neat, making him feel a chill down his spine. No, this wasn't real. This was most likely a dream, a nightmare. Up until the moment he died, the marauder commander couldn't believe what had just happened. After all, not long ago, he was drinking and celebrating with his brothers in the cave. No one could believe that the world had turned upside down in such a short period of time. The leader is dead. It's over. The marauders are finished. The marauder leader had been killed by Vivian, the second leader had been killed by the airship, and the third leader had been killed by Chu Tian in the forest. Almost all the high-level leaders had died, so the surviving marauders naturally collapsed. How could they still dare to fight? There was no suspense in this battle. It was a pure slaughter. From now on, a famous bandit group in the forest had been eliminated. Chapter 396. The Bear Tribe, the Wolf Tribe, the Orcs, the Ogres, and the other locals of Oldman Small Town. When they arrived at the battlefield, the battle was already over. The locals were all stunned. In front of them was a majestic mountain covered in green forest. At this moment, it had already been blown to pieces. All the trees had been directly evaporated. The high temperature generated in the center of the explosion had melted the stones and formed a large amount of lava. Like a spider web, the surrounding area was covered in dust and ashes. It was a charred black, and the air seemed to be boiling. This scene of devastation. How did it look like a forest? It was simply like a doomsday volcano had erupted. Of the 80,000 marauders, there were no survivors. Most of their corpses couldn't even be found. Several barbarians put the two halves of the marauder leader's corpse together and tied it to the Oldman's small town flag, sticking it in front of the locals. This famous forest bandit was now completely burnt black. His eyes were wide open as his face was filled with shock, anger, and unwillingness. Even in death, he still could not believe this was real. The marauders had even robbed the transport team of the forest giants. The marauders had even escaped from the giants without dying. This kind of clever and cunning forest bandit organization was completely annihilated in the hands of a small town. Most of the marauders did not know what had happened before they were blasted to death. Even the lucky survivors were mercilessly annihilated by miracle commerce. There was no way to resist at all. There was no way to resist at all. So clean and efficient, so ruthless and fierce. Chu Tian led his people in front of the locals. You've come at the right time. We have already finished the battle. I'll leave the matter of putting out the fire to you. The locals were all filled with fear. The most terrifying thing was not the marauders themselves, but rather the fact that they didn't know what method Miracle Commerce had used. How could they find the marauders' temporary stronghold so quickly, and how could they create such a large-scale attack in such a short period of time? This kind of destructive power that could instantly destroy a mountain. Even a peak true spirit realm expert could not do this. Therefore, Miracle Commerce's methods were not something these natives could imagine. They could only be thankful that they did not provoke Miracle Commerce. Otherwise, the ones who would be blown to pieces would be their tribe. The natives were terrified. None of them dared to look straight at him. They could only bow and pay their respects. Chu Tian swept his gaze over these fellows and knew that these fellows had already submitted to Miracle Commerce's powerful strength. From now on, would they dare not do anything that Miracle Commerce asked them to do? All right, I'll leave the cleanup to you guys. Also, check if there are any spoils of war left. Chu Tian had eliminated this large bandit organization as easily as if he had chopped a piece of wood. It was just a trivial matter. Let's call it a day. Yes. The Allied forces in the town began to assemble and retreat. All that was left were the natives whose faces were filled with terror and shock. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. One of the natives shouted, and it was like they had woken up from a dream. After all, they had slowly rushed over, which had already made Chu Tian dissatisfied. If they slowly cleaned up the battlefield, what if Miracle Commerce was angry and sent a wave of attacks to their tribes? Miracle Commerce could easily locate the marauders. Then it could easily locate them. Miracle Commerce could easily destroy the marauders. Then it could easily destroy them. In the hearts of these natives, Miracle Commerce was not a simple outer forest power. Rather, it was a giant that had the qualifications to challenge the giants of the Forest of Chaos. Actually, these natives were thinking too much. The Heaven's Punishment had released over 1,000 heavy bombs, but it had already used up all of the heavy bombs in the company's storage. These 1,000 heavy bombs had taken Miracle Commerce over a month to make, so they couldn't use this kind of attack a second time in a short period of time. But it didn't matter. Just this once was enough. No matter who it was, after seeing the might of the Heaven's Punishment, they would not dare have thoughts of fighting against Miracle Commerce. Even the giants of the forest would have to consider the consequences. There were basically no casualties in the Allied army. This was a glorious and shocking performance. When the Oldman town citizens saw the victorious Allied army, they were filled with confidence. The marauders were just a group of clowns, a group of stupid and ignorant moths flying into a flame. The people seemed to be seeing a brand new forest city slowly rising. In the near future, the population would explode. The previous few times they dealt with the spider race was just to show Miracle Commerce's abilities. But after killing the marauders this time, Oldman's small town's name would spread throughout the forest. Before long, large amounts of locals would come to join them. Mang Qinggu began to plan the living quarters in the valley. At this moment, the spiritual pressure in the small town suddenly increased. With a heaven-shaking aura, Chen Bingyu came out of closed-door cultivation. She had already broken through to the true spirit realm. Chen Bingyu had officially become the first true spirit cultivator of Miracle Commerce. After a few days, Dongfeng Haoren also came out of closed-door cultivation, also reaching the true spirit realm. Miracle Commerce had gained 2 true spirit experts in an instant, instantly making up for their lack of battle strength. It could be said to be a double blessing. Chu Tian arranged for Miracle Commerce to hold a celebration banquet to celebrate Miracle Commerce's breakthrough. The news of the marauders being wiped out would cause a small disturbance in the forest. The large local powers in the core area of the forest were filled with fear towards Miracle Commerce. Although the marauders were the common enemy of most of the forest powers, Miracle Commerce's battle had caused dissatisfaction in the forest. There was a legendary secret valley in the depths of the Forest of Chaos, Refaxius. Refaxius meant the sun and eternity in the Elven language. Therefore, people called the valley the Eternal Valley. The legendary Elven city in the Eternal Valley was called the Eternal Forest. There was a white gravel path covered with fluorescent moss in the dense forests and swamps of the dangerous valley. It was the only entrance and exit to several ancient wards. If one knew the way to open the wards, he would be able to walk into the Eternal Valley. The Eternal Forest in the Eternal Valley was always filled with vitality and ancient might. A warm and dazzling light rose from the Eternal Forest sun well, covering the entire forest. There were over 1 million elves living in the forest, and there were elven wooden and stone houses that were like works of art. Beautiful elven songs filled every corner of the Eternal Forest. The Elven King's palace was on a cliff filled with waterfalls and was carved from pure white jade. Each detail was filled with an unimaginable sense of art and culture. That's right, this was the Eternal Forest. The Forest of Chaos would Elven King's city. The elves had long lifespans, and when they bathed in the powerful light of the sun well, they would be free from all diseases. They would obtain even more power and live longer. The Elven Council. Several dozen elven elders were present. A white-haired old elf was sitting in the chairman's seat. In the past several tens of thousands of years, how many countries and races have perished? Their deaths were caused by blindly chasing after strength, progress, and development. Strength can make people crazy, progress can make people lose their way, and development can cause wars. This is the root of all disasters. Therefore, our race should follow the principle of tens of thousands of years. Only by being closed and conservative can we continue our noble and grand civilization. The elves will not take the initiative to fight. What we have now is enough for our race to multiply. The Elven Council's chairman, Augusta's long and slow speech floated through the meeting room. It was unknown how many times the chairman had repeated his views and opinions. The other elves were still listening attentively and nodding their heads. The elves were a noble, righteous, conservative, and traditional race. They were confident that they were the strongest race on the continent. How could those aggressive spirit beasts and lowly humans compare to the elves? Countless times of history had told the elves that war was destruction, so the elves would never take the initiative to start a war. The elves had to follow the tens of thousands of years of tradition, remaining closed off from the world. Only like this could they not be tainted by the world on the continent. The Elven King was sitting next to Augusta. The Elven King looked like a human in his 40s. He had the handsome face of every male elven, but his face was angular and lacked the femininity of the elves. It was as if it was carved by the continent's most outstanding sculptor. Every inch of his skin was as exquisite as jade, and every pore seemed to contain essence. From head to toe, every inch of his body was perfect. He was a work of art that was as natural as the heavens. He knew that Augusta was scolding the locust again. Recently, the Elven King had hidden the matter of occupying a forest city from the council. This matter had already caused the dissatisfaction of the conservative members of the council. The elves were a noble and elegant race. How could they take the initiative to occupy a city? The elves were a conservative and peaceful race. How could they take the initiative to attack? This matter had not been discussed by the council. The Elven King's actions had seriously broken the elven tradition, so there was a large disagreement among the elves about how to deal with this city. According to the elves' customs, once there was a disagreement, they would need to discuss it again and again. It would be as short as 1 or 2 years, and as long as 10 to 20 years. Finally, when there was no more debate, this matter would be settled. After this long, even if this forest city was not barren, it would have already been occupied by others. The Elven King felt very helpless about this. He even knew that this city had a strategic value to the elves. Not only could it consolidate the elves' position in the Forest of Chaos, it could also be used as a channel for the elves to connect to the outside world. The elves were too closed off. When the rules became shackles, the elves were still proud of it. Helpless, the Elven King was only a king. The Elven King did not have absolute power. There was another matter that happened recently. The chairman said indignantly, "It's that human that you let go." He brought his men to wreak havoc in the forest and used the excuse of exterminating a group of bandits to burn down dozens of miles of the forest. What? This is truly too hateful. The flowers, grass, and trees are all innocent. How could they destroy nature just to kill a group of bandits? This is truly a despicable and immoral way of doing things. These elves began to discuss, expressing their dissatisfaction with Chu Tian's actions.